Alright, welcome back everyone to another group session. We are coming back to the party has just successfully slain the brood mother in the spider caves, and the four of you have managed to drag yourselves out of the cave in moderately okay shape. Some of you not as okay as others.
Hi.
And be sure to adjust your health
Yep.
bars as needed if you need to. Not on this screen. Don't worry about this screen. So you survived the dungeon. So obviously, most of you being mortally wounded, and Morik still carrying the body of Ragnar Lightbringer, it is probably time for y'all to return to the city, unless there are objections.
Mark is tip-top shape, so he's fine.
Morik, did you pick up that rune? Did you search for the rune staff?
I did, but there was none.
There is no rune staff.
Sad face. I got...
Well, I should like to remind both you and the viewers that I'm on 0 health, so can we get back to the city really quickly?
Can I try a heal check, or no?
No, because you
Okay.
did before we left.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Let's just go get lost in the woods.
Yeah.
Well,
Such
thankfully,
confidence.
making your way back towards Nuln is much easier than moving away from it. You make your way back towards the city. Excuse me. And it doesn't take long for you to arrive. You don't run into any nasties. No hurling boulders through the sky this time. However, as you approach the walls, all of you can hear what sounds like a lot of it sounds like there are thousands and thousands of people in some sort of uproar.
Oh dear.
Where are we coming in, by the way?
You are coming in from the north, like you always do.
I'm trying to remember
Yeah, but
where
isn't
that is.
the northwesternmost gate blocked off because of the old boulder, the first boulder?
No, that gate still works, but you can either come in through the northwestern gate or the northeastern gate. It doesn't really matter.
Does it make a difference?
No.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Well, we'll just lead the elf through the nearest gate then.
Okay, as you all enter the city, the sound gets louder and louder until you see a massive crowd is packed into the temple quarter, like a beyond massive crowd, and the noise is practically deafening.
Oh shit, this again.
I'm assuming this is more than the average doom foretellers.
Can we hear what they are chanting about or rioting about? Or...
It's a lot of noise, but you'd probably have to get notably closer to figure out what the hell's going on.
Well, if we're going to get treatment for the elf, the temple surely is that way anyways.
And we're going to get treatment, yes.
Hold on.
Vivandril mutters weakly.
Merton will take off his wolf cloak, because he doesn't want to wear that if all the Sigmarites are up ahead. In a mob.
Aren't you just such a brave member of your faith?
Mikhail pulls up his hood so he looks proper Mori.
I have no way of disguising the fact that I am an elf.
Oh, would you like to borrow my cloak?
Okay, so do y'all want to approach the crowd?
I'm waiting for the elf to answer if she wants to borrow Mikhail's cloak.
I'm fed up with cloaks.
Fair
Thank you,
enough.
priest.
Fair enough.
Okay, so as you approach the crowd, it doesn't... Although it's basically impossible to hear, you can tell that everyone's ire is drawn to this... It looks like a gallows that someone very rapidly built before the very large cathedral of Sigmar. And on it, you from the distance you all are at the moment, it's very difficult to make out what's going on, but it seems like something very serious has happened, and a lot of people in the crowd are extremely angry, but the noise is so ridiculous that you're probably going to have to pass a check if you want to make out what's going on.
So Morik will literally grab the nearest peasant and, like, with an angry face ask, "What is going on?"
Roll an intimidation check.
Does he get... wait. Since he's a dwarf, and these are Sigmarite fanatics,
No one said they're Sigmarites.
Oh, fair enough.
They may be, but I haven't said that.
Fair enough.
As you grab onto him and pull him down, he seems like he's really already amped up based on what's going on. And upon being grabbed, he shoves you away roughly and tells you to sod off.
I'll throw a perception check to try and listen to what they're chanting.
Yeah. Why don't you try and see what's on the gallows instead? So eyesight bonus.
Well, are the gallows close enough for Sotek to allow that, or?
Yeah, the elf can try that.
We'll do that then.
I'm assuming you're going to relay it to your party members, so I will go ahead and tell you, as opposed to typing it out, unless you do not necessarily believe that'll be the case. God. Hello, everyone. This is my dog.
Hi, Chloe.
I would not necessarily tell what is going on, actually.
Really?
Depending on what exactly it is.
Okay, then I will type it instead.
If it's nothing
And
bad, if it's nothing bad, feel free to tell us.
That's
probably
debatable.
bad.
Can the rest of us do perception checks?
Yes.
Yeah, Merton's gonna look too.
Nope.
No, there's nothing here.
Morak does.
With more degrees of success than the elf.
Let's see.
Morik is angry.
Well, more can relay us what's going on.
Yes, Morik
Okay,
will tell them.
Shouldn't I give you like a minus 30 check for height? But anyway, in a deep crowd, but I'll let it pass.
I find a box and stand on it.
I'm amazed you found a bot.
I could describe it to you, dwarf.
We'll just say the dwarf bowls somebody over and stands on them.
And the dwarf is relaying it, so you don't have to type it out anymore.
That's
you go.
fine. All right. There is a small detail into Izzy, but to the dwarf, I'll tell you this. On this platform, you see a number of individuals you've never seen before. Many of them are robed up. The two that draw your eyes are a very well-built man who is wearing robes of black, but they're very rich robes. There's a lot of purples and golds and all sorts of other things. He looks very wealthy. And he's standing next to a man who has he's wearing very obvious Sigmarite iconography, and he looks to be a warrior priest. He's a fairly large figure. He's not quite as big as the man robed in black, but he's imposing. And one of his eyes is covered up by a patch, and the thing that really draws your attention to him is he has a twin-tailed comet branded on his forehead. And he is shouting something that you can't make out. But what he seems to be mostly shouting about is an elderly man who is standing next to him, who's very badly bruised and has his hands tied, and he's standing in front of a rope, and it looks like they're intending to hang him.
The elderly man.
Yes, and now I will type just a small note of Evangel.
Can I throw another perception check, or is it too close soon?
You would be at a minus 10.
So the
surely.
dwarf tells you all of this, especially to Mikhail, since this is human religious crap that he's not used to.
Wait. Okay, so in character, a large man in black robes.
They're nice robes.
Sigmund.
Well, maybe you can go up there and talk to him.
We're not on the best of terms.
You'll want to go up there and talk to him. You know one of them.
Can I start making my way to the front of the crowd?
Yeah, you can start pushing your way forwards.
Okay, I start moving forwards into the crowd.
Party, are you going with him, or are you just going to let him deal with it?
I will help bull my way through.
Yeah, Merton
since
will
I'm
help
sure I
clear a
have
path.
higher strength.
Okay.
I
than
will
yours.
stay at the back and draw my bow. Just
imagine, like,
as possible.
the elf, like, lying prone on the ground with blood leaking out. Be like, don't worry, guys. I got your back.
Hold on, I'm sat on a horse here.
I always forget about your horse. Okay, so the three of you press forwards through the crowd, and as you get closer, you're able to start picking up what this warrior priest is shouting out into the audience. And as you get closer, you finally start hearing his words. And you get about maybe 20 yards for him, and you make out this part of his speech. he gestures to the man next to him that now that you're close enough, Mikhail, you recognize as the elderly priest that you have met many times going into the Temple of Mor, who's been very helpful to you. He was... the few times you met him, he seemed to be much more of a custodian position within the church, so he wasn't really a high priestly authority, but he was definitely someone that carried a lot of weight at the temple, and he doesn't look terribly great. The closer you get, the more it becomes painfully obvious that this man has been tortured. And the Sigmarite shouts, "Before you all, I present a heretic. A man associated with the dark powers. A man who gave his soul to those foul abominations in the north. And do we tolerate heresy here in our glorious empire?" And to this, the crowd shouts very, very enraged. They're very much out for blood. And he nods and raises a warhammer and says, "Such is the way of things in this voted city, that this weak woman who rules here, this countess, has allowed perversion and corruption to seed itself here. I have been sent from Altdorf to guide you all into the light, and I will do so as is my honor. And we begin first with this worm," and he gestures to the man beside him, and they start threading the noose over his neck.
If you've got anything to shout, now's the time.
How close am I to the front of the crowd?
You could probably... It's getting denser and denser the closer you get.
Can Sigmund see me?
His eyes are scanning over the crowd. If you did something really noticeable, he would probably see you.
Throw something at him.
Can I hold up my prayer book?
You can. I'll roll a
Yeah.
perception check for him and see if he notices.
I'd say throw something at him. That would get his attention.
You hold up the prayer book, and he just sort of keeps scanning the crowd.
Fair enough.
And
I will...
before you do anything else, the hangman steps over to the mechanism, and they're making their final preparations. And Sigmund starts approaching the front of the stage.
If that's your attempt at getting someone's attention, Manling, I think you should try a little harder.
Okay, fine, I'll do it. I will attempt to fire an arrow past.
Nope. I'm going to...
Let's
shout
try
at
not to get the
Sigmund.
guard called down on you.
I will shout at
Cast
Sigmund.
into the man.
Um...
Remember, the crowd is shouting around. You may have to throw something at him, as I said.
Yeah, he already is not well in
Stakes
You would
stakes are a bit
probably
higher.
be better off just making a strength check to try and shove your way through
Yeah,
the
okay.
crowd, or an agility check to try
I
and
was
dodge
just about
past
to
them.
ask, can I clear a path for him with the
Yeah,
strength
you can
check?
you can try and bull
Yeah.
your way through.
Yeah, let's try that.
All right, as you frown to bring down your prayer book because clearly it didn't work, the dwarf steps ahead of you with a wrapped up corpse still on his shoulder, and just gives a hard shove to the few people in front of you. And the peasantry, they're not peasants, but the people gathered in front of the stage are a little bit too densely packed for their own safety, and this causes a bit of a Red Sea moment where a whole bunch of people go down. Like, the dwarf's shove is more than potent enough to knock over a good 20 or 30 people in front of you guys. Which attracts the attention of everyone on the stage, and their eyes naturally follow the domino effect back to its source.
I start walking, carefully walking over people.
Get through, Manling, before they stand up.
There's a lot of cursing, and people don't seem in the greatest rush to stand up at the moment. But as you start sort of making your way over the bodies, still living bodies, the Sigmarite sees you approaching, and he notices your robes, and he notices the dwarf standing behind you, and he opens his mouth to say something, but before he does, he turns and looks at Sigmund, and Sigmund has a pretty ugly look on his face. He does not look particularly thrilled to see you in any way, shape, or form.
Hail, High Priest.
He glares down at you rather imperiously from the stage and says, "Can't you see that we're in the middle of something? Don't you have work you should be doing somewhere else?
Of course, but I came to report to you. You did wish to know about what was going on in the Drac Wall, did you not? Or the Right Wall, did you not?
He raises an eyebrow and says, "And this can't wait until after we're finished here. This is rather important business if you haven't noticed."
Would beastmen advancing on the city not be important?
He glares at the elderly man that you've met many times, yet never bothered to ask for his name, which is why I call him elderly man. And he also glances back at the Sigmarite, who's starting to look a little bit antsy, but is maintaining his composure for the moment. And he turns to you and says, "If there isn't an immediate threat to the city, then I suggest you save this for later."
The dwarf will shout, pretty much at the Sigmarite. You have proof of this man's treachery?
The Sigmarite, Sigmund sort of gets a semi-nervous look on his face and turns back to this man behind him who hears what you say, and he looks directly at you, and he has a very, very cold stare.
I stare right back.
Take a willpower check.
Wait.
Okay, you are not intimidated by him.
Nope.
He, as the lot of you are talking, he steps up by the hangman and is glaring at Sigmund rather authoritatively, and then looks down at you and he says, "The only proof that I need of this man's heresy has been provided for his own words, thanks to the tender attentions of our very own witch hunters, sent by the Grand Theogonist himself." And he nods to Sigmund, who pulls out a small book, walks over to the priest, and starts mumbling.
And this proof is what?
He glares down at you and says, "Do you question my authority, dwarf?"
Is a priest of Sigmar threatening a member of the Elderkin?
His glare turns to you and says, "As a priest, you should know heresy comes in many forms."
Yes, but we should also make sure that it is truly heresy and not some foul political scheming to weaken us from within.
As you finish your words, Sigmund closes his book and steps away, and he seems to have a look of mirth on his face, and this father sort of stares at you for a long moment. He steps forward and he says, "Then let me pronounce this before all of this crowd. If this man is not wicked, then when I pull this lever, he will not die. Perhaps the rope will snap. Perhaps a comet will descend from the sky and save him. Or perhaps his neck will snap and he will be guilty after all. And if he indeed is innocent and dies here, then it should be his honor to die in the name of our Lord." He pulls the lever.
Can I fire that arrow now? Aiming for the rope, of course.
You can, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Ah, come on, I brought this thing for a reason.
No.
So this is how things usually go, correct, Sotek?
Yeah. Depending on the situation.
This is the part in the film where Clint Eastwood shoots the rope out, so I don't know
Are there guards
what better answer we have.
on the stairs up to
There are a
the
lot
gallows?
of guards. There are a lot. And many of them don't look official, and they look kind of
Shady.
not like good guys. There are actually two men behind the Sigmarite. One of them is an extremely large man, who has a very brutish look about him, and the other one has a lot of scars on his face, and he looks very nefarious.
Side note, can I throw a magical sense check on the podium?
Yes, but you all have about 2 seconds before I finish dropping this man.
Do I know the big guy, the brutish-looking person? All right.
No,
Can I
you've
throw
never
a
seen him.
perception? Can I throw a perception on the man with the scars?
Yes, you may.
Sight.
Mikhail, you sense nothing magical.
Okay.
You can't make him out from your distance.
I'll fortune point that if you want.
Actually, y'all used all your fortune points
Yeah.
at the spider boss, so you're out.
Oh, true.
The man drops, and all of you hear a very audible snap, and he doesn't flail. And the Sigmarite looks at him for a moment, and the crowd dies down a little bit. It gets actually pretty quiet, beyond a little bit of a murmur. And he walks over and pulls out a dagger, cuts the rope. The body falls to the ground, and he gestures to two of his men, and they clamber down, grab the body, and bring it back up to the podium. And he looks directly
He's
at...
going to shout something out.
Is he? Meriton's gonna shout something?
Oh,
Yeah.
is he?
So
I
in
thought you
this
were talking
time
about
of
me.
trouble, we will kill our own and do Chaos's work for them, just to prove that the man was not wicked.
He looks it down at you and he frowns. And ooh, roll a willpower check. You are very cowed by this individual. His eyes seem to be burning with a fury the likes of which you have not seen in any of the monsters you've come across, much less a man. And
Can I recognize this guy as like a fanatic or something?
it's hard to tell, especially when he's not bearing down his full weight of divine wrath upon you. And he holds out a hand, he gestures to the body next to him, and he says, "All I have seen here today is the death of a heretic." And he holds up his hammer and says, "Is this not justice?" And the peasantry cries out, because apparently this man's been doing a pretty good job of amping them up before you guys arrived. And all of you are getting a very hostile vibe from the people around you.
All I have seen is the stupidity of manlings.
He looks down at you and shrugs and says, "We are not so blessed in our constitution as the Dawi of the mountains. We're not able to just depend on our naturally divine inspired bodies to resist the forces of chaos. Nay, we must be vigilant, even against soft-hearted individuals like yourselves. Or perhaps," and he glares at Mikhail and Meriton more than anybody else, "you are in league with someone. Perhaps you are sympathizers to those who would seek to supplant our divine lord." You're getting a really hostile vibe from the people around you.
The manlings are with me.
You step up, and a few people back away, but most of them seem pretty out for blood. Like, things feel very tense right now.
I will put a hand on my axe head.
Has the ring recharged?
Elf, you are safely watching all of this from a distance, by the way.
I know, right?
Has the ring recharged or no?
No, it has to be a full 24 hours.
Damn.
And this,
At
it
this
gets
point,
silent
yeah.
for a moment, and he looks, and Sigmund walks over and whispers something to him. And he frowns down at the lot of you and says, "But perhaps you are just rather kind-hearted individuals who care for Sigmar's children. A forgivable sin, though I would recommend you harden your hearts for future endeavors." And then he grabs onto the man's corpse from his robes, and he says, "But allow me to make an example of what we do with heretics!" And he throws the body out into the crowd, and all of you watch in horror as the moment the body hits them, the people devolve into a frenzy, literally tearing it limb from limb.
Sigmund, can we talk now?
Sigmund is smiling and gestures for you to join him behind the stage. And the warrior priest gazes at you all for a moment before gesturing to his men, and he goes back into the cathedral.
I walk over to Sigmund.
Okay, as you approach, he is surrounded by 6 of the Black Guard, who look very menacing in their very dark obsidian armor, and he looks very pleased with himself.
I smile I smile and nod pleasantly at the Blackguard.
They make no gesture.
Of course not. And then I turn to look at Sigmund with a rather serious look on my face. Any particular reason for that?
He shrugs and says, I but do the will of our god. I had a dream that told me that this man had killed Ravenscloak. It was only fair that he be treated like the heretic he was for killing such a legend.
Strange. I had a dream of Ravenscloak's death as well, but it did not show the man who actually killed him. Only the force that did it.
He raises an eyebrow and says, well, perhaps then you are not as esteemed in the favor of Mor as I am.
Perhaps, but I also saw the deaths of 3 others, only one of which has not yet occurred.
He waits for you to go on, but he seems rather disinterested.
But perhaps that is a tale for another time. You wished, as on our last meeting, you wished to know of the affairs in the Reichwald, yes?
He nods and is looking increasingly bored.
On our last in our last foray into the forest, we saw signs of beastmen advancing on Greenskin territory, less than a half a day from the city walls.
At this, he shrugs and starts fumbling with something in his pocket and says, what care should we have for various barbaric races warring amongst themselves? This is of no concern.
Did you not wish to send the Blackguard up to cleanse them lest we meet?
He waves his hand nonchalantly and says, if you recall, Ravenscloak disapproved of that plan, and now that I am the high priest of our dear temple, I must do what is best for all of us, not just as I was as the supreme commander of the Blackguard. No, we shall take a more defensive approach for now, like Ravencloak would have wanted.
A fair assumption. And Ravenscloak entrusted me into investigating into these matters. Can I count on your support?
He gives you a very hard glare, and he says, it's a smile that definitely does not reach his eyes. And he says, well, yes, of course. We would be honored to assist you.
My thanks. And I turn and start walking away.
Okay.
Merton sticks to the dwarf.
As you all rejoin one another, the crowd has started to mostly funnel into the Cathedral of Sigmar, likely wanting to hear another sermon. But many of them have dispersed. Quite a few of them look disgusted. Far too many people, as they disperse away from the body of a former friend of the lot of you, well, at least 2 of you, it's absolute ruin. Like, it's unrecognizable
Can I
what
walk
exactly is
everybody and
what.
perform the rites?
You can, but they're definitely not, his soul will probably not rest easy.
Yeah, I figured as such, but I kind of owe him that much. Ah, damn it.
Hard to perform the rites on a bunch of bloody tatters.
Yeah.
If I may, I would like to ride up to the temple as close as I can to the steps of the cathedral and throw a perception check to see how it feels. If there's any sort of aura radiating from it.
Would the lot of you like to approach the steps, or do you just want to go yourself?
That's not good. We lost Ben.
Just give him a second.
Sure.
So, you want to throw a perception check? Okay, hold on. Let's do it this way. Okay, so you want to roll a perception check on the cathedral. Does anyone else want to also approach the Cathedral of Sigmar? To the base of the stairs.
No.
How far away am I? I'm still by the scaffolding. How far away am I?
You all should do me a favor and get close so I can switch the map.
Okay, I'll get close. Cathedral Sigmar.
Welcome to the new map.
Oh, Lord.
I don't want to go in it. I was going to say.
We're not going in it because it's surrounded by people and guards. It's very difficult to get into right now.
Is that bitch ass with?
But look how good this map is.
So, do I have a horse model anywhere, or?
This is actually a legitimate Cathedral of Sigmar map.
Oh, nice.
Do I have
Nope.
a horse model
Oh, wow,
anywhere,
that's literally Sigmar in the stained glass.
I know, right? And there's a statue of Sigmar and a twin-tailed comet symbol.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
It took me forever to find this. So good job, GM. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway,
Good
what?
Good job, Sotek.
I am proud.
You
Oh,
get a fate point.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Hold on.
Good GM. gets a fate
Hold
point.
the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Do I have a horse model anywhere? Because I'm on horse.
None of our
We've
characters are actually
discussed
on the map.
this. Yeah, we are. We're on the top.
Yeah, you
left.
are. You're at
Oh,
the very
yeah,
top
right.
left.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yes, you're on a horse, and if you're going to be that much of a butt about it, I can make you one real quick.
No. It's I don't need one. I don't want one if I don't need one.
You don't need one.
Okay.
Are
Thank
those,
you.
Here you go. Here's your horse.
Are those black wolves?
Maybe.
Perception check.
Yeah. So I would like to throw my possession.
The Vandals first.
And this is not a sight check.
You just
Okay, you're going for
What are you
you're going for
listening for?
vibe, correct?
Vibe.
Vibe.
Cannot. No.
Damn.
Seems like a normal. It seems like a normal cathedral.
Can I throw a magical sense check?
Yeah, sure.
Because I just want to get the use of getting the habit of.
Dwarf, you don't. It's very
Wow,
old
passes.
and very well built. Mikhail, you sense nothing magical about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
can we go
trying
to
out
the
my 3 new senses.
So can we go to the Temple of Shalia now? I'm dying here.
Would y'all like to drag your nearly dead elf? Well, guide your nearly dead elf's horse to the Temple of Shalia?
Wait. Merton did not throw a perception check.
Does man want to throw a
Does he
perception
want
check?
to?
Does he even want to?
Merton, do you want?
Merton's debating whether he wants to antagonize them more. Yeah, sure. He will look at the building and see if he can notice anything about it that's peculiar.
Nope, it's a normal building.
Can I?
You
Can I?
just switch to Merton too, then.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to switch over.
Can I throw a perception check and see if those are black wolves?
Yes.
Nope.
Yeah. You're stricken by a very curvy young whatever you're interested in the audience.
That's the wrong character, you think?
Yeah, that's the wrong character.
I will throw a perception check to see if I recognize the uniforms, please.
Okay, Morik, they all just look like dumb
Yep.
Ungi to you.
Yep. I'm very fed up with man.
The Vandal is just a bunch of dumb humans.
I'm too dead
This
to
is
notice.
just going well for us.
Alright, now we've gotten that out of the
There's
way.
probably
We go-
something crucial we're supposed to see here. Can't do it because
Moving on.
Moving on, can we go
Mikhail,
to the
is it
temple?
usual that there are so many gods?
Don't look at me. This is the Temple of Sigmar. I would assume so.
Really? Locking the door?
Wait, blocking the door. Because apparently,
Yeah,
Mikhail
on
can't
the
see
Look at the
steps.
door.
You may need to zoom in. They blend in well.
Oh yeah, they are blocking the door. I will walk up to one of the armored figures.
Okay, the ones in red?
Yeah.
Okay. Upon coming very, very close to him, you realize that he is indeed a member of the Black Wolves, as he has their symbol on his shoulder.
I walk up to him, like next to him, and look at him conversationally.
He doesn't notice you. He seems very intent on what's going on.
Anything interesting going on here?
He raises an eyebrow at you like he's not sure if you're blind or just dumb.
Trying to start a conversation.
He shrugs and says, "Well, there's been a bit of trouble here since that new High Priest of Sigmar took over. Captain Rolf has us stationed here to make sure nothing too serious breaks out. He doesn't trust the Nuln Guard very much."
What is the name of the daft idiot?
He looks down at the dwarf and he says, "Father Gunther, supposedly. He claims he's from Altdorf, though from what I've heard from Rolf, things are a little messy up in the higher quarters of the city because no one had word of this man showing up. He just kind of appeared."
He also seemed to not have a very favorable opinion of the Countess.
He gives you a grim look and nods and goes back to observing the various peasants shouting at the guards and pressing against them.
Can I throw a perception check now to see if I can tell what they're yelling?
Yeah, you can tell from here. Most of the people are basically accusing them of being murderers. These people seem pretty upset at the display earlier and don't seem to be any members of the Sigmarite faith, and they're very, very upset about these candid displays of brutal violence in their city.
The dwarf will finally look at humans like, wow, they grew a brain.
And a number of them seem very supportive of the Countess and are pretty upset about a guy who basically
Denounced her?
vaguely associated her with chaos.
Yeah, he did do that, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been saying several times now. He basically just committed high treason.
I'm going to...
He did, but it's the Nuln Guard who are actually protecting the gateway. Though it could be that they're protecting it just to prevent further violence. It's unclear.
Right then, I have somewhere to go, so
Yeah.
I'm going.
Very well.
I just imagine the dwarf sitting there being like, "I'm leaving," and just walks off. Everyone's like, "Ah, Jesus! All right."
Okay. Very well, Dwarf.
Sotek.
Before the dwarf goes, I look at him and say, Dwarf, who was that other one to you? The one you're carrying?
The one I'm carrying.
Yes, him.
Oh, you mean Ragnar? You mean my kin?
Your devotion to him does you credit. It was well done.
It would be a shame upon me and all of my fellows if I did not do this for him.
I understand. As you will.
Oh, well, the elf actually had a not terrible conversation with the dwarf once. All right, so I'm imagining you guys are splitting up a little bit.
Yep. I'm going with the dwarf. Well, first we're dropping the elf off the temple of Shalia. Can we just do that together?
I was about to mention, does anyone know the way? Because I don't.
I can probably figure it out. I'm assuming Mikhail can recognize the temple of Shalia.
We could ask someone if you doubt your own abilities.
That was a question. That was an out-of-character question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm
So
assuming
mine.
Mikhail can recognize the temple of Shalia.
It's not super hard to make up. They do have a rather large pillar
Yeah.
before their convent.
Yeah, so I start heading towards the temple of Shalia.
Okay,
Just
Meriton, who are you
beckoning
going
the
with?
elf.
I'm gonna follow the dwarf.
Okay,
I-
y'all splitting up
Wait,
into two groups.
I was gonna go with the dwarf too, but I was just dropping the elf off on the way.
You have longer legs. You'll be able to catch up. Don't worry.
We,
Okay,
out
so
of char-
three of you are going to the convent.
Out of character, why don't you tell him where you're going? If he's
Yeah.
I'm
be
going
helpful.
to deliver Ragnar's body. That's where I'm going.
Which
What?
is going where?
To Snorri and
The dwarf
Don't
quarter
worry.
zone?
yeah.
If it's in
Okay.
the dwarf, is that in the dwarf quarter?
Yep.
That's all the information that Pash should need. Okay. Thank you.
Alright, so I will drop off the elf and meet with you.
All right, so y'all are splitting up.
Temporarily. I plan on hastening to meet back up with them as soon as possible.
Going once. Going twice.
So I'm
Okay,
going to
moving
attack
on.
Stag.
All right, we're gonna start with
Can
the. Nope, too late.
Cole,
we're going to.
It's no tech. I plan on meeting back up with them by the time they meet the dwarf quarter. Is that possible?
If you can find your way there without too much hassle, yes. Dwarf, you're not here, so I'm gonna put you over in a wall.
Okay.
Or no, into the abyss with you. Be gone.
I attack the darkness.
Do not go gently into the dark.
Rage against the very sudden dying of the light.
Yeah. Good, you got that quote.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yes,
okay,
I
so
did
we're the-
Shakespeare.
Okay, so three of you arrive
I walk up to the...
in the Shaolin convent, and you
Hold
do
on. Martin was going with the dwarf.
Yeah.
back to the darkness with you as well. All right, so
Yay.
two of you arrive in the Shaolin convent, and there is an elderly woman at the front who sort of nods to you all as you come in.
I walk up and say, I'm here to drop off a friend.
Okay, so we're passing that lady and going straight to the other lady then. There's a lady back at the other.
Oh,
Standing
Room.
next to me.
oh, okay. Okay, then I will talk to that person.
I will be here.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm here to drop off someone in need of care.
She nods and looks over your shoulder and she says, "Is this a friend of yours, a partner or companion, perhaps?"
Look over the elf friend.
She nods and gestures, and a much younger woman, but who's wearing very, they're very simple, but they're very high quality silk robes, approaches the lot of you, and she nods and says, "Ah, do we have someone new to drop off here then?"
Yes, my friend here, I gesture at the elf, is requiring of healing beyond my capabilities.
She nods and she looks at your robes for a moment. She says, "Are you with the Brothers of Moor?"
Nominally, I hail from a different temple.
She nods and says, "Perhaps a doomsayer then, traveling
Yes.
from place to place."
Yes.
She nods and she walks up and takes your hand, and it's very calming. Like there's something almost unnatural about it, but like in a good way. And she sort of nods and says, "Your travels must have been very, very hard. I imagine you've left many people behind. I'm sorry for anything you've suffered."
Don't worry not. I shall find redemption.
She nods and says, "May I tend... were you damaged in the spider dungeon?"
A bit. Yeah, I'm at 4 HP.
Okay. She says, "May I tend to your wounds before you leave, then? I understand that you seem like you're about to leave, or depart."
I must quickly get to the dwarf quarter, but if you can, but if it would be not too long, then yes.
She winks and says, "Enough to make sure that you're not going to bleed out on the way there. I promise."
Yes. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
She heals you for 8 HP.
Nice. So I'm at 12.
Her hands are very deft, very quick, and surprisingly strong, and she gets you strapped up pretty nicely with some very fresh bandages and some pretty nice smelling ointments, and nods and she says, "We'll take care of your friend. Can I know where you'll be so we can send to you should something happen?"
The Iron Bull Tavern.
Her eyes seem to glint a little. Her eyes narrow just a hair at the name, and she nods with a smirk and says, "Very well then." And she walks over to Vivandrel and sort of cocks her head at the not so great shape of the elf before her.
It's a long story.
She shrugs and says, "This is not the first of the fair folk we've had visit our temple."
Now, if you must excuse me, I have to go catch up with the
She nods.
diligent dwarf.
She nods with a knowing smile. "You may leave now."
Okay.
She looks down at you, Vivandrel, and very gently presses a hand to your forehead, and you immediately feel much calmer. There's something very odd about her presence, once again in a good way. And she starts whispering and mumbling to herself. And take a willpower check.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's not bad. Okay, that's actually good. You feel a very warm glow in your chest, and then you very slowly fall asleep. We will come back to you later.
You would just fall asleep in the corridor.
Yeah, you literally go down right there.
Yep.
But
You
it's
fall asleep
like,
in a row.
it's super pleasant.
As a side note, how old is this priestess?
She looks pretty young.
Like, Mikhail's age or younger?
Probably about 24.
Oh, okay, so his exact age.
Vivandrel says thud. Alright, then...
So I hurry back to try and catch up with the dwarf and Merton.
Okay, I'm going to show you all a map, but obviously those of you who are not there, which is everyone but the dwarf, are not there. Dwarf,
Right.
you should recognize this location.
Yep.
Give me just a sec to pull some relevant individuals to the party.
So do I just sort of like meet up with Ben on the outside of the, or meet up with Merton?
Yeah, I can actually describe that real quick. As you approach, what you, which to everyone knows is the dwarf quarter, you are stopped at the gates leading into it. There are some very, very heavily armored dwarves preventing anyone from entering, and they look very, very serious. And they're not talking very much.
Wait here, manlings. I will be back.
Out of character, do they have beard armor?
They do have beard armor.
Yay.
Because
These
what
are
good dwarf doesn't have beard armor?
Yeah.
I've seen dwarves with mustache armor, but not beard armor.
Yeah, these dwarves have full face helms. They look like they mean business.
So full-on Iron Breakers.
Something very close, if not.
Lovely.
Alright, so, you make your way to Valia's Rest, dwarf.
Yep.
And upon entering, the priestesses of Valia, seem to know, and they very quickly take the cocoon from you and lay it out on one of the beds. And
Please be gentle.
one of them gives you a very telling and somewhat seething look. You're a little bit cowed. And here, I'll just put this here. There we go. And it doesn't take long for word to spread, and very quickly Dorn, Headcracker, and Snorri arrive. And they both sit down at the table and are very silently looking at you with expectation written on their faces.
I'm fiddling with my broken armor as they look at me.
Dorn coughs a bit and says, I take it that you found something, then.
I found Lord Ragnar.
He glances back at the cocoon and swears to Grimnir under his breath and nods and says, Was vengeance done, lad?
Vengeance was done. I found a broodmother and a goblin riding atop of it, along with multitudes of others in the cave. They were all slain.
The two of them nod reverently. Snorri turns to you and says, Did you do it yourself?
I had help.
He raises an eyebrow and says, I'm surprised you were able to find any hope in such a place as this. These Ungi are all undependable.
I've found a few that seem a little bit more dependable than normal.
Dorn nods and says, Very well then. It appears that we may owe a small debt.
I am not happy to mention it, but Elgi was among the party.
Dorn and Snorri both seem to shrug this off, and Dorn scratches his chin and says, I've been on many adventures across these manling lands, and I've had to work with those Elgi more than once. It's not noble work, but it gets the job done at the end of the day, and what you've done makes your ancestors proud, lad, enough that they can tolerate a thieving Elgi being a part of it.
I only wish I had found Ragnar while he was still alive.
They all nod.
The knowledge lost is great indeed.
Silence passes for a few moments, and Snorri looks over and says, Well then, I suppose we'll be setting up a caravan to send him back to Zufbar along with his belongings. You did good to recover his body.
I will take the ring off my hand and I will put it on the table and say, I do not know for sure, but this might have belonged to him.
They both nod, and Dorn reaches over and picks up the ring and inspects it, and he nods and says, I've seen this work on his finger before. Lightbringer, I believe this is what he was most proud of. Has his own personal rune on it, if I'm not mistaken.
It was a masterpiece. I was able to use it.
He nods and gingerly sets it down. There's a bit more silence between the two, and his brow seems to furrow for a moment, and then he places his hand lightly on the ring and passes it back to you slowly. And he says, He doesn't have any kin, and I doubt that the runesmiths there are going to have any proper use for a ring like this. I think he would be at least less aggrieved if it continued to do its work in his stead.
I will gingerly take it.
There's a bit of a grim silence around the room, and Snorri looks at Dorn rather expectantly. And Dorn looks sheepishly at the two of you and then sort of grumbles beneath his breath and looks up and says, Although I know you'll not be asking for it, we'll be giving you some reparations for your services. If you hadn't been able to go out, we've been so busy here, especially with that new Wazak that came in and is stirring up all the manlings.
I saw that.
He nods and says, Dark times, I tell you. I've seen the likes of him before. It never ends well.
I do not understand their sense of justice.
Both of them chuckle, and Snorri shakes his head and says, I've been among the manlings for quite some time now, and I can tell you that their sense of justice is as warped as a Skaven's mind.
I will nod at that.
Dorn leans back on his stool a bit and says, But at the very least, I'll be sure you and your party are paid. And since we owe them a small debt for their kindness, he frowns and says, the very least we can do is offer them access to our wares, if they want to purchase them, of course, for fair amounts. No discounts for would-be heroes taking advantage of us.
I don't think they'd even be bold enough to ask for such.
He nods and says, Perhaps they do have some good sense then. You can tell your... He pauses, thinking for the right word. Dwarry, that they may come into the dwarf quarter to shop and do what they will. But tell them not to bother any of our kin.
I will do so.
They both nod, and he stands up and reaches into one of the many pockets sewn beneath his armor and pulls out a pretty hefty little bag and sets it down and says, "This should be able to pay for any damages your group may have suffered." And Snorri's looking at your armor with a raised eyebrow and says, "I'll be taking a look at that for you, lad, unless you want to do it yourself."
I was just about to ask if I could have use of your forge to fix what the damn broodmother did to me.
He grins and nods and says, "When I saw that Gromrel plate a ways back, I'm surprised you made it out with so little damage. Seems like those fangs could have been a little closer."
They were close enough, you ask me.
They both nod, and Snorri rolls his shoulder. Now he looks a bit sheepish, and he looks down at the table and is scratching at something and says, "I ain't doing you much of a favor. I'm just saying, for bringing back Ragnar for us, you can use my forge anytime you want.
I appreciate it, Master.
But don't go making a mess. I don't need no beardling screwing up my forge."
I have been taught well. Crag reprimanded me several times for things in the past that have to do with the same.
He huffs and grumbles into his beard, but the two of them nod. Dorn stands up and says, "Well, if there'll be nothing else then, lad, I've got work to do."
I do not believe so. How is the Skaven presence going since I've been gone?
At the mention of the rat men, the two of them share a bit of a look, and there's a notable pause, and Dorn frowns at you and he says, "I'll tell you this, lad. It doesn't make any sense. We found a few of them, the occasional straggler, but the numbers that we're finding in the sewers, it doesn't make sense. They're down there. I can smell them. But no matter where we look or how hard we try, we can't find the Thagaraki bastards. Someone's helping them hide.
Perhaps
I'd bet my beard on it."
Perhaps they are deeper below the sewers and their own makings?
They both shake their heads, and Snorri says, "Hard rock down there. We've had some miners from Karazakarak itself down there looking about. They haven't found anything suspicious, even for the rat men. Whatever they're up to, they're hiding well. If anything, they're probably on the surface, not down below, which would be very strange for their ilk."
Well, one of them, I remember having it vanished into, like, just darkness when it attacked the poor quarter. Could that have anything to do?
The two of them frown and shrug. And Dorn says, "I hate to admit it, lad, but I don't know much of the way of the Thagaraki. I'll investigate into it, though. I haven't heard anything about... If these ratmen have an ability to vanish into shadow itself, we've probably got bigger problems than I realized."
The Thagaraki I have fought beneath the Eight Peaks, they didn't have such skill.
The two of them nod, and Dorn stands up and starts heading for the door and says, "Very well, then. I'll look into it. Stay safe in the meantime. If we need you, we'll send for you at the Bull."
Will do.
Snorri winks at you and grumbles something about making preparations for the caravan to head off to Zufbar, and the two of them depart.
So before I go, I will move over to Lord Ragnar, and I will say a few words under my beard before I take my leave as well.
Okay. Alright, the two of you standing outside the gate. The dwarf, you see Morik make his way out. He looks a little bit grim, but other than that, he seems in good enough shape.
Everything.
Oh, by the way, the bag on the table contains 40 gold crowns.
Okay.
Okay.
You can split it with the party or keep it for yourself. Depends on how nefarious you want to be.
Yeah, I'll think.
Thanks.
Well, I actually have to think. But when I get back to the two manlings, I'll kind of motion them to follow.
Okay, I follow.
He follows.
Yeah.
I spoke with the dwarfs, my fellows here. And I told you before that I had enlisted their aid in trying to clear out the damned ratmen from below the city, yes?
Yes, you did.
Well,
I think so, yeah.
they have told me something concerning. And
Oh?
you, Mikhail, were closer to that one Thagaraki that came out of the sewer, yes?
Yes. I tried to grab him, but he vanished.
A moderate suggestion from your GM: you should probably relocate to where your other party member is if you're going to discuss plans.
But first, shouldn't we regroup with the elf?
Morik will
Sotek was
just
talking
snort.
about.
Well, did you see anything peculiar about the Ratman besides that he was a Ratman?
Y'all can talk as you walk.
He wore a mask of some sort with hose and goggles. And the way he vanished, I don't think it was him that did it.
Do
Does
I
he
know
seem to
anything about Ratmen with that particular look?
Yes, you've met the Ratman of Plant Scarire before.
Okay. Do I know
You-
that was like a
you've-
warlike engineer or anything? Or do I have
Globadier.
something?
You've
Or
seen
Globadier.
Globadiers before.
Okay.
Well, to you, they're called gas rats.
Yeah.
Know anything about these kinds of ratmen, Master Dwarf?
Sounds like a gas rat to me.
Gas rat.
They
What's
hurl
a gas rat?
They hurl globes of poison from afar.
Is this poison made of warpstone?
I believe so.
Interesting. When the elf and I went to a town outside of Nuln, the Shadow Wizard made reference to Clan Mulder.
Ben, you are typing, not your character.
Sucker. It is.
Sometimes it does that.
Well,
Right.
the dwarfs have been inspecting the sewers, and they have found no trace of the Thagaraki.
Interesting.
And this is cause for concern because if we can't find them, then something is definitely hiding the little buggers.
So, Sotek, out of character. So Mikhail is now aware of the fact he can sense magic, correct?
Yes, he has vaguely figured that out.
Okay. Master Dwarf, would you mind if I went down and take a look?
Down in the sewers, manling.
Where else?
It's vaguely around this time that you arrive at the doors of the Shalian convent if you would like to go in.
I pause and turn to the others. A word of warning. This is a place of healing. Weapons are not to be bared here.
Born is the word you're looking for.
Bared as in, like, removed from sheaths and stuff.
In any event,
Ah.
I
Well, it won't go stabbing anyone.
should have stopped at the Temple of Leia, but
The sisters can see to your needs if necessary, Master Dwarf.
your sisters.
Trust me, they're far better than I.
in any event, the three of you enter, and the elderly woman who stands at the entrance nods, and upon seeing Mikhail, she gestures for you to follow and starts heading into the back, further into the temple.
I follow her.
As you enter the temple temple proper, you see four very large braziers that are burning some very, very calming incense. All of you pretty quickly feel relaxed and as if you're in a good space, and there's a very large statue of the goddess herself, interwoven with a dove iconography. And as she approaches this larger carpet area, she gestures for you to continue into the room to the side.
At first, I stop in front of the statue and bow respectfully.
Is there a way to resist these calming effects?
They're not gonna make you stupefied or anything. It's more of like you can notice it, but it's very slight. Like if you were to try and throw it off, you can do so with ease.
It's just my character wouldn't trust this.
Yeah, like you could literally just shake like a dog and it would pretty much wear off.
What incense
Okay.
is this?
I kind of want to do that.
The older woman winks at you and she says, "Trade secret, I'm afraid."
Fair enough.
For an older woman, she definitely has a very mischievous look to her, and she heads back to the entrance.
Been a while since I've been in a temple of Shalia. Feels like home.
Most of the sisters are pretty busy. As you're all passing through the main quarter, you can kind of see an area where there seems to be no small amount of people that seem pretty sick, and you can see sisters tending to them. You can't tell from this distance exactly what's going on in there, but it doesn't look great.
I walk over to where the elf is.
Okay, as you approach, you, Mikhail, see the woman you talked to earlier, who identified herself as... Oh, did she tell you her name?
No.
Okay. You see her leaning over the elf, and she's whispering to herself, and you manage to get close enough to vaguely catch what she's saying. The only thing you can tell is that it's not normal speech. It definitely appears to be an arcane language. Like,
Yeah.
you can feel the magic floating in the air.
Can I do a magic speak arcane language check to find out what she's saying?
Yeah, you can try.
Success.
Okay, she seems to be chanting some spell that is intoning mercy, healing, attentions from the goddess.
As I hold my hand out behind me to stop the dwarf and the Merton from going any further.
And let's see how she does.
You didn't have to. I stopped where I was.
Oh, she does hilariously good. She gets that, and then she also does that. Vivandrel, you heal 25 wounds.
Yeah, you're at full HP.
Yeah.
And as she finishes sort of talking very softly, the three of you see her very gently touch Vivandrel on the brow, and suddenly the elf wakes up. Boop. Oop, that's not the right thing. That's a silly little rat.
Am I still fully dressed and armed, or?
Yes, they did not
Yes.
Yeah.
robe you down. But you're restored to full health, and you feel like you have had like an awesome night's rest. Like, you feel extremely well rested.
Feeling refreshed, Vivandrel?
Vivandrel will grunt slightly.
The sister turns to the four of you, and she seems to have a little bit of mirth in her face, and she says, "I suppose I shouldn't be that surprised that the Iron Bull has attracted such a unique-looking group."
Yes. Forgive me, I did not catch your name earlier.
She gives you a knowing smile and says, I am Matriarch Theodora."
Mikhail Rawthorn, Doomsayer. I bow.
She nods, and she tilts her head respectively to the dwarf in the back, but doesn't make any move to bother him.
Master Morik, my gesture at the dwarf. And then
She raises an eyebrow at Merton.
Milton Krieg. Then
She-
he will bow with his limp leg. Or his
Bounty
drooping
hunter.
leg.
I fixed that, stop that.
He did fix your leg.
It still probably hurts like hell.
Yeah, it's true. You can walk on it, though.
I'm still at half health.
Yeah, she raises her eyebrow at the lot of you, and she goes, "It's been a while since I've seen a group in such sorry state walk in. Between the Master Dwarf's ruined mail and the wounds you dragged your companion in here with, I'm guessing the lot of you had a bit of a scuffle."
If you would call fighting a spider the size of a small barn a scuffle, then yes.
She very carefully studies your face for a moment, as if looking for some hint of falsehood, and then she smiles and shakes her head, and goes over to Merton, and... Okay... Merton, you heal 12 wounds.
Can I cast the Blessing of Healing on myself?
It only heals 1 wound, but yes.
I kind of want to try it out.
You can. You can try and keep up with the lady who's healing
Yeah.
for
Yeah, I know.
ridiculous amounts.
I just want to, like...
You'll
Mikhail
have
wants to
plenty
try
of
it.
time, trust me.
Yeah.
As she tends to Meriton's wound, Meriton, it's as she's working your wounds, there almost seems to be a faint hum in the air, and you can feel your wounds both inside and out healing. Like, you could swear to Ulrich that you feel your very bones mending and muscles repairing.
Okay, so I will try and cast magic for the first time. Nope. Oh lord.
Good job.
Yeah.
You
now I have to
explode.
Roll a
I have to do
willpower check.
Hey, pass.
Okay.
Do not get a mark.
Moore is not mad at you.
Yeah.
She seems to sense a disturbance in the winds of magic and gives a very shifty look in Mikhail's direction for a moment. Yeah, I'm sure you do. She rolls her eyes and then she walks over to you and, yep, very deftly repairs you for 15.
That was. I need to get the hang of this.
Uh,
Apologies.
She smiles and pats your hand gently. She says, "It's admirable that someone who serves the god of death is so interested in keeping the living here. I've met many of your order who seem to be more actively interested in causing the other."
I was practically raised in the Temple of Shalia.
She cocks her head for a moment. She says, "Truly, which convent?"
In a small town you probably wouldn't have heard of.
She smirks and says, many of us here in Nuln are from such places. But I'll take your word for it.
A small town on the borders of the River Styr in Ostermark.
She seems to look upward for a moment and shrugs and says, "I can't say I've traveled that way. I came from Altdorf personally. But in any event, it seems like your party's in much better condition now."
I thank you, and I bow deeply.
She nods and says, "Do such brave adventurers need a place to stay? I know you mentioned that you work at the Iron Bull, but if you... I realize that sometimes the administrations there are not exactly the most welcome."
Not for myself, but I have a ward that might need it in the coming days.
She nods and says, "Well, we welcome all here, of course. Although we do have quite a number of people here from one of the quarters that suffered from the well poisonings, but they're getting better, so hopefully we'll have cleared out by the end of the
quarter?
week." She nods and says, "Yes,
May I see them?
She nods and says, "Hopefully we won't need you performing any rites, but yes, please."
I hope not as well. I just wish to see if our actions there had made a difference.
Vivandrel, by the way, you're up and about if you want to, like, move.
Morik will actually move in while they move away to Vivandrel and offer out 5 gold crowns.
I will politely refuse.
Morik will look at you very sternly.
I will smile slightly in response.
Yes, the awkward standoff that started the War of Vengeance in the first place.
Take them else so I don't hold no debts to you.
Why would you owe a debt to me? You are being paid for your actions, I presume. Not mine.
Being paid for all yours.
That's not quite how I see it.
Dwarf will leave in a huff.
Okay, oh, Merta, did you go with?
Yeah, I'm going with Mikhail.
Okay, as you two approach the actual sick room, there's a very familiar sickly sweet smell. Like, it's pretty strong.
God. More, damn it. I hate this smell.
As you approach the room, she turns to the two of you and says, "I must warn you, you should probably brace yourselves. It is unpleasant."
We were there when the attack happened in the Poor Quarter.
She raises an eyebrow and says, "Ah, I think I heard of you from a missive the Countess sent out about what was going on. Well, at the very least, you'll be happy to know they found a cure for the water supplies. These are just people who were unfortunate enough to be stricken before it could be dispersed properly."
Though it's probably not as bad as it was then. Merton will say stealing himself for another insanity point.
Okay, she goes into the room.
Mikhail follows.
All right, the two of you, the two of you follow into the room. It reeks like death in here. There's a lot of soft moaning, and as you approach one of the women lying right by the entrance, you can see that it appears that drinking too much of whatever it was that was in the water seems to have caused really horrible-looking tumors to sprout all over her body. Like, some of them have fur, some of them appear a little scaly, like they're really ugly, and there's just growths everywhere. And everyone else in the room appears in very similar conditions.
May Shali have mercy.
Well, they all still only have one mouth, so that is a bit of a mercy.
Mikhail will turn and stare at Merton and think, this is no mercy.
Theodora sort of smirks at Merton's comment. She says, "It's not as bad as it may appear. It was actually much worse yesterday. Many of their swellings are coming down, and they seem to be recovering very slowly. If we're lucky, it'll be over. We're just having to keep a close eye on them. There was no small amount of cases of people going rabid around the city. The guard had to put down quite a few innocent lives, it seems."
Sotek, out of character, what was the name of the town that Evangel and Mikhail went to?
Oh, Lord.
Out of character, it was Griesenwald.
There you go. Grissenwald.
Grissenwald. I wish the same could be said of the people of Grissenwald.
She frowns at you.
They were all
Grissenwald.
killed.
She looks a little bit alarmed, and then nods and she says, "I hadn't heard. I suppose maybe it was being kept quiet. Have you informed someone? Some authority?"
Yes, the wizards of the Shadow Wizards are looking into it.
At this, she goes, that would explain why I probably haven't heard of it then. They are a
Yes.
rather secretive bunch.
Which is why I made a point to mention it.
She nods and says, "Well, I'll be sure that word gets to the Countess, if nothing else. Though I'm sure the wizards have told her. But the Countess herself is quite steeped in mysteries."
Indeed.
She nods and says, "Though I suppose we do owe the wizards a great debt, it was them that managed to find a way to cure the poison that was put into the wells."
Good. Then Kruger used our information well.
She nods and says, "But if there's nothing else, these people really should get some rest, and I fear our conversation may be disturbing them."
Understood. I gently push Merton out of the doorway and walk out.
Bush Merton leaves.
She walks out and says, "Of course, you're welcome here any time, though I would advise that you take a little bit better care of yourselves. Maybe stay away from the giant spiders unless you can't avoid it, though I do know that adventure sometimes calls a little strongly."
When my god calls, I must answer.
She smiles and says, "As do we all." And she nods at the two of you and says, "Well, if there's nothing else then, I should be getting back to work."
If you need a priest of more, let me know. And I turn and walk away.
Is there like an offering box anywhere on the way out?
There is, actually.
Merton will drop a gold crown in it as he leaves.
As will Vivandrel.
Okay,
Mikhail
you,
will drop it.
you feel a sense of acknowledgement, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from. Okay, the lot of you depart. Where shall you find the dwarf grumbling to himself about something or other outside?
Oh. Back to the inn then,
say
Master Dwarf.
Back to the Iron Bull. Unless anyone wants to go shopping.
But first, an errand. I have to
Errand?
go find some books.
Okay, I will go to the map of Nuln. Everyone will run brief errands.
I'm going to go find some adventure books to keep Anna sated while we go off and do shenanigans.
Okay, you are aware books are rather expensive, yes?
Yeah. Well, if the dwarf paid me, hinted.
You don't have to. None of y'all know that he has money.
I know, this is out of character, hinted.
I do.
You don't. You know I have money, but you don't know where it came from.
You mentioned getting paid for all of our efforts.
Well,
Only if the elf tells you that.
yes. Yes, I'm not saying anything so far.
Not to throw you under a bus there, human PCs, but if the dwarf don't want to share, he most certainly does not have to.
I know. I'm just trying to hit heavily at the dwarf that he should. Out of character, of course.
A printed book. Oh my lord, you can't afford books.
Okay.
Those are atrociously expensive.
Fair enough.
You're
You
better
should
off
write
finding
the
some.
story for her instead.
That would be a much better use of your time. Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Would it take too long for me to go and drop off my mail and leather at
Nope.
Snorri's forge?
Nope, you can do that. You don't have to. You can. There's enough time gap that I'm providing for everyone right now before you all go back to the Iron Bowl. I would recommend everyone do like their detailed shopping. I will allow you when you approach the forge.
Okay.
It's assumed you all split up. Snorri offers to lend you. He actually offers to just trade you another set of equivalent quality. And he'll just take the old set and make better use out of the parts. He's not very interested in repairing it.
I also wanted to ask him to take a look at my axe to see if he knows of someone that can make better quality. I can make weapons now, but I was going to see if there's anyone that can make like a best quality axe or something.
He does not know any Dawi of that caliber. He seems to vaguely recall that there's a human smith in the upper districts of the city who makes pretty passable work, but it's not easy to get to where he is without the favor of the countess, notably.
So it'd probably be better if I made my own.
For now.
Yeah, okay.
I need a blacksmith, an armor smith, and a tailor.
Okay, you find all of those things easily. What are you looking for?
I would like to get this chainmail shirt repaired. I would like a new set of clothes, and I would like a sword and/or other hand weapon.
Okay, if you buy from the dwarves, you have a higher likelihood of getting better quality, but it
I'm
also tends to be
not
more
looking-
expensive.
As
Or
not looking to buy from the dwarves.
okay, so you just want to buy from the humans. That's fine. Let's see. So, to get your mail repaired, I wasn't even aware your mail was damaged.
You told me it was completely wrecked.
Oh, well, okay then. To get your mail repaired, how much? What is it?
It's a mail shirt.
Okay.
Quality unknown.
They're gonna be you find a smith who's familiar with you guys and has a pretty favorable opinion of y'all, and he offers to fix it for about 10 gold crowns.
Which quarter is this in?
This is in the merchant quarter that y'all visited very early on.
So we have a discount.
Yes, you do have a discount.
And it's for how much?
10 gold crowns.
Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
Okay, so you pay him, and he tells you it will be ready tomorrow because he'll ship it through for you just because he likes you guys.
Okay. I'm looking for a sword as well, or other hand weapon.
Okay, you find a hand weapon at a weapon shop that you have not been to before. Let's see, hand weapon. The rather portly man in charge of the shop with his waxed mustache is offering it to you for 12 gold crowns.
Can I throw an evaluate check to ascertain quality?
Also, what kind of hand weapon is it?
Are there different rules for each, or are they just hand weapons?
Depends on the quality.
Well, that's
Sorry, what was the question?
Is
Can
this
I-
an axe, a mace, or a what?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
Shall we call it? We'll call it a mace. Can I throw an evaluate check for quality, or?
Do you have evaluate?
It's a basic
No.
skill.
Oh, it is? Okay, then yes.
Well, you might not have taken it, but
He is overcharging you. It's reasonable quality, but he's overcharging you.
I'm sure I could find this same sort of workmanship for slightly cheaper elsewhere.
Roll either a charm check or an intimidate check.
We'll throw a charm.
Okay. Yeah. you do have a fortune point though, because you are super rested thanks to the Shalian priestess.
Do I not have 2, therefore?
Oh, fine. You have 2. Yes.
I'm still at full fate points.
Despite my best efforts, yes.
Reroll.
Nope.
If we're going back to the Iron Bull, then we'll reroll again.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
All right. You being an elf and elves have a very haunting beauty to them, especially female elves, and this man is not exactly the most virtuous of human beings. And despite his efforts of being a shrewd businessman, your wiles managed to pretty much overwhelm him. And he brings the price down to about 8 gold crowns after you play him like a fiddle for a bit.
That seems reasonable to me.
Okay.
So this is a regular mace at
50 encumbrance.
common quality, or?
Yes, it's average.
And that was 8 gold. No, that was 8 gold crowns.
8, yes.
Yes.
And then you wanted clothing, correct?
Yes. Good quality, if possible.
Good quality. You visit the merchant quarter again because you remember there being a
Taylor there.
tailor there. Once again, he remembers you. You're a hard figure to forget. He doesn't recognize you at first, but once you start talking, he figures out who you are.
Yes.
And he offers to give you a good quality set for about 3 gold. Though he does grumble somewhat to himself about probably having to custom make it very quickly.
3 gold crowns.
Or
sounds
make
quite
some
reasonable.
adjustments.
3 gold crowns sounds quite reasonable to me.
Okay, he takes your measurements very quickly. He seems very efficient at what he does. And very quickly makes some adjustments to some pretty nice quality clothing that he has. And you now have a set of good quality clothing. And you are no longer wearing rags.
Thank you.
Bloody rags. Alright, Meriton, what are you up to?
Merton wants to go to that apothecary that had the healing draughts.
Ah, you remember. Okay.
Yes, and check to see if they have any more.
They have not. You all have been out of town for about 4 days, so, no, they haven't restocked.
Alright, I need to find some studded leather leggings.
She does cheerily tell you to come back next week.
Alright, thank you.
Studded leather leggings. Okay, studded leather is a little bit trickier to find. Roll a gossip check. Well, I can't stop that. Okay, give me just a sec. Sotek, pause. 'Cause I don't have my old world armory compendium on my
I have it.
Well, that's good for you. I still have to open my copy real quick. Do you have a link?
Yeah, it's in the Dropbox.
Awesome.
you have a
Hit
link
the
to the
share
Dropbox?
button and send it to me. Because I'm lazy.
Sotek, may I ask what the encumbrance for the good quality clothing is?
Yes, it is 15.
And I'll just throw the rags in a barrel somewhere.
Has the dwarf told us we can shop in the dwarf quarter?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
The dwarf is holding out on you guys pretty good.
Tried to bribe me earlier, don't you know?
Okay, never mind, I found it.
Yeah, I was about to say also, why am I sending it to the owner of the Dropbox?
I am not the owner.
It lists you as the owner when I go in.
Well, it's lying. I am not the owner.
Jacob.
If I recall correctly, the actual owner of this account is Jacob's sister?
Okay.
Or something like that?
Um,
Like, I own this section of it, yes, but I do
Yeah.
not own the actual account.
Does the mace have any special rules, like impact or
Nope.
slow
Nope.
or...
No, that's only best quality.
Yeah, only best quality, yes.
Fair enough.
Do. Alright, of course there's no way for me to fast forward pages on here. Awesome. Let me see. Studded leather, page 17. Okay. Scroll, 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 scroll.
Unfortunately, I'm now dressed like a human, but...
Well, life will go on.
Probably. Oh, bugger, I needed that hat, didn't I? Oh, never mind.
You're still the tailor.
Yeah, but my
let's
parts of the
see.
thing's done.
Studded leather.
True.
Okay, studded leather. Okay, so hold on a second. Zoom. Studded leather. Are you looking for a full set?
I don't think I have the money for it, so I was just gonna get the leggings and maybe the jacket later.
Okay. You find the leggings. You actually find a pretty niche shop that's selling at pretty nice prices. But that being said, they're charging 22 for the leggings, gold.
Is this one of the shops where my bonus to Nuln counts?
No, this is a pretty niche hole in the wall. They don't know who you are.
Merton will pay 22 then for the leggings.
Okay, so you pay 22 gold. Add studded leggings to your armor. And before I forget to check, let's see. Okay, so alright, you can mix studded leather with regular leather, but it cannot mix with anything heavier than leather.
Alright.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, like, if you have studded leggings and leather leggings, they can stack to give you 2. But if you have male leggings, that isn't allowed to work with studded at all.
Alright.
But it keeps you from being slow. So, okay. So you found what you were
one
looking
other
for.
thing, yeah.
Yep.
Hot spices.
Hey, wake up.
And cheesecloth.
One sec. Sorry, what was the question?
I want to find some very hot spices and a piece of cheesecloth.
Hot spices. What a very peculiar request. Let me see.
On that note, I will be back in a sec.
Sure thing. It's going to take me a second to find this anyway. That is a very... I'm curious what it is you're planning exactly. Let's see.
As long as there are no more wolf punches.
Armor... Arms... Would you mind shooting me a whisper of exactly what it is you're plotting? Just so I can be aware.
I'll be right back.
So you just want spices and cheese?
Cheesecloth.
No, not cheese. The cheesecloth. The cloth they use to strain the cheese. It's a very fine, thin mesh that is very permeable.
Okay. I'm probably gonna have to make something up for that. That's fine. You find the spices are a little bit rare, but you are in a large city. Roll a gossip check. Oh, I see. Roll a gossip check for just the spices. You can find some, but they're pretty atrociously expensive. If you want to wait to search later. But the mesh, you find a shop that sells cheeses and other such products, and sort of like a grocery store, except for old world style. And they're a bit confused by your request, but they agree to sell it to you for about 3 silver apiece.
All right, I'll buy 2 then.
Okay. Do you want to go for the super expensive spices, or just wait to search later?
Also back.
How super expensive?
They are charging 5 gold crowns for enough of it to do what you would want per thing.
No. I think I will haggle with them and fail, and then I will come back later. Will that work?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
A wise choice. Why'd she pass? Nope.
Yeah, no. They regale you with tales of how difficult it is to get good spices all the way up from Araby these days with pirates and Norskins and sea monsters.
And more pirates, and more Norskins, and more sea monsters.
That must
Okay.
be very difficult. Maybe there will be a week when this doesn't happen to you.
Doubtful, but maybe.
Nice.
Is there anyone else that needs to do anything?
Me.
Okay, what?
I was gonna look for prayer beads.
Prayer beads. Very well.
Probably can't afford them, but okay.
And you guys are slamming me with the weird stuff today.
Yeah, I read through the Old World Armory.
Yes, I know. This is why I ban you guys from looking at books usually.
Well, it was specifically mentioned like the Tome of Salvation as a Morate thing, and so I went to look for them in the Old World Armory.
Yeah. That being said, future rule: if you're gonna ask for something weird, tell me in advance.
Sorry.
So I can be ready.
My bad.
Well, it's not just
Sorry.
you. I'm not mad. I'm just saying. See, religious paraphernalia, page 75. Thankfully, I am fast at these things. Okay. Let me see here. Prayer beads. Relic box. Prayer beads. Okay. You... Let's see. Oh, no. You're able to find these pretty easily. There's a lot of shops selling them. Some people claim that they're prayer beads from Saint so-and-so. Some people are just saying that they made them out of some sacred oak. A lot of people are saying a lot of things. But nonetheless, you do find some that are... they look dependable enough. And he's charging 3 gold crowns.
Can I charm check?
Yes, you may.
Are you trying to haggle for 3 gold crowns?
I succeed.
Okay, you... I don't know, what do you say?
I ask him if he can't make it life a bit easier for a mendicant doomsayer.
Seeming to be a fairly religious man, he takes a little bit of pity on you, and he drops the price to 1 gold and 10 silver.
I pay him 1 gold and 10 silver.
Okay, add prayer beads to your thing. They are an encumbrance of 1.
Only other one thing I wanted to check for Sotek,
Okay,
and that was a plate helmet.
a plate helmet.
Yes,
Okay. Sun's stepping up their game.
Human or dwarf?
dwarf.
Duh.
Dwarf.
But I wanted to see with a big plume.
Okay, you search around for a while among the dwarf quarter, and rumors have spread about what it is you've done. So the dwarves are very eager to work with you, and are very... You get a lot of approving nods, and although everyone seems a pretty grim demeanor, they're definitely very proud of what you managed to accomplish, because word is definitely out that you've claimed vengeance for Ragnar. You do find a dwarf who seems to have a pretty good reputation, and he offers to sell you a helmet that looks... Well, you'll have to roll to see that. But he's offering to sell it to you for 40 gold.
Evaluate check.
Okay.
Wow.
It seems good. Like, his price seems fair for what it looks like.
Is there a way I can re-roll that, or is he the only one that got the?
Nope,
points
Izzy's
back?
the only one who got it.
Okay. For 40. Does he happen to know Snorri by chance?
He doesn't. They don't seem to know each other very well.
Can't you buy from Story?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
If you want to buy from Story, that's fine, but you have to wait until he returns.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I will thank him and say I will come back later.
He nods and shrugs and goes back to his work.
Yeah, I will go back to the bull.
Okay,
Can
you.
I do another thing?
Yes.
I was going to go to a tavern, listen to a story, and write it down for Anna.
That
Just
can be
come
done
up
another
with
time. That will take a long time.
Fair enough.
Couldn't
Okay.
you just make up a story?
Eh.
Yeah, God forbid, use your imagination like your GM does every
Yeah.
day. Alright, so, you all finally return at long last to the Iron Bull. And the moment you enter, Host glances over in y'all's direction and seems to nod. And Anna, who was scrubbing the floors a moment before then, jumps up and comes running over and says, "Finally, I've been waiting for you lot to come back forever. I've had to do so much while you've been gone."
My apologies. Did you enjoy the book I gave you?
She nods and she puts it on the desk for you, and it definitely looks well read. The spine's a little awkwardly bent because she seems to have left it by her bedside too many times. And she says, "Yeah, it was a pretty good read, though it's definitely not as interesting as some of the dreams I have about Ratmen."
Oh, so you have dreams about Retman then, huh?
Holst immediately gives you a very disapproving look and says, "Before you settle in talking about business, I just want to say it's good to see you lot alive. I'll have your usuals out for you in just a moment."
Something
Thank you.
harder than usual, Master Holst. I feel like drinking.
He nods as the lot of you settle in. Anna looks at the book and frowns. She says, "I could have sworn there were more books than this. I always went into the library and read. Grandfather was never particularly fond of me going into that section, but I did it anyway."
So you know the books then, huh?
She nods and says, "Yeah, most of them were pretty good. I liked reading the books about all of the weird things that are out in the world. Grandfather said it wasn't good to learn about those things until I was older, but I figured I could sneak around anyway."
Anna, would you happen to know where Father Ravenscliff would have put the books he gathered?
She nods and says, "Oh yes, though they're not there anymore. I know where they went, though."
Where did they go?
She sort of grins as she said, "These weird dark-cloaked men took them. I saw them in a graveyard once that the elf helped me from. That was the first time I met her. She kind of saved me on that one. I wasn't supposed to be wandering out. I'm lucky Grandfather didn't find out about that. But those men in the strange robes took them, and they burned them, I think."
Damn it. A pity. Anna, would you mind accompanying me later? If you could be spared from your chores, I look knowingly at Holst.
She gives a glare that seems to carry a weight that could shatter nations in Holst's direction. He seems to shrink behind his bar a bit and nods.
Good, because we're going on a little scavenger hunt.
She seems very giddy and excited. She brushes past you for a moment and nods at Merton. She says, "Ah, you made it out. I'm a little bit surprised. Grandfather wasn't too sure about you."
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Without another word, she brushes past you.
Really
Hey,
not.
hey. Holman,
What?
What?
Merton talking to Anna asks Holman,
She pauses and frowns and turns at you. Whisper me real quick. Okay. She shrugs and she says, I can't remember someone named Holman. Am I supposed to?
The man that was with me earlier before we went.
She sort of gets a very aha moment. She says, "Oh, yeah, I remember him now. No, I haven't had any dreams of him."
Okay, that is good.
She smiles and she runs off and she sits down beside the elf and doesn't say anything, just sort of stares.
I was about to ask if you wanted to join me for a moment.
She nods.
I walk over and say, "So, Anna, is the elf as pretty as you imagined?"
She sort of looks at the elf and she frowns for a moment and she says, "There's something different." And to the lot of you, it seems extremely obvious that she seems to be confused that Vivandrel's changed clothes, but for some reason Anna cannot quite seem to put her finger on it. It's almost concerning.
Close. Mikhail coughs.
She gives Mikhail a concerned look and says, "You should be careful with coughing words. Grandfather says that sometimes means you're possessed."
Very well. Vivandrel recently changed.
And then she gets another aha moment and says, "Oh, those clothes are much better."
I admit that I did prefer my old ones.
She shrugs and says, "Yeah, but they kept taking you. Every time you went out, you came back with less and less of them."
He has you there, Vivandrel.
That is not necessarily a problem for me, but okay.
She looks around. She says, I think I saw the dwarf come in. I'm guessing he doesn't want to say hi."
Probably not.
Will you be joining us, priest?
Sure. Sit down on the table with Anna and Vivandrel.
Anna sort of looks at the two of you and she says, "Grandfather did send me a warning, though. He said the nice man who used to take care of me isn't here anymore. I felt really bad for him. Grandfather said he doesn't get to come."
The nice man, Father Ravenscloak?
She shakes her head and says, "No, silly.
Oh, yes. Yes, he is gone.
I'm
The
afraid that is
custodian."
very correct. Yes.
Worry
Anna.
not. We will make sure that that those who did it do not go unpunished.
She nods and says, "I always liked Conrad, though he was pretty quiet. He didn't like to play with me very much. He always got angry because I'd make a mess."
Anna, I was wondering, why do you dream?
At this, she pauses and seems to have a very deep thought for a moment. And then she shrugs and says, "I think that's how Grandfather likes to play with me. He visits me from time to time. I really do like when he visits. It's calming for me. I hate when I don't dream. Then I just feel alone."
Were your parents born in the Empire, Anna?
She nods.
Were their parents born in the Empire, Anna?
At this, she shrugs.
Most people out in the woods do not care very much about their lineage, Vivandrel.
What do you want in life, Anna?
At this, Anna seems to pout for a moment and thinks very hard, and it almost looks like she may pop a blood vessel, but she seems to recover. And she shrugs and she says, "I think I want to go to Tilia. Grandfather always said that Tilia was really pretty."
Lucini,
She nods enthusiastically.
when we're done here, I'll take you there.
She looks pretty giddy, and she glares over in Holst's direction. She says, "But I don't want to bring Holst, because I don't want to have to do any more chores.
Don't
You have to
worry.
promise me there's going to be no more chores."
Don't worry, no more chores, I promise. And I hold my hands up as if in surrender.
What has grandfather told you about me, Anna?
She seems to get kind of a misty-eyed look at you for a moment, and then she just sort of giggles and sits on her hands, and she says, "Grandfather said I'm not supposed to tell."
And what does your grandfather tell you about yourself, Anna?
At this, she pauses for a bit of a moment. Let me roll some real quick. And she shakes her head and says, "Grandfather never shows me my things. He only shows me about other people. That's a rule."
Indeed.
Very
It
interesting.
is the same for me as well.
Very interesting. Thank you very much.
She nods and says, "Well, I'm going to go finish scrubbing the floors, because Hulse said that if I finished my chores early today, he'd pay me so I could go get some candies."
Let me know when you're going to leave. I'll walk you to the store.
She nods and runs off. As she passes, Hulse shakes his head and gestures for a server that comes out, and he goes around the bar and brings you all your various requested drinks.
I drink mine and say, "Oh, excuse me, I'm going to go talk with the Master Dwarf."
Of course.
So I walk over and join Merton and the dwarf.
Warwick,
Mor-
I think that I need to talk to you and... Oh, hi, Mikhail. I think I need to talk with you
Interrupt
both
something?
with when the elf is nearby. He will look over towards the entrance to this little table area to make sure the vendor hasn't shown up.
She doesn't hear you.
Morik will pass you 8 gold crowns, Mikhail.
Okay.
For your services, my man.
Much appreciated, though it's not necessary.
It is as necessary. Do not be like the damn elf.
I will not question your honor, Master Dwarf, but there is a debt I owe your people that I will pay, even if it means in blood.
Merton will lead close, so the elf, she refused the payment, yeah?
Yes.
I thought so. She's a tricky one.
She's an irritating little elgie.
Sotek, brief question.
Uh-huh.
How secluded is this area of the tavern?
Moderately, but based on how long you guys have been here, it's not necessarily the most secure.
Okay. The elf is over by Holst.
I can throw a perception check to see if I can hear you if you really want.
All relevant checks to things that may or may not be happening are always being thrown by the GM.
Oh.
If you don't mind, I would like to go, well, somewhere else to have a talk about. Merton will lean closer and whisper, "The elf. There are some things that worry me."
If this does not take, I hope this does not take long. I have a task I must do with it. I have a trip with Anna later.
Lead on, man. Where would you want to go?
If y'all go upstairs, you'll be safe.
Alright, we go upstairs to the ambiguous bedroom. Alexis is not in there, please.
You enter your room, and there's a stripper party. No, yeah, you're fine.
Merton, why are you entering your room so cautiously?
No reason, no reason.
Merton, you know it's not nice to lie to a priest.
No reason, just that'll habit.
Mm-hmm.
So, Merton will say, closing the door, "What are we going to do about the elf?"
Is there something that needs doing? From my understanding, she's just a typical elf.
Have you not been paying attention?
I must,
The elf is...
Go on.
You've noticed, surely, Morik. You've noticed the suspicious behavior of the elf?
Indeed. But I think all elgi are like that, yes?
I do not know how all normal elves are, the typical elf as it were, but have you not noticed how, well, sneaky she is? How she
is
can hide
indeed
from
sneaky.
spiders? been right in front of them. They have 8 eyes, and she was right there.
I
Well,
attribute that to
think she
being a
was there.
coward.
Wait, what?
I attribute that to being a coward.
Well, I wouldn't say that. She goes off in the dark, all alone, in the night. When normal people stay inside and do not, well,
I attribute that
Tempt
to being
the-
stupid.
then there's the fact that she's an assassin. I do not know if this does not disturb any of you.
She's an assassin.
As I recall, she
Yeah,
turned
once you-
down that offer.
Yes, but you don't. People do not just give you assassination contracts. You have to have a reputation. No one would walk up to me and go, Merton, I want you to kill this man. I have to go and find and hunt to find out the bounties for on the people.
Is that
You
so,
have-
Mr. Skull Crusher? Or Skull Shatterer?
Hey, he was trying to kill me.
Indeed.
No Manling is a bounty hunter.
Yes, but
As
the
far as
thing
I know,
is,
she is not.
the risks with assassinations is too great to just hand off to anyone who just asks for it. And why would she be asking for one? She apparently has the skill to do so. She is very sneaky. She does not fear walking alone in the dark. And she will take assignments from, well, people who are either a flagellant of some cult or something else who she has never met before. I don't know why she told Holst, but it's all there.
What? Merton, if she told Holst, why would she have... She wouldn't have taken the contract, yes? Do you just simply walk up to your bounty and say, hello, I'm a bounty hunter, and I'm here to capture you? Dead or alive, you're coming with me?
I have. More than once.
Morik will laugh.
Alright then. I defer to your
Don't-
professional knowledge then.
I'm going to pass on a bit of dwarven knowledge to the both of you. Where there are elves, there are lies. You would take well to heed these words.
Understood, Master Dwarf, but in this time, I don't think it behooves us to simply cast suspicion on each other when we need each other the most.
You're not casting any more suspicion on her than I already have of her. But yes, it never hurts to be wary, Merton.
But not overly wary.
Especially where Elgi are concerned. Has she done anything while I have not been around that has given you more reason to suspect her? Bounty hunter?
All I know is that she fought side by side with me against the Skaven and Grisingwald.
You there, Ben?
Ben.
What?
Oops, I think I was pressing the wrong button.
Probably will do it.
Alright, what was the last thing I said then? Because I was talking.
You didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything for a while.
Alright, so, no, I'm trying to think of where I was. when I
Morik
pressed the
asked
wrong button.
if the elf has done anything suspicious while you weren't around.
Oh, well,
Well, he wasn't.
While he wasn't around. Sorry.
yes, she was asking about the bounty I had, the Borgenzered. And the thing is, she went and touched me, and that is something that she has never done to anyone.
Is that
And
the
the
thing
only
I
reason
walked
I
in
can
on?
think, yes, the only reason I can think that she would do such a thing is that she really wanted the information about him, but she was very frustrated with when I told her almost everything. I hadn't even gotten to the point where. So the reason why Borgenzered, or you will look at more. The reason why I got this cloak was because someone was protecting Borgenzered, someone high up, maybe even with influence in the Countess's court. And the only reason I can think of why someone would so desperately try to find out the information about this is that they are either working for or know something about the man who was protecting Borgen.
Who's the man that is protecting Morgan?
I do not know. Merton will look to both of them, pause for a minute and consider, and nod his head, and he will take out a seal and place it on the... Well, there's not a table in this room. On the floor between
Vandrel,
them.
while you're sitting there, you watch Anna's attempts to get a very nasty stain out of the floor, and it seems like she's in a very losing battle. Upstairs, continue.
Where did you get such a seal?
I pick up the
So-
seal, and can I make an academic knowledge... Or, no, I don't have genealogy or heraldry. Never mind.
It looks official.
I was going to say, is there any check I have that could tell me where it's from, but I don't have heraldry, so never mind.
Where did you get such a seal, Manling?
I was given this by a man. Darn it, my paper's not here.
Abner.
Yes, by Johann Agner.
Ebner.
Who works... Egner. Fine.
Ebner.
Abner. Okay.
Ebner.
Abner.
E-B-N-E-R.
You
I'm
may
sure I'll
want to
forget
send
it.
me the names of people written out.
This is painful. Moving on.
I know all
Bye.
about it.
And he works for the Countess. And because of Zborgen, he brought me in to look after... Well, the man I was hunting is connected with the chief of the local police. And he has been acting strangely since Victor joined his group. And he is in opposition with the man who was protecting Borgen the Red.
Is this
Seems
just
our-
a seal, or is this just like... or is there a piece of paper underneath the seal? Sotek. Or Merton. Anyone?
It's just a seal.
Okay.
But did you ask what it was?
Holst gives you another ring.
And this thing is, this is a very, well, peculiar situation. The elf could be working for someone who, well, I have offended, and she's slightly an assassin. And I do not think that, unlike you two, she needs me for whatever plans she has.
She was quite frustrated with you. For whatever reason, she kicked you in the head, you know.
What?
What?
Then?
I believe this was after we were drinking.
That
Yes.
would have been after we had our little talk.
Yes.
The thing is, she's been, well, working into both yours, Mark, and Mikhail's, your, well, good favor. And I find this slightly disturbing because, Mark, you are an impossible magic dwarf, and Mikhail, you happen to be the ward of quite possibly the most powerful oracle, if she is telling the truth, of more that there might be on the
Augur.
whole old world.
Augur.
Augur,
and
oracle.
Merton, she is my ward, not the other way around.
The warder.
Warder.
Yeah, I just
Sweet
heard
Jesus, Meriton is airing out the laundry. Continue.
And well, she did not take the reward for the helping you, right, Mark?
She did not. I will
And
grumble.
she's shown that she is, well, she thinks that she is clever at the manipulating of dwarves, like when we had the wolf hunt, and she used the head of the wolf to make sure that the dwarf paid, because she was worried that he would not. She even
Grumbles
gloated about
louder.
it a bit.
I will grumble even louder.
I am worried that she is...
Holst is giving very suspicious glares in your direction, Vandrel. You and Anna better move quickly. Sorry, continue.
You think she is manipulating the way I see her?
Possibly if she has something that she needs both you and Mikhail for, or maybe just for Anna. The other thing is that, well, there are a lot of high priests just dying for, well, no reasons that I know of. and some rather, well, unhelpful characters are taking their place, and these are all coincidences that I do not like. And the fact that she might not like me very much. She spurns, even basic camaraderie with the group, and I have seen people who would kill their friends for money, and I don't like the idea of someone who doesn't even care, because that would just make it even easier to kill us off.
Indeed.
I cannot say I agree with your assumptions, but I will keep this in mind.
Y'all have
No.
got about a minute.
Trust
Nope.
me, Marling, that whatever she does trying to manipulate me, it's going to take a lot more than anything she can muster to try and get me on good favor.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd rather return, since apparently if Anna is left alone with the elf.
That would not be good, yeah. You should probably go down.
I walk downstairs.
Before
Okay.
I leave, I will pat Merton on the shoulder before I exit.
As you all enter back down into the first floor of the inn, you see the elf in her chair, and you see Anna whistling as she moves away from a spot on an area that she was cleaning earlier. And Holst is giving a very suspicious glare in the two of them's direction.
Can I throw a perception check at the floor?
You can.
Nope.
Looks pretty good.
I carefully walk around that floor because I'm suspicious.
I was just I would request that you slip on the floor for that bad a roll.
Thankfully, that's not anywhere near his current pathway.
Yeah.
Okay, you all return downstairs, and it's getting pretty late in the evening. It's probably about time for the lot of you to retire.
Does Anna still want to go get candy?
When she finishes up her work, you see her talking to Holst, and you hear him vaguely promising that she can go in the morning. He seems concerned with some of the uproar in the city right now.
I walk over to Holst at the bar to talk with Holst.
Okay, he shoos Anna away like a way too doting uncle that spoils her more than he seems to suggest that he does. And he nods and says, "Glad to see you back in one piece, Doomsayer. Wouldn't want you to be off to see your god too soon."
Indeed, who would take care of Anna if I was gone? I wink at him.
He gives you a very pointed frown.
Is she doing all right?
He shrugs and says, "Well enough. It's a bit odd, I must admit, to have her under my roof. Ravenscourt told me about her back when the old bastard was alive, but I didn't realize she was quite that gifted with the sight."
Yes, she surpasses me by quite some margin.
He nods and says, I'd be careful if I were you lot. Based on the rumblings I've heard going around some of my circles, the city's not going to be a very safe place in the near future."
Indeed, what rumblings?
He makes the sign of the hammer and says, I'll give you a hint."
Tell me, have you heard any word on how the last high priest died?
He leans on his bar a bit and says, "They're being very hush-hush about it, I'll tell you that much. I don't know much, and coming from me, that's saying a lot. If you've got any friends with connections, I'd ask them, but I'm not able to quite pull the strings I need to pull to find out what happened to him."
My friend with connections died today.
He frowns and shrugs and says, "I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm afraid I can't be of any use to you on this particular subject, which, trust me, aggrieves me to say so."
Well then, perhaps you can answer me this. Do you know who is the high priest of Verena in this city?
He seems to grimace a bit and says, I know him."
I take it he's not the friendly sort.
He shrugs and says, "He does his job. If you want to visit old Leopold, feel free, but be warned, he doesn't necessarily take kindly to visitors."
But how greatly does he take his duty to knowledge?
He shrugs and says, "Can't say I know much. I've had a few run-ins with him, but none of them were of the academic quality, we'll say."
Huh. Pity.
He glances a little bit at the elf and says, "Well, if there won't be anything else, I'm getting off to bed. It's already too late, and I need to make sure that she," he says very loudly as Anna seems over where she was earlier, looking, seeming to be rubbing her foot on something, and he glares in her direction and says, "Goes to bed." And she sighs and stomps her way upstairs.
There is one other thing.
Anna.
He turns to you and says, "Yes."
I imagine that she will have heard at some point as well, but if you can, get a message to the Countess, or a loyal retainer of hers. There is a priest of Sigmar, out of character. What's the Father thingy's name? Begins with a G, I think?
Gunther.
Father Gunther, who made a point of questioning her authority in public today. He seems to be a friend of this High Priest of Moor.
He narrows his eyes.
Sigmund.
He narrows his eyes at the subject and nods, and goes back to cleaning a glass, and his brow furrows, concerned.
You know this Gunther?
He shakes his head and says, "No, but any any priest that's going to come out and be stirring up trouble like that only means that things are going to get worse around these parts. The Countess doesn't tend to take kindly to people smearing her name."
Indeed. Now, if you don't mind, I have something that might keep Anna satiated for a bit. So
He points at you with a finger and says, "I swear by Sigmar, priest, if you give her another damned book about rat daemons, I'll pull your spine out."
Nothing of the sort, I swear. I hold my hands up in mock surrender.
He nods and goes back to cleaning.
Morik will go to bed.
Okay.
I will walk up to... Is Anna's up in her room?
She's moving really slowly upstairs.
Come, Anna. I will tell you the story of what we did these past few days.
She excitedly agrees.
Vivandra will move to the stairs and retire, but before she does so, she will stop and look at Merton, but not say anything, and then go.
Is that metagaming or no?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Yep. Okay, so I will tell Anna the story of the spider dungeon.
Neat. It goes over well.
Yep.
She asks way too many questions about things you're really not comfortable answering. Mostly about how paralysis affects one's bowels. Anyway, moving on. The night passes without incident. The lot of you awaken. What will you do? You have a full day ahead of you.
I will walk downstairs and see. Did I get up before Anna?
No. She's actually up very bright and early. And although Holst is not up yet, she seems to be sort of tidying the place up. She seems to almost work harder when he's not around.
I will leave super early for the forge.
Okay, dwarf heads out.
Anna, you up for our little scavenger hunt today?
She nods and says, "I don't know much about scavenger hunt, but I'm certainly looking forward to spending the money Holst gave me."
Oh yes, we'll pick up some candy on the way. Any place in the city you'd like to go?
She shakes her head and says, "No, things seem dark out there right now. I don't think I want to be out too much."
Very well. Come and let me know when you want to go.
Holst. Is Holst there?
Yes, he comes stumbling out from the back room, and he looks a little bleary, but he's alright.
Are you doing well? Martin will
give
wave
me
his
1
hand
sec.
and hold up fingers to see if he can count them.
Okay.
There's a huge pause.
Sorry, say again?
He looks very drunk, correct?
No, he just looks tired as shit.
Okay, then Merton won't do that, because that'd be silly. I need a message sent to Lord Algernon.
He nods slowly. He looks a little wary all of a sudden.
There is a beast that we think you would be very interested in.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "Very well, I'll be sure that he's informed. I'm imagining he'll be quite interested."
I think that... I guess we could just give him the location of its corpse.
He nods and says, "He has a pretty good amount of men at his disposal."
Yes, we think that he would be interested in a spider. Oh, about, say... Burton will look around the room. Maybe half the size of your establishment?
Say again?
How big
Maybe
was the
half
broodmother?
the size of your establishment?
He frowns at you for a long moment, and he narrows his eyes, and then he very slowly nods and notates something that you obviously can't read on a piece of paper.
Also, if I could get the arrows that's behind one of its eyes, I would very much appreciate that.
Can Mikhail hear this?
Yes, you can from where you're at.
Holst, he's
And
not
give
joking.
it.
Holst, he is not joking. It was about half the size of this building.
I think I need to give the arrow as an offering to Ulrich.
Holst grumbles to himself about allowing freaks into his inn, and has the message sent.
Thank you, Holst.
So now I have the book back, the book on the skater back. Mikhail's going to read it while he's waiting for Anna.
Okay, and we're about to go through a little bit of fast forward time, so prepare yourselves.
Fair enough.
It's mostly nursery rhymes that tell a story of a fall-off city that fell due to their own hubris. But it's pretty vague and definitely seems like a madman's tale. It is a children's story. But there's nothing particularly special to the entire book. It's very vivid in its imagery, but it definitely seems like an assortment of myths.
Also, damn it, I didn't catch the dwarf, never mind.
Okay, so I am literally pressing the fast forward button. So you all are going to be allowed to basically accomplish 3 things, and a full week is going to pass. Now, there are certain events that if you manage to find something really interesting, will slow time back down. Meriton, I am noting that, but you don't need to worry about it right now.
Alright.
A week will pass. Dwarf, what are you running off to go do?
So I'm going to go to Snorri. I'm going to try and craft what I want to craft. That ring, so I can get that rune on it before what's coming up comes up.
Okay, and I assume, of course, you're dedicating time to your other project.
That too, and I wanted to ask Snorri about plate armor.
Snorri figures he can craft something up for you if you give him about he says to give him about a week.
Okay.
But he asks exactly what it is you're looking for.
I'm looking for... I'm trying to think, should I go for a breastplate or a helmet?
Because he will charge you for materials on this.
Yeah. I'll actually ask for a breastplate over the helmet.
Okay, he says that if you want to pay for the raw materials he needs to forge a breastplate, he's going to have to charge you... 1 second. He tells you if you want good dwarven quality, or at least something that he can whip up in a reasonable amount of time, he's going to have to charge you at least 100 gold for it.
How about the helmet?
That he sort of laughs at your comment, and he agrees to forge you a helmet for 40 gold unless you're willing to help him with the labor.
I will help him with the labor.
Okay. That being said, it will still take a full week, and you're going to have to put the ring aside for now if you want to help him with the helmet instead.
Alright, so here's what I'll do. I'll pay the 40 gold. That way I can still craft my ring.
Okay, so you can pay the full 40.
Yeah.
Okay, and he tells you to come back in a week. All right. The ring. Go ahead and roll a smithing check. Not an armor smithing, just regular smithing.
Regular smithing.
Okay. Oh, that's a damn good start. Roll one more.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of an offset.
You managed to forge a ring that it fits you perfectly. The craftsmanship of like the imagery and like a lot of the finer details isn't quite
Okay.
as
Do you
good.
mind if I re-roll that with a fake?
Yeah, you can fortune point that.
Let me do one more.
You got one more.
There we go.
There we
Okay, the outside is definitely not nearly as. Any dwarf that sees it will be able to appreciate how flawlessly crafted the ring is to fit you. Its outside appearance isn't quite as grandiose, but it's still very high quality. You get a good quality ring.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
But you're too busy runic forging for now to
Yeah.
do a rune spell breaking, but
Yeah.
it is noted. Okay, Meriton, is there anything you want to do in the week?
I want to find spices that don't cost 5 gold and are very hot.
Roll 3 gossip checks, though if you pass any of them, stop. Okay, you managed to find a woman near the docks who's selling spices all the way from Estalia. She's selling them for about 2 gold crowns each for what you're looking for.
I will buy 2 of them.
Okay, so you lose 4 gold crowns, and good job. And this is also time if y'all want to do any investigating for like certain kind of quest lines that involve more of the lot of you. Though you can ask me about what to approve. Now is the time.
I'm
Mikhail.
just looking to pick up a couple more items.
Okay, Vivandra, what do you want?
Well, firstly, there's the chainmail, which should be ready for me now.
Yes, you may go pick that up.
I'm also after a wide-brimmed hat and a face mask.
Okay.
So I presume the tailor again. Possibly a smith of some sort, might be.
What do you want the mask to be made out of?
What are my options?
Wood or metal?
Metal.
Okay, then you'll want to visit a smith. Though you do know a blacksmith in the merchant quarter y'all visited.
We do.
Let me see. Where in God's name is a mask?
It's under in the basic core rulebook. It's under clothing, right underneath robes and stuff.
Ah. That is enough of a direction to assist me. Thank you, Phil.
No problem. It's the very
I
bottom
see.
of the page.
Mask.
If I remember correctly.
Okay. Hood or mask. Okay. The blacksmith, he does know you. You do have a relationship with this man, based on some dealings. And y'all were one of the people, y'all obviously helped his part of the market when you opened up the roads. He actually asks what kind of mask you're looking for. He'll gladly forge one for you, but he's looking for
Hi, guys.
specifics. Oh, good thing I can pause that.
Hi, it's me, your friend Jeffy.
Muted.
Oh,
How's it
right,
going?
there's a mute button.
No
Yep.
mute button.
Right-click
How-
mute.
No, it's not mute button. How will you like? Well, there's no mute button.
Okay.
If anyone
that was
hasn't
easy.
if anyone hasn't done that, I recommend they do it now.
Yep, already did.
Is everyone muted?
Got
Yep.
it.
Okay, good.
Yep.
We can continue. All right. He asked you for
your channel.
what kind of details you want on the mask.
I have a picture for you to answer that exact question.
Neat. You should send it to me. As for the white-brimmed hat, you find it at the tailor. They have a whole bunch of them in different colors. There are some black ones, a couple that are in some browns and reds. And you, the tailor there, especially since you came by and dealt with him earlier, he's very brisk, but he's willing to offer you one for 2 gold crowns of any color that you select.
Tough choice.
Okay. The blacksmith, based on your details, tells you it's probably going to take him a month to forge that high quality of a mask.
For how much?
Based on y'all's relationship, and he's not going to necessarily require high materials, it's just that it's very...
Yes, I don't need it to be armored.
Yeah, it's just very detailed. He's willing, mostly for cost and labor, he's offering his services for about 3 gold.
Okay, I'll pay that. Sounds quite reasonable to me. And I'll buy the hat in the meantime. That's 2 gold, I presume.
Oh, whoops. Morik, that's to you. I forgot
Okay.
to type.
I'll buy the hat for 2 gold. 2 gold. Are you familiar with the Ulrika? She had her own series of books, I believe.
Yes, I'm aware of her.
The clothes that I presume that the clothes I bought earlier was sort of was sort of a bit like the front cover to those.
Yeah, you could say they're in that ballpark.
Yeah, like so. So we'll take a brown hat.
All right, add a hat to your inventory. You now have a wide-brimmed hat. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, and he tells you, are you paying for the mask?
Yes.
Okay, he tells you it will be ready in a month's time. So make a note of that. Okay. Mikhail, I would heavily advise you to speak to Morik about that. As for the first option, you search and search and search and search and
I was
cannot
going to
find...
enlist Anna's aid for this.
That I would save that we can have that conversation in a moment. I would deal with Morik first.
Okay.
What is the encumbrance on the hat, please?
5.
And the mask?
2.
So
Thank you.
do I head to the dwarf quarter and ask around for Mork, or do I just... Look for
Yeah,
it?
you can do that, and word gets sent to... The dwarves are aware that you're allowed in. So they actually let you in without much fuss and give you basic directions on where to find him.
I give my thanks to the dwarfs and set off to find Mork.
Alright, Morik, you're slaving away in the forge, but despite that, a runner comes and informs you personally that a Ungi has entered the dwarven quarter and is looking for you.
Is the runner still there?
Yeah.
Tell him I'm busy.
Alright, he manages to find... He finds Mikhail pretty easy, because you stand out pretty bad.
Yep.
And he informs you that your companion has said that he is busy.
I say my thanks and then return.
Okay.
Or could I ask him if there's any place I can learn how to wield an axe the proper way?
He gives you a bit of a, consternated look, and he says, I'll tell you what, lad, I'll let Headcracker know about it, and if he thinks you're worthy of learning, I'll get back to you.
Very well. I owe my life to a dwarf's axe. I'd rather learn from the best.
He seems moderately appeased by your flattery. Alright, you return to the inn. Do you want to talk to Anna about the dog?
Yep.
Alright, she is sitting, and actually as you approach, she inquires if you are ready to go.
Yep. I say yes.
Okay, the two of you hit the streets of Nuln. You find, Hulse gives you all directions to a candy shop that he actually relatively trusts, that sells sweets and other such things. And on the way there, you may discuss with her until your time is up, which I am watching a timer.
Okay. Anna, the dog that wandered the temple, is that yours?
She pauses for a moment. She says, I guess you could say he's mine, but I don't really own him. He just sort of watched over me.
Do you know what happened to him?
She shrugs and says, I think he went back where he came from. I don't think he was exactly what he pretended to be, though he never told me what he really was.
Very well.
She seems very undisturbed by the thought of an eldritch dog, but it doesn't surprise you that she's a very difficult individual to phase.
Is having like a raven companion common among the priests of Moor?
Moderately common, yeah.
Do you know if Father Ravenscloak had any companions, like your dog?
She seems to get a very serious frown on her face, and she's like, yes, he did.
I take it you were not on good terms.
She grumbles something that contains some pretty serious adult language beneath her breath that you catch only vague mentions of.
I'm not going to ask where you learned those words.
She shrugs and says, Grandfather said that as long as I knew what they meant, it was okay if I used them. Though I don't think he was particularly thrilled when I just went ahead and found out what they meant.
So I take it that you and his companion weren't on the best of terms, then?
She shakes her head and says, no, he was a jealous bird. He didn't like if anyone was around Ravenscloak for too long and he'd peck at you. He was a jerk.
Do you know if this raven is still alive?
She nods and says, oh, I highly doubt he's dead. It was a tough old thing.
Any idea where it went?
She shakes her head. She says, no, but Father Ravenscloak said he just came and left with the seasons. He said he'd be back eventually, though.
Very well. Now, to find you some treats.
Okay, y'all finish your shoppings without terrible incident. Though, as you are wandering about, and this happens for the rest of you as well, you notice that the temple quarter is still kind of a roiling mass of noise and people. And it seems like whatever's going on over there is building up in intensity again.
Oh, can I say one more thing to Anna?
Yes.
Also, Anna, if something ever happens to the Iron Bull, go to the Temple of Shalia. They will take care of you there.
She nods and says, oh, yeah, I've been there before. There were a few times I would scrape my knee or fall off a building or something, and Grandfather would have to take me over there.
Fall off a building or something.
Don't ask.
Believe me, I've been there.
I spent much time in my youth in the temple for not quite so similar reasons, but...
She nods and says, I know, Grandfather showed me.
He pauses, looks at Anna, and he goes, I'd ask you not to tell anyone about that, then.
She shrugs and she says, Grandfather shows me lots of things, but I'm not supposed to tell.
Good. That's things I'd rather not relive.
She nods, seemingly mostly unconcerned.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Morik.
Okay.
But the matriarch said she would take care of you if necessary. So if something happens to me and Holst, go to them.
She nods. Okay, so yes, as you all are continuing on your work, it doesn't take long for rumors to reach the lot of you that there's definitely something building up at the Temple of Sigmar, and the words of Father Gunther seem to be on everyone's lips, and he's saying some pretty interesting things.
What are these interesting things he's saying?
If you're really curious, the four of you can attend one of his public speeches that will probably be happening this evening.
We could.
Or you can try and gather what he's saying from word of mouth. It depends on how close you want to get to the source material.
Mikhail will take off his robes and attend.
Well, you should probably discuss it with your party,
Yeah.
because y'all meet on a pretty semi-regular basis. Pretty much every evening the four of you turn in. The dwarf always comes in and seems to be covered with various ashes and other things, probably from some sort of forge work. The elf...
When the dwarf comes back one time, I apologize for any interruptions I may have caused.
What you want, Manling?
I want, quite simply, to learn how to use an axe from the best.
You'll see Morik smirk. You want to learn?
Well, yes. I assume that an axe and a hammer don't work the same way.
Not quite.
Indeed.
And...
In the evening, Manling, when I'm done with my work, we will practice swings. So
I look forward to it.
when the elf returns, the lot of you can easily see that she's definitely acquired some new attire. Obviously, she doesn't have a mask yet, but she does have a very fancy hat. And Anna seems beyond blown away by this immense hat. If the elf,
think Reichsguard helmet, but without the metal. Yes.
if the elf wasn't impressive before, then she certainly is now, at least as far as 12-year-old girl is concerned. And Merton coming in seems moderately satisfied, though from the way that he seems to be nursing his wallet, he may have been up to something.
Can I inquire Anna as... never mind. The elf's going to do something with Anna then. I was going to ask Anna if she knows how to defend herself.
That's... Morik, that's doable, but talk to me later.
Okay. I think that would just be awesome.
Talk to me later.
Okay.
Sorry, continue.
Evandro beckons Anna over to her.
She comes very enthusiastically and is very wide-eyed at your hat that she probably did not think was possible for such a being to wear.
Vivandril whispers to Anna.
I'm assuming you're typing this.
You assume correctly.
Oh, I was getting all excited for that dramatic pause. She nods enthusiastically and almost seems to reach up to grab it, but manages to restrain herself. Your hat.
Vivandril pats Anna on the back and returns to her usual order.
Holst looks more tired than usual when the four of you come in. He seems very slow. It's almost concerning.
What's going on with you, Manling?
He frowns at you lot, and he looks down at Anna and says, "Youngin, could you give us a moment?" She rolls her eyes, and as she's walking away, she goes, "I already dreamt what you're gonna say," and Holst shouts something relatively unintelligible in her direction. But she scampers off anyway.
Apologies. We're not all like that.
Holst rolls his eyes and leans rather heavily against the bar, and he says, "I'm gonna be honest with you lot. Things are getting rather serious out there."
The Sigmarites again?
Merton, that is correct. That'll be like solo session stuff. You know, he's safe. That's all you need to know.
All right.
Sorry, what'd you say, Fal?
The Sigmarites again?
He nods and says, "I don't know if you lot have been hearing about what's going on over there, but it sounds like it's getting rather dangerous."
What's going on now? First they hang a seemingly simple old man, and now what?
He shakes his head and says, "I don't know exactly what that man's preaching over there, but he's stirring up people like you wouldn't believe. It's almost like some sort of weird frenzy. I haven't seen so many flagellants appearing in the city in at least an age."
Flagellants? That's not a good sign.
He nods and says, "He's preaching something about Nuln devolving into some sort of dark age unless it follows his teachings. It's getting pretty ugly over there. Not sure why the Countess hasn't bothered stopping him yet."
These flagellants, do they bear any particular marks of an order or cult?
He raises his eyebrow and says, "Well, they seem Sigmarite enough, if that's what you're asking."
I mean, like, are there any particular brands they have, and so on?
He
I'm inquiring
shakes,
as to the subgroup of fanatics there, if he knows.
he shakes his head. He sort of frowns. He says, "I know I'm not supposed to ask favors of you lot, especially when Otto's probably got a new assignment coming for you in the near future. But would you mind looking into this matter just to make sure that trouble ain't coming our way?"
How do you mean look into it? We're
I
not
think
on
he
the best
means
of
we go
terms.
to. I think we go to sermon.
You want me to go to a Manling sermon?
No. You stand outside, and then we have people relay to you because you're a dwarf, and these are Sigmarites. Besides, I don't think it would be wise if Father Gunther actually saw us. Or perhaps it would be. Either way.
Holtz scratches his chin and says, "If you're lucky, I don't think he's made much of a fuss of memorizing you lot. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have been visited by now. There's rumors going around town that people have been disappearing of late."
Lovely.
Does he have some connection with his local guard? I noticed that they were, well, looking at the temple after the temple before.
He nods and says, "Aye. Captain Eckhart has always been infamous for being a little bit too faithful to the Sigmarite faith, but I think he's just damn well lost his mind now. Seems the Nuln Guard is only perpetuating what the Sigmarite's feeding him."
Out of character, Sotek, how many days after the first encounter with the hanging is this?
This is about 6 days after that event.
Oh wow, okay.
Things calmed down for a bit after that day. Things calmed down for about 2 or 3 days, but then from what the rumors you've heard, he has returned to the outside steps and has been giving public oratories again, and apparently he's stirring up quite a bit of interest.
How are the other temples reacting to this?
At this, Hull shrugs and says, "I'm not getting as much word as I used to. I'll be honest, most of my contacts seem to have left the city. I'm not exactly sure what's coming, but it doesn't seem good."
Perhaps
they-
I should.
Are they still saying things about the Countess of Nuln?
He nods and says, "He's still a seditious bastard, if that's what you're asking."
And no one has seen fit to correct him in his loyalties wavering?
He shakes his head and says, "I wish I could tell you more, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on over there. I've got enough enemies in that part of the city that I'm quite content to stay here."
Well, I'll tell you what, this would never happen in a dwarf town.
We can't all be as sure a soul as your kind, Master Dwarf.
You're starting to sound like that Sigmarite.
That was the intention.
And that's
feel
not
like
a
it
good
might-
thing, Manling.
It is if I wish to blend in. Because I'm assuming a priest of Moor would not exactly be welcome at his sermons.
At this, Holst frowns and says, "Well, I don't know about that, lad. From what I'm hearing, old Sigmund's backing him up pretty heavily. Rumor has it the Blackguard have started taking rounds defending the inner sanctums of the Temple of Sigmar."
What? Sorry, Colda, you just used your catchphrase.
What?
You didn't say it right.
What?
Yeah. So, my party of heroes, what will you do?
Well, is Holt's not gonna respond to...
He
Makes
just
it-
sort of gives you a knowing look that tells you all you need to know.
Is this uncommon, Manling?
Very. The Blackguard are only to guard the sacred places of Moor. The oath of sacrifice demands it.
I don't suppose you have any connections in the palace, do you? Pointing or talking to Holst.
Holst pauses for a very long time, and he seems to sigh and run his only remaining normal hand through his hair, and says, "I used to, but I'll tell you, lot. Something strange is going on in the upper districts. I can't say what, but I've got allies disappearing left and right. I've got friends who have always been good about keeping contact suddenly going off the radar. Radar. I would know what a radar is. Suddenly
Off the map.
vanishing into smoke. I don't know what's going on out there, but I'm getting worried."
I can't count on the aid of the cult any longer, so I think I'll have to start looking for new help.
Do I think that the dwarfs in the dwarf district might have some contacts in the palace?
They might, but they do seem to keep to themselves pretty heavily.
Merton will give Holst a look and kind of wince and ask him if, well, he's sure there isn't anyone they know who might be able to help.
Holmes gives you a pretty serious stare. Like, it's a questioning look, but it's heavy.
Merton will nod.
Holzback leans away from the bar and says, I'll be honest, it's not that I'm completely out of strings, it's just that the strings that I do have remaining are ones I'd really rather not pull, which is why I'm asking you lot for help.
Well, let it never be said that I would take an opportunity not to go to temple.
Well, you have been good, and the torches and stuff, things were very useful. I think that we might owe you one.
Merton, I recommend not wearing the cloak.
He pauses for a moment and looks and says, actually, if anything, it would probably be better for you to make yourself stick out as much as possible. It'll make fading away if you need to leave suddenly a bit easier.
I cock an eyebrow at Holst.
He shrugs and says, just something in my experience. Make yourself noticeable at first, things that you can discard easily if you need to. Or at least hide away. That being said, I hear they're only letting distinguished members of the community right now into the temple. If you make yourselves look like everymen, you might not be able to get in.
Well, I turn... So my robes have good quality clothing underneath. Can I take off the outer robes and be wearing the good quality clothing temporarily?
Yeah, if you want.
Well then, I remove the outer, like the black robes from a thing to reveal the clothing underneath. Appears I will be dressed like a normal person for once.
I don't think you want to dress like a normal person. I think that's what Holst was just saying. Don't look like a normal person.
Yes, well, a priest of Mores is not exactly easy to change out of.
You
Holst
take off
shrugs.
your robes.
And
then
leave them
you-
for the Sigmarites?
Who can carry them? It is quite a crowd.
Perhaps. I put my robes back on.
It's easy to take off robes, manling. It's not easy to take off a beard.
So, who of you will be going to the sermon?
I will.
Merton will go. He needs to lose more intimidate checks.
Alright, Dwarf and Elf, are y'all staying behind?
The dwarf will go just to make sure the manlings don't get themselves killed.
Okay, Elf, will you stay behind or go?
I'm not so sure there's much use for me on this one. I'm an elf and I'm dressed quite conspicuously.
You may have a point.
See, the dwarf can get by because this is a Sigmarite sermon.
Yeah, it probably okay. The elf gets left with guard duty. All right, you arrive. Take your seats.
We just sort of automatically qualify as distinguished people.
As you approach the gates, the crowd outside isn't quite as large as it used to be. Much of the guard, has dispersed a bit. That being said, you are able to get in that when you approach, you have a dwarf with you, and your robes of Moor, the guards make way for the lot of you. You are a very peculiar group, and they assume you've been invited.
Dwarf, you should probably sit with us.
I can't see from back there.
The altar is on a raised dais, you can see fine.
Besides, being at the back would probably be easier, make it easier for a swift exit.
Grumbles.
As you enter the room, you sit with mostly people of semi-regular status. A lot of them are shopkeeps and people of small influence, but they seem wealthy enough to have, if nothing else, paid their way in. And there's definitely a buzz about the air. And close to the altar are much more influential and richly robed figures.
Can I make a perception on what people are talking about?
Sure.
Can I make a perception to notice if any of the shopkeepers here are the ones back in the district in where we
You don't
usually
need to
shop?
roll a check for that. None of them are your allies.
All right.
It's the people that you've met, the people that y'all have helped are way too poor to get into something like this.
Do I see any blackguard, or do I have to take a perception check for that?
There are no blackguard that you see.
Do I see any other Morites?
No.
Okay.
Morik, most of the people that are talking and grumbling around you, most of them seem to have a pretty favorable opinion of this guy. It seems that a lot of people are scared with some of the things that have been happening around the city lately, and you hear people murmuring that clearly he must have been sent from Sigmar to deal with the mutants all around the city, or maybe he was sent as a sign from the gods to deal with the boulders falling out of the sky, and all sorts of things. People seem pretty scared. Finally, after about 15 minutes of waiting, a hush descends, and out walks Father Gunther himself, flanked by two individuals that you lot recognize. One, a man who is mostly bald and heavily scarred, and another man who is monstrous. And the two of them take positions behind him, with the statue of Sigmar Heldenhammer himself looming over them. Father Gunther approaches the altar, and he gazes across the reasonable crowd he has gathered within, and he says, "Faithful, so long have we dealt with the various issues plaguing this city. Foul boulders of the ruinous powers descending from the sky, mutants appearing all over the place as they give in to the poison that has seeped into your fair land. I have been called here by Sigmar himself to guide you, to shepherd you, to lead you out of this age of darkness and into a bright new future. This Countess has allowed your lands to become weak. She has allowed the high priests that lead each of your orders to be peace-mongering fools who would rather harbor dark secrets and protect foul abominations than take axe and steel to those who would harm the Empire. First, the fool who held the position before me, the fake, the liar, killed himself in cowardice when he knew that I had arrived in the city, for he knew that a true faithful of Sigmar had come at last, and he would have to face his crimes. But rather than be honorable, or face the reality of what he had done, he hanged himself like a coward, slit his own throat, and made sure that there was no hopes of his survival. Then, the fiend known as Ravenscloak was butchered in his own garden. I heard it from the new High Priest of Mor himself that he was slain by an ally, betrayed by those he trusted most, because he allowed infection and corruption to seep into his very own temple. And yet weakness still infects the various temples around here. The Tallites are so obsessed with nature, they don't realize the corruption that infects the very lands around them. And the Shalians, at this he scoffs. Those weak-willed women, those fools who believe that every slight, every harm should be healed with kindness. I predict, even now, that Sigmar has granted me a vision, that before this month is out, they shall suffer divine retribution for their corruption, and their willingness to aid those who are infected with the taint. They will pay, and you will all see that Sigmar favors me and my words. He pauses for another long moment and says, "And who can say that I have not been sent here by the god himself? Even as I aid arrived from Grand Theogenes Volkmar himself, telling his soldiers to aid the high priest of this city, a role which I had just ascended to. Clearly, it is divine favor, divine inspiration from the head of our order himself. So I tell you all, go forth and be ready. Watch for corruption and be ready. One day, you will see the sign. You will see Sigmar's divine wrath, and when it comes, tear down those infected, corrupted, weak fools who would lead you all into the dark. May Sigmar be with you, and resist the temptations of weakness, mercy, and heresy. And with that, he steps off the podium. And the people within the room immediately explode into loud conversation among one another.
Can I take a look at the people that guard him or flank him?
Sure.
I will as well.
God.
Ah, damn. I will
Oh,
fortune
wow.
roll that. I haven't used
Okay.
it. There we go.
They're pretty conspicuous individuals. They have the look of very hardened mercenaries about them, rather than religious order or knights. That being said, they don't appear like the man with the scars has a pretty devilish look to him, but the larger man just kind of appears like he's only vaguely aware of what's going on at any given moment.
Nice.
Is there a check to realize if someone's lying to you?
Yeah, well, roll a willpower check.
Wouldn't perception be more appropriate?
Actually, yeah, okay, roll an intelligence check.
That would have passed the willpower check.
You can re-roll or you can keep it.
I'll reroll one.
Okay.
No,
Any
these
more?
are good.
Don't want to go for broke? Work for me.
If I go for broke, something bad will happen, and then I'll need it.
It worked for me is all I'm saying.
Ah, damn.
Morg knows something, if anything.
Morik, you know something's fucky. This man's words ring very aggravated and very hollow to you. To Mikhail and Merton, you don't believe him, but there's something very...
Wrong.
There's something unnerving about his speech. Like, it doesn't seem right based on what you've said, but you have noticed that Nuln seems to be attracting a lot of darkness to it.
Can I still see the priest?
Yeah, you've got a couple more seconds.
Can I throw a magical sense check to see if he's like a priest that can actually work miracles, or is that not working?
That's too specific.
Yeah, okay.
Unless he was in the process of doing one, you couldn't tell that.
Yeah.
Um,
Could I? I guess I should have rolled that during the actual speech. I was going to see if he wasn't working like
out of character, Sotek. What do Sigmarites think of runesmiths?
They don't know much about you.
They just think you're a dwarf, and thus they're highly honored.
To Sigmarites, dwarves are just dwarves.
Not even like Tales of Ulrich.
A studied Sigmarite, yeah, they would have some very healthy respect for runesmiths, especially since they're a studied Sigmarite would be very aware who forged Galmaraz.
And do I think that presenting myself as such, like walking up and presenting myself as such, would, with this guy, earn like respect, or would he be very...
I cannot
off-put?
answer that question because that's up to you. This man is not the easiest to read.
I'm not going to do it. No, it'd be bad. I have a feeling it'd be very bad if I do it.
Okay, do y'all just sort of want to melt out with the audience as they leave? Or
Can I
do
make
you
a
want to
gossip
stay?
check with the audience to see what they're saying about the speech?
Okay. A lot of people seem to be taking him very seriously. A lot of people, whether they be scared or angry or whatever their excuse may be, many people seem to find a lot of truth in his words, and many of them are discussing among themselves whether it's true that the Countess has really led them astray after all this time. They're talking about the many coincidences that seem a little bit too convenient about all the tragedies that have befallen Nuln as of late. That being said, people are starting to filter out.
Is the priest gone?
Yeah, yes, he has vanished.
Okay.
He stepped into the back area.
Are there other priests here?
There are some acolyte individuals by the altar, but that's about it.
Fair enough.
Okay, we all leave.
I will leave.
I will leave.
Okay,
Yeah, Burton will leave.
back to the Iron Bull.
Can
What?
No, I was gonna have a conversation with him when we left the thing, but before we left the Temple District, but okay.
You may have a very brief discussion as you hustle back.
Mark will tell you that the man was lying.
I
He's about as
gathered.
honest as an elf.
His words about the Sharlians worry me. He seemed a bit too confident about them specifically.
It may be a good idea to, well, keep an eye out.
Yes. Can I leave to, go to the Temple of Shalia?
Y'all should probably go back to the Iron Bull first.
Okay. Well, I will go back to the Iron Bull then.
Alright, you arrive back at the inn. As the three of you enter Vivandrel, you see your companions have returned. They look grim.
Oh, dwarf always looks grim, so nothing new there.
Not unexpected, if I do say so.
I walk up to the bar and am noticeably, bridling with fury.
Ale, Holst, please.
Holst quickly dispenses your drinks, and you notice that he seems to have put quite a bit more alcohol content in these than usual. And he nods to the lot of you, and seems to shake his hand in a very I don't want to hear it mood, and walks off to the back to leave you guys in peace.
Did you learn anything specific, or...?
I think he means to attack the convent.
Well, he seems to think he knows that an attack will come. That is slightly different than he is going to do it himself. After all, how can it be God's vengeance if he does it? Or is that how it works?
No matter what happens, he's responsible.
Is that how your visions work?
Turn and stare at the thing. Are you comparing my visions to his madness?
No, I was wondering how his madness differs from the madness of others.
When my visions come from my god when I dream, and I am tasked to do as they do what I can to either prevent them or carry them out. I am not ordered to kill others. I do not. We are not to interfere with the politics or the other cults. A Morite does not care for such things. For Moor does not care about such things.
So, Mark will turn to you, Mikhail. Tell me, manling, how does one such as he walk into the city and suddenly get elevated to the high priest position?
I don't know, and that worries me.
Doesn't that require some sort of, vote among your clergy, or perhaps
I am not a
an
Sigmarite.
appointment,
I am not
appointment
versed
by
in
the
that.
Countess?
I'm not a.
Would
I'm not a.
Merton know,
Yeah.
as a former Sigmarite?
Oh, yeah, I guess you... and you did not grow up in a very large-scale city, so it's a little bit mystifying to you, but at
Didn't
least...
you grow up in Middenheim?
Oh, yeah, you did, didn't you? I rescind that statement. Where you're from, typically the appointment was sent down from an Archlector or a Grand Theogenist. The way this guy seems to have claimed to just divinely stepped into power is really bizarre.
And he mentioned, what is his name, Volkmar? Do you think this Volkmar would have sent this man?
No.
How did the previous priest of Sigmar die?
Oh, I will tell you that. apparently, he slit his own throat and hung himself.
And then this man who
It's
does not
quite,
act.
it's quite interesting. I didn't know someone could slit their own throat and hang themselves at the same time.
That is very interesting. So, it's a common knowledge elves check on that statement.
Sure.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Remind me what the question was specifically.
Cole, repeat what you just said.
What, all of it?
Slit his throat and then hung himself.
Slit his throat and then hung himself at the same time. Or at least it
That's-
seemed like the same time.
Vivendrel thinks that sounds like a ritual of some sort.
It does not ring any bells to you, but it does sound really suspicious for a
I'll
suicide
fortune.
attempt.
Malfortune point, then.
Okay.
Much better. I can almost hear typing.
Regardless, what I do know is that nothing happens to the convent unless it's over my dead body.
What do you kin, elf?
One moment, please.
Loading. Loading. Loading.
Loading. Please wait.
Ah, yes. Well, unfortunately, that's the answer you're getting.
See, I thought I'd gotten much further into the story than you had.
Ah, you thought you were so clever.
It sounds to me as though someone tried to kill him and failed, quite miserably.
Out of character, Sotek. One last thing. How would the palace receive a runesmith if a runesmith was requesting to talk to someone of high rank?
If you claimed you were sent from a hold, then yes, but that would not technically be true.
Yeah.
Could I roll like an academic knowledge religion check to see if that means of killing someone is like he's read about in any like tomes of forbidden cults or whatnot?
Sure. That's a very specific.
Oh wow.
Okay, what was the question?
Does the throat slitting and hanging, is it like reminiscent of any sort of like forbidden ritual or whatnot?
I
No.
think this is the same thing that...
That's what I
You
asked
have
about.
have
Yeah.
never
I was
heard
hoping-
anything like this.
I would say that's what I asked about, and I was hoping the answer would be yes, but I got an answer that was almost as good. So, as I said, it sounds like someone killed him, but failed quite miserably to do it properly.
What time of day is it, Sotek?
It's a little past midday. Actually, it's like 2 p.m.
And then this new priest, turns up and claims authority without very much to back it.
And the next day, apparently, Volkmar's orders to obey the high priest arrive. Seems like he was trying to get here first.
So glad you could keep up. But the question now must be, what are we going to do about these people?
Well, first, we don't
We
let
need-
them kill the major source of healing in this city.
What we need to do is get into the damn palace and get some answers from someone higher up, since apparently the priest and stuff will not talk to us. Unless there's some other priest that we can speak with.
Priest, how many gods do you worship in this place?
Do I specifically?
No, just you people. Sorry.
There's Sotek out of character. There's 9 gods of the Empire, right?
Sure. At this moment, I'm saying yes. I'll check later because I'm.
I
doing
just
something.
Mikhail just starts listing them off. There's Tal, Shalia, Raya, Ulrich, Sigmar, Mor, Myrmidia,
Ranald.
We have already met the high
Manon.
priest of
Manon.
Shalia, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
you have met the matriarch.
I think
Ask anyone but the healers.
I think we need to head to the healer warn them of such impending attacks, and see if they might grant us some way of getting into the palace to talk to someone.
I intended to go to the convent anyways. No attack gets to them unless it's over my body.
Well,
Out of
I'm sure they
character.
have enough to do that, Manling.
Out of character, did I hear the priest say to Anna that if anything happens to the Iron Bull, she should go to the Temple of Shalia?
You caught that, yes.
You should probably tell Anna not to go to the Temple of Shalia in the meantime.
Yes.
Mikhail, you can write, right?
Yes.
I don't know if it would work, but maybe I might be able to get a letter to someone who might be able to pass it on.
I pull out my writing kit and say, "What do you want it to say?"
Just a description of what we heard at the temple would be a good start. In that, the dwarf would like an audience with someone who could be, well, a bit higher up than the guards at the post.
Tell them this. Add this to your letter, and prepare that a runesmith from Kazakarak requests an audience with someone.
Very. He pauses, stares at the dwarf, and goes, "That
Write it, Manling. Write it.
It explains much." And then he writes it down. Or do I need a read-write check?
Yes, you need a read-write check.
And fortune point. And I have one less fortune point. Ah, damn it.
It's not the best written piece of art. It gets the vague message across, but your choice of words is a little blunt and not exactly expertly done.
I could do it.
You could go and take a nap until
I slide
midnight
the-
and then get up and write again.
He's like,
I
I'm too
look
angry
at-
for this.
I look at your writing, and for a human, what?
Master Dwarf, I am very angry at the moment. Perhaps you'd like to write it.
Mark, you can write.
Perhaps I should.
I slide the writing kit over to him.
Alright, Morik very quickly crushes up the moderately valuable paper you were working on and proceeds to write another one in Kozalid, and it's much better crafted. It's serviceable. It's not a work of art, but it's serviceable.
And I will hand it to Merton.
Can you write it in Reichspiel or just Kozalid?
No, it's in Reichspiel.
Okay.
You said Coswood.
Oh, I meant Reichspiel.
Okay. There you are.
Um,
Get
Merton will
this to
go and-
whoever.
Alright, I think I should be able to get it to them. I don't know how long it will take.
If there's anything
Holst-
else, I
Holst
wish to go to
approaches
the
the-
convent.
Host approaches the lot of you and takes your empty mugs and puts down some fresh ones. And before any of you say anything, he holds up his hand and he says, "I don't want to know the details. I just want to know, do you think you can handle it?"
I will or die trying.
This might be above our station, Manling, but we'll try.
He nods and he gives a rather knowing look in Merton's direction.
We are only 4 people, and it seems like the higher up individuals, as you said, are not doing so well. So I don't know.
He does smirk and he winks at the lot of you and he says, "Well, to bring up the mood a little bit, I would remind the lot of you that you are technically part of a legion. One that hasn't taken too kindly to this new entry."
How's Rolf
Well then,
doing?
perhaps we go to talk to Rolf.
He holds up his hand and say, "No need. From what I understand, Rolf will be visiting here within the month. He's busy out. The Black Wolves got sent out on assignment while you lot were out, but they should be back pretty fairly soon."
Do we have a month? Something may be coming. Is the consensus, I gather.
He shrugs and says, "We may not have a choice."
Is there a way to get a message to Rolf?
At this, he sort of scratches his chin and says, "I might be able to pull something off."
What about our employer, who we have not seen in this very long time?
He shrugs and says, "I can't tell you much about the wizards. I don't keep up with that lot."
No, if you
Alright,
don't
so-
mind, I'll go keep watch on the convent. I'll send
come
word
with
if
you.
anything.
As you approach the door, all of you hear a lot of footsteps coming from outside, and Anna suddenly sprints to the bar and hides herself behind Vivandrel.
I draw my axe.
I will see Anna do that and put my hand on my axe.
Draw a greatsword, whisper to Anna, maybe you should hide behind the bar.
Draw a bow and prepare to be beaten up by something.
Draw axe and shield. Have Morik and I been doing the training after?
Yes.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Suddenly, the doors slam open, and two individuals you lot recognize almost immediately, as the men that stood behind Father Gunther during his speech walk in, and behind them are a pretty motley group of fanatics. Or flagellants, whatever you want to call them. They're covered in tattoos and brands.
Perception check looking for the scarred man from the gallows.
Okay, you don't have to perception check, you see him. He's on the right.
Ah, right.
This tavern is not for you.
They walk in and scan around for a minute, and the bigger man seems vaguely uninterested in what's going on. But the smaller man, who has all the scars and a pretty nasty smile, looks and says, "Ah, we're only here for a quick visit. I had heard we had such great fans at the cathedral earlier, and we wanted to come by and thank you for coming to visit."
Yes, it was a very nice speech.
He looks around for a moment, and he glares past the lot of you, and he sees Anna cowering behind Vivandrel. He says, "Ah, I was wondering where our little interest had gotten to."
I stepped between them and and I said, "You go through me first."
He seems to chuckle and says, "Worry not, we're not here to take her, at least not yet. We just wanted to check where she was. A little birdie had mentioned something about her being around in this area."
As I said, she goes nowhere unless I'm dead.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "Ah, and it would be such a shame if that were to just happen, now wouldn't it?"
I will not go quietly into Moor's embrace.
As the man opens his mouth to say something else, all of you hear something slam on the table behind you, and you turn to see Holst has placed a very large great hammer on the table, and he has a very serious look on his face. And the scarred man opens his mouth to retort, but the larger man grunts something to him, and he nods and says, "Very well, we'll leave."
Yes,
But-
I think it'd be a good idea you leave now.
He,
Out of character. Can we just kill them? They're gonna come back.
I mean, I'm not going to say no. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
They're gonna come back.
The man shrugs and says, "We'll get out of your hair then. We wouldn't want to be a bother after all."
Yes.
And the men behind them are very unhinged looking, but as the scarred man turns around to wave them off, he turns around one more time and seems to pause and says, "Ah, where are my manners? I wanted to introduce us real quick before we made off, seeing as I have a funny feeling we're going to be such good friends." He bows slightly and says, "I am Waldemar, and this is my good friend Imrek."
I walk up to him and look him straight in the eyes. How tall is he?
Imrek's about 6'10".
So he's
Can I-
actually taller. He's taller than me. Wow.
Yeah, he's a behemoth.
Can
Can
you
I
write
throw-
their
Which
names
is the one
in
I'm in
chat?
front of, though.
That's Imrek.
Oh, okay.
Can you
Can I-
write their names in chat, please?
Yes.
Can I throw a common knowledge elves check on those names?
There you go.
Can I throw a common knowledge
Thank you.
elves check on those names, please?
Sure.
I think we're dealing with a couple of Norskins. In which case, can we kill them, please? Killed
Can I
anything
throw
yet?
a Common Knowledge Empire? No. Actually, can I throw a Speak Reichsspiel check to check and see if those are actually Reichsspiel names?
You each
Damn
get
it.
one check, no rerolls.
Damn it.
No, the elves do not seem familiar. What were you rolling for?
I was checking to see if those are actually like actual Reichsspiel names, or if they come from a different language.
Waldemar is. Imrak, it sounds very dwarven, It almost sounds like a name you would expect a Sigmarite to take up when they reach a certain level in their faith. It's probably not his real name, unless he was raised by dwarves. And Imrak seems very distant.
Distant how?
Like, he doesn't seem all there. He seems very disinterested in the conversation going on around him. Not the brightest bulb in the bunch. Waldemar definitely is the one in charge.
What are they wearing and wielding, if I may ask?
Waldemar appears to be wearing mostly mail. He has a little bit. He has a breastplate. He seems very well off. He has a very nice shield and a pretty heavy-looking mace that he's gripping at the moment. Waldemar has a freaking gigantic axe and mostly just has leather around various parts of his body. And the flagellants behind them aren't wearing anything but clothing, but they're all clutching various very nasty-looking pieces of basically small maces.
Wait, you said Waldemar was the one with the plate?
Yes, Waldemar is very heavily equipped.
And then Emmerich had...
Imrak, it just has a great axe and
So
some leather.
Imrak's the one standing in front of me.
Yes, he's the giant.
I must say this one last time. They're coming back. They're not friendly. We have them in a choke point. Let's just kill them. We can take these two out before the other flagellants can get into engage.
You certain about that?
Yes. We can deal with them now, or we can deal with them later.
I don't think we can actually take them.
Swing
I'm counting
away.
down. I'm counting down from 10, and if it reaches 0, I'm assuming they're going to leave before you come to a decision.
If
I
you're
very
going to
much think
attack,
we should.
I don't
don't
think
really
we
have
should.
any...
I'm going to declare a charge. If anyone can think of a good reason to stop me, now's a very good time
I'm
to say it.
fairly certain the giant will kill you.
I'm fairly certain we can find
Vivandrel, as you try to move off your stool to make your first step, you feel some very strong but not exactly thick arms grab you from behind and hold on to you very tightly.
Fine.
And without further cause, though some deadly glares are probably exchanged between the two groups, the men leave.
Is this where shadowing comes into play?
Maybe.
Do it.
Do it.
Merton will attempt to shadow, looking at the elf and everyone else, hoping they stop him when he does something terrible.
Get on with it. I've made my opinion very clear.
There you go.
All right,
It's a pass.
you can pursue them if you'd like, and they won't. They may or may not realize you're doing so.
I'll stay pretty far back.
I will... Yeah, don't engage them if you're going after them. Tell us where to go, please. I can probably guess, but... I will turn to Anna and ask her, why did you grab me, and how do they know you?
She seems very shaken up and pale and doesn't seem very capable of speech at the moment.
Morik will go and stand guard at the outside the doors.
I will put my axe away and pull Anna into a hug.
Merton, you continue after them. They start heading towards the temple quarter. As they approach, the crowds get a little bit thicker, and you're at a little bit of a risk of losing them. Roll another shadowing check.
Or can't he just break off?
Oh, God.
Fortune point.
Okay. That's good enough to keep up with their group. You follow them back to the temple, which is much lower down security. It seems that they're about to wrap up for the evening. The two leaders turn, and Waldemar says something to the flagellants, who bow very low to him. And even as he's talking, they start tearing at themselves with their fingernails and various pieces of sharp metal and nails they carry. And he seems to laugh about something, and they start tearing into themselves with a much greater frenzy. And then him and Imrak go inside.
What do the flagellants keep doing? Are they still
They're
performing?
literally just tearing at themselves, and then they start howling and yelling things about Sigmar's divine wrath and repenting for their sins and all sorts of other stuff. These people are clearly beyond mad.
I'll wait a few minutes to see if they go and we're somewhere else or if they go back inside the temple.
As the doors to the temple shut, some time passes, and the lights start to go out, including within the temple, and yet no one leaves.
Are the flagellants still bleeding at the front steps?
They kind of disperse. I mean, they're still whipping themselves, but they kind of wander off.
More.
Alright, so they're all
Go ahead.
inside the temple, somewhere.
Waldar and Imrak are, for sure, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna go drop off the letter at the guard post.
Okay, you're going to drop it off with some guards?
Well, that's the way to contact him. I'll go to the same guard post I went before and try
Okay.
to find the same guards. And
Yeah,
pass
you
it on
actually
to
managed
them.
to do so, and they knowingly take the letter from you. There's that very, like, we got you look to them.
Mark will go inside and ask Holst, "You don't have any back entrances to this place, do you?"
He shakes his head and says, "No, I always figured it'd be a bad idea because I was worried about lot like that showing up in my kitchen."
Well, I'm thinking you're going to need a few chairs put up against the doors during the night. And I'll be sleeping down here.
Likewise.
He nods, and you all can't help but notice as he picks up the warhammer he brought out to return to its place beneath the table that where the head rested on the bar, it literally cracked through due to its sheer weight.
I approve of your hammer, Holst.
He gives you a very I don't want to talk about it look.
So I'm still, like, cradling Anna and rocking her, trying to comfort her.
Okay, about an hour passes. Anna she basically falls asleep, but says very little. Holst takes her up to her room and puts her to bed, and he stays in her room with her and tells you he'll keep watch for at least for a bit.
Let me know when you go to bed. I'll watch for the rest of the night.
Yep. And around that time, as you're all sitting around the main floor of the inn, processing what the hell just happened, Merchant returns.
Well, I am back, and I am not dead. So, everything went well.
That's something we don't know.
Let me guess, they went back to the temple.
Yes, and they are apparently living there. I did not see any other, what was the name? Blackguards entering or leaving. So, he
Those
says
were
they're
not
just staying in
blackguards.
there. I know they weren't. I meant I did not see anyone entering or leaving for a night shift.
Ah.
Though they did send away all the flagellants. And Merton will tell them about the reaction to the flagellants, beating themselves up.
It appears
what's
these men are
this?
not men of faith.
I'm almost certain that the man with the scars is the man I met in the Garden of Moor that day.
Interesting.
What do you mean, met in the Garden of Moor?
He's our cultist friend, who attacked the garden and killed the priest.
How certain are you?
Very.
Shouldn't you have, mentioned that to Holst when he was still here? Because as I recall, he did want Holst dead.
He'll be coming back, I recall.
I'm assuming she's referring to Holst.
Yes.
Yes.
Although, actually, that's another very good point, and I will say now. But so will they. And probably with more in greater numbers. They want Anna. There are only 4 of us. And Holst and his hammer.
Well, you only need one dwarf in defense.
I'm not sure we can stay here.
Probably not. I will go looking for place to Ace to find sanctuary in the morning.
Make sure you're not followed.
A good plan.
But even that might not be enough.
Well, Holst, what do you want to do about this?
Holst is not here.
Oh, that's right. He left. I'm distracted by his future.
He is there, yes.
So Mark will settle comfortably in at the door in a chair and axe across his lap and shield right next to him and pretty much fall asleep right there.
I continue
Kel.
speaking to Mikhail. When she's ready, we do need to know how they know her.
Yes. I will talk to her when she's ready.
Hmm.
So Mikhail waits for, sort of leans up against the bar, waiting for when Holst comes down so he can take over watching over Anna.
Okay, Holst comes down probably about 3 hours later. He looks pretty exhausted. Like, his age is definitely wearing on him.
Holst, ever thought of visiting the sisters? He seemed more worn than usual.
He gruffly laughs and says, "The sisters' attentions are for people that are in a bit more need of aid than I, but I appreciate the sentiment."
Very well. I shall go watch Anna.
He nods and says she's sleeping soundly. Well enough, anyway.
That's a good sign.
Holst, do you mind if I bed down behind the bar in case there's trouble and the dwarf wants some support?
He nods and sort of waves a hand nonchalantly at you and says, "Do what you must. I'll be I'll be sleeping in my own room upstairs if there's any trouble."
Yell if there is. I'll come running.
Take the hammer with you.
Holst frowns down at his bar for a moment and shakes his head and says, "I have another weapon upstairs if I need it."
Then ignore what I just said.
He stumbles upstairs and heads to his room.
Evandrel will retire as well.
Okay, the night passes without incident. All of you get some sleep, though you're definitely on edge, but you rest well enough to reset your fortune points. And the dawn comes, and no one has come barging down your doors.
Any unusual dreams or shenanigans?
No,
Okay.
your dreams are eerily silent.
So whenever you come down, Mikhail, Morik will motion you over.
Okay. I make sure that Anna's still sleeping soundly and then come down quietly.
Yep, she seems to be having fitful enough rest. She stirs very little. As you all come down early in the morning, Holst got up super early, and he's got drinks out for everyone and some hot food.
I go and... Where's the dwarf? Oh, there he is. I will go and sit with the dwarf.
So Morik will kind of whisper to you.
Okay.
I think we should take the youngin' and put her in sanctuary in the dwarf quarter with my kin.
You think they'd better?
I think they would.
Well then, I would be even more in debt to your people than I already am. Is there any place that would be certain to keep her safe?
I can talk to Dorn and Snorri and see if we can't find some accommodations for her. It probably won't be a lap of luxury, and she probably will envy her work here with Holst, but she'll be safe, I think.
Well, then,
Dwarf, do your friends know of the degenerate cultists?
What, you yelled that across the bar?
Yes.
Well, it's just y'all in there at this point.
What do you mean, degenerate cultists, Elf?
Our
The
friends
Sigmarites.
from yesterday.
I haven't asked them, but I mean to.
Yes, they should be told.
would you mind if I... would it be possible to see if we could take Anna to the quarter today?
You lot wait here. I will go and speak with them and see if I can arrange something.
Very well. I will keep watch here.
And Morik will get up and leave.
I sit down in Morik's chair and assume basically the same position, because... whatever.
Okay, Morik, you make it to the dwarf quarter without too much trouble. You're glancing behind yourself every once in a while, but you don't seem to be followed.
Okay.
Upon arriving, you find Dorn without too much trouble.
So I will go up to him and ask, I know you don't know me very well, Master Dorn, but I have a favor to ask.
He gives you a very leveled gaze, but doesn't say anything.
There's a youngin', Anna. She is under the charge of the Black Robe Mikhail, the Doomsayer. And we had some wonderful visitors yestereve, and they seemed very intent on stealing her away. And for whatever nefarious purposes. The Elgi also thinks that one of them might be a chaos cultist. And I come here to ask if I can bring Anna here for sanctuary purposes.
Dorn seems to pause for an awfully long time, and he frowns at you and he says, "You realize this isn't necessarily the safest part of the city."
I don't think there's any safe part of the city, but this is the safest that I can think of.
He crosses his arms and frowns and he says, "Or Rin, then? Just one?"
Just one. She is very energetic, but I have a feeling we can, keep her busy with some chores that we have lying about that'll keep her out of your beard for a bit, or out of whoever's watching her beard.
At this, he nods and says, I think the priestesses of Valaya could use some extra help around their little shrine that they're maintaining at the rest. Perhaps she could stay there for a time. I owe you that much, at least."
I will nod and say my thanks.
As you're leaving, he grips you very strongly by the arm and says, "I have to warn you, though. I've heard the rumblings about what's going on out there, and I advise you to be on your guard. I don't know exactly, and I can't say for sure what's happening, but we're about to send out a pretty heavily armed guard to escort Ragnar's remains back to Zufbar, as is due. We're not going to be as strongly fortified here as I would like, and if we're going to have a whole bunch of raving Ungis bearing down on us, I would have you be cautious."
I will do so.
He nods and lets you go.
I will make my way back to the boat.
Okay, the dwarf
Being
returns.
very cautious, watching over my shoulder a bunch.
Okay, you do not seem to be followed. And as you return, Anna comes kind of slowly walking down the stairs. She seems pretty tired, just as the dwarf enters.
I nod to the dwarf, walk over to Anna, and give her a hug. You feeling alright?
She goes, "Yes, just yesterday was a bit, rough."
Do you recognize those ones?
She frowns for a moment. She says, "I recognize them from a dream. I guess I would call it more of a nightmare. I don't know them, but I know them?"
Understood. I will not ask for things you aren't ready to tell right now, but we do need to know what you know.
She pauses for a long time, and she looks down at her feet, sort of sheepishly, and she says, "All I know is that Grandfather made it very clear that I'm supposed to stay away from them."
Oh, then we have to keep you away from them, won't we?
Is Holst down here?
Yes, he's at the bar.
I will ask Holst. Is there a way of getting the youngin out of here to where she might avoid prying eyes?
He pauses for a moment and nods and says, "I think I can make some arrangements."
Very good, because I think we should take her to the Dwarf Quarter. I have made arrangements.
He nods and says, "Sounds like a reasonable decision. Though, I have a plan in mind, but you lot are going to have to mind your business elsewhere. The moment that they see you leaving the inn, if they're out there watching, they're gonna know something's up."
Well then.
Mork will call Anna over.
And
Oi, get over here, lass.
She approaches very cautiously because you've never bothered to actually address her
I
without prodding before.
I comfortingly put my hand on her shoulder and give her a smile.
She looks to the elf for extra reinforcements.
I'm not. There are things I do not like asking, especially with what you have told me in the past. But what I'm about to ask you, I'm asking in earnest, lass. I do not ask these things because I think doing so tempts fate, but Have you had any dreams, those weird dreams of yours, about any of my kin?
She looks at you for a moment, and she seems to turn a little bit pale, pondering the question. Like, she almost looks like she's trying very, very hard to do something. And after a few moments of silence, she very, very lightly nods her head, but it seems like, for whatever reason, whatever she's trying to do is very draining.
Can I do a channel check to see and help if I can help her with what she's doing?
Sure.
Will this actually do anything?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know if she was trying to commune with Moore or something.
So I have seen her nod. I won't ask the details of it last, so don't waste your words on that. But I plan to tell my kin that things might occur, and I would have them ready.
At this, she nods a little bit more assertively, and color seems to be coming back to her face.
I tap Anna on the shoulder.
She turns.
Vivandrel places a hand on her shoulder and then strokes her hair lightly and says, "You were very brave yesterday, and I think you stopped me from making a mistake. So I do thank you for that. But why did you do it?"
She pauses for a moment, and she frowns up at you, and she says, "I saw what might happen, and I know I'm not supposed to stop these things from happening, but I wasn't ready to let you go yet."
Anna, it is not always wrong to stop our dreams from occurring. Sometimes Grandfather gives us these dreams so that we can stop them. What you did was not wrong.
She mutters something about Raven's cloak and fiddles with her thumb, but she seems vaguely okay. Holst looks down at the lot of you and he says, "If I'm going to get her out of here, I'm going to need to do it soon."
As soon as possible. Is there anything we can do to help?
Yes, Merton will take out the checkerboard, and pass it over to Anna. Go outsmart some dwarves. They are very smart, so be careful.
She gives you she brightens up very noticeably. Holst heads into the back, and you hear him talking to some of his service staff, and they all turn into sort of a flurry of activity, and as he comes back to the bar, he says, "I'll be getting her out this morning, but I'm going to need the four of you to leave."
Well then, perhaps we should go draw the Sigmarite's attention elsewhere, shall we?
Can you think of anything, Master Holst, of drawing their attention away?
He sort of pauses for a moment, and he seems to think. He says, "Well, I suppose you could always go cause a commotion at the temple, or at least announce your presence. It seems that you have this father's attention well enough. Or if you've got anywhere else that you need to visit, maybe for some other concerns.
Perhaps
Regardless of where you go, I'm sure he'll be watching."
Perhaps I shall visit the temple.
I do need to visit the forge to see if I can get my helmet. I think it is a week.
It has not quite been a week yet. You're almost there, though.
Okay, I thought yesterday was day 6 and today's day 7.
Give it one more day.
Okay. Well, let's go pay this Sigmarite a visit and see if we can't knock that grin and glare off his face.
I'm with you on that one, Master Dwarf.
So you want to go to the cathedral?
Yeah, why not?
Unless you think it'd be better to talk to your beloved High Priest of Moor.
I'd rather speak with Gunther.
Is there
That might not be a good idea.
is there anywhere else y'all want to visit before you go to the cathedral?
The
Perhaps we should-
Temple of Shalia, because we'd like to let
yes.
them know.
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
actually,
that'd
yeah.
be a good idea.
Go to the convent, yeah.
Don't crack me up.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Ben.
You make your way to the Shellian convent, and it seems undisturbed. You see the matriarch working at the back.
I pause, turn to the elderly woman before the dwarf goes. It's like, can we see the matriarch?
She nods and gestures for you to head on back.
And I continue.
Okay, and as you pass by the room where there was once loads of infected, you notice it is empty now.
Have they all? I hope your work has lightened in the best possible way.
She turns and smiles at your approach and says, yes, we managed to get them out of here without too much concern. I'll probably need to visit them in their homes at some point, but I think it'd be better if they were with their loved ones.
It might not be. It might be good for you to get out of the temple.
She frowns.
Are you familiar with the new priest Gunther of the Sigmarites?
She gets a very irritated look on her face and nods.
He seems convinced that Sigmar's divine wrath will fall upon this temple.
She raises an eyebrow at this and she says, does he now?
Yes, I believe the word was, I believe Sigmar will send me a vision that he will... That is kind of odd, isn't it? We'll pause off.
Demanding a god send him visions.
She frowns at this and said, I had heard some rumors that he was saying some outlandish things, but I didn't realize he was making direct threats against our temple.
He has made
He also
direct threats
mentioned the
against this
Tallites.
one and multiple others, yes.
He mentioned the Tallites by name as well.
Rhea, too, if I recall.
Yes, well, Raya and Tal share the temple.
She
More
frowns
than
at this.
I'm saying that's an explanation to the dwarf.
She frowns at this and then somewhat shakes her head. She says, as much as I appreciate this word, we do have defenders here. The guard come by on a regular basis. I can't just abandon my duties here. There are people who depend on us to be here.
I would
Can
not
you-
trust the guard.
I was just about to say, can you trust them?
She frowns and says, I've had no reason to not before.
Well, the thing is, Gunther, he does not have the Sigmarite guards. He has mercenaries.
At this, she frowns even deeper. She says, the Holy Knights are gone.
I have not
Yes.
seen them.
She
Supposedly,
pauses for a long moment, and then she walks over to the sister behind her, and there's some hushed words exchanged between the two of them. And then she comes back, she says, very well, we'll start trying to move out what we can today.
Also tell her about your fellows in black that seem to be about the cathedral now.
I would also I would also be warned. It seems that Gunther has enlisted Sigmund to lend him the Black Guard. So you will not be able to rely on our typical oath of protection.
She nods slowly and says, I'm beginning to worry about you lot visiting me. You seem to bring nothing but dire news.
That has been my curse since I was a lad.
She nods slowly. There's a long pause for a moment. She says, well, we'll be doing most of our moving this evening. I don't suppose you would consider coming by.
Yes. I promise you this. Nothing will come to this convent unless it is over my dead body.
He
She
says that
nods
a
and-
lot.
She
Good
nods and
saying that,
says,
nothing.
she nods appreciatively and says, well, with your watching over us, hopefully we can retreat to a convent further outside the city, at least where we'll be safe until things calm down.
By the way, lass, you wouldn't happen to know anyone up in the upper districts? Any of the higher-ups in the town?
She seems to look up at the ceiling for a moment. She says, you could say that I have some connections, I suppose.
We need to figure out what's going on and why such an outspoken man is being given free rein. And I would have word with anyone higher up. And if you could arrange such a thing, that would be most helpful.
She nods slowly and she says, I can't tell you much, but what I can tell you is that for whatever reason, this man has supporters in more places than you would think. There's no small amount of people willing to take advantage of a madman because they want to see the Countess removed from power to put themselves in that position. It's difficult for her to move right now.
If it helps with anything, tell them that a runesmith and the man Ravenscloak entrusted to investigate into the ongoings in the city he are the ones making the request.
She gives you kind of a long moment and smirks, and she says, I knew Ravenscloak had found someone interesting, but he never did tell me who it was.
Guilty as charged, I say, he kind of semi-theatrically bowing.
I hope you have the good manners to blush after that.
She shakes her head and says, then we'll see you later tonight. We'll make all of our preparations.
If the others don't mind, I will stand and keep watch outside.
I'm with you.
I don't have to leave. Y'all can stay.
Yeah, I
I'm
want to
staying
talk
too.
to this Sigmarite
The
madman.
dwarf demands a showdown.
Yes.
I'm gonna talk to the priestess about the incident in the forequarter, because I don't know how much she learned, because it sounded like she only had vague rumors.
Okay, yeah, you can inform her of that while Morik goes on his little personal quest.
Yeah,
Are you really going to go do this by yourself, Dwarf?
I stop the dwarf before he leaves and ask him, Dwarf, what are you hoping to achieve?
Well, I did say I want to wipe that grin and glare off his face, now didn't I?
Yes, and I want his head too, but there will be a time and a place for it. I don't think it's yet.
I wasn't talking about his head last. I was talking about, more of my fist than his face.
Which will evolve into his head, yes.
Well, that could. But we gotta start somewhere.
Mr.
And we
Dwarf,
should start
I second your
later.
eagerness, but perhaps we should be focused more on protecting the innocents. And he gestures to the temple than aggravating the madman who would try and kill them.
Can you think of a better way than to cut the head off a snake?
I don't think he's actually the head of this snake.
Well, then who?
Remember the witch hunter?
He spoke about a baleful one.
What, the crazy bastard?
He referred to the One Eye, which has been haunting the dreams of all the augurs of Moor for the past several months. I think Gunther is simply a toy of this being to weaken the city before it's coming.
What about this? Do any of your other human godling orders have warriors capable?
Yes, there is one that might be willing to help us. I turn, Merton!
What?
Come, we're going to the Temple of Ulrich.
Alright, I will finish telling the priestess about how the illness was... The Shadow Mage said the illness was just like a catalyst, whatever the word was, for
No, that's a good
a
description.
mutation of something else that made them turn into terrible, terrible beasts full of eyes. And he will go kind of crazy ranting at that point about the Chaos Spawn before he recovers himself, and then will explain that the illness might not be the problem, it might be what happens when they're attacked by something else.
She seems moderately alarmed by your tale, but seems to be aware of most of the specifics. But she thanks you for your aid. And gives you not a terribly unconcerned... And gives you a somewhat concerned look as you recover yourself.
I pause and walk over and said, as Merton goes, I walk back over and say, apologies, he spent most of that encounter hiding behind a cart. It was quite the trauma.
She smirks and says, I can't say that I for one can blame him.
Yes, perhaps we were the mad one. I did smash the thing rather frequently with a hammer.
She rolls her eyes and starts giving silent but stern orders to the various sisters around the convent, and they begin making their preparations.
We will be back at nightfall.
So,
sooner.
I was
what
planning
was
on
it you wanted
staying.
before?
Elf, you can stay. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yes.
We're going to the Temple of Ulrich, Merton.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, that's a good idea. You remember the man you arm wrestled with? Weak bastard.
I am very strong. On occasion. But not strong.
Merton takes grave offense.
Morik will grunt. We need to find him and enlist his aid, or maybe someone stronger than him, because he was a little bit, on the weak side. So someone that can swing a hammer a little bit harder.
The Temple of Ulrich has long, since the Temple of Sigmar's foundation, been at odds, and they are just as great, if not greater, warriors. In fact, it is said that it was the warriors of Ulrich that stood with Kurgan at Blackfire.
Merton rolls his eye. Just as great.
And of course, it must be remembered that Great Sigmar was an Ulrican.
Damn right.
He smiles at Merton.
So there you go. Let's find the bastard.
Yep. To the Temple of Ulrich, then. So, we're going to the Temple of Ulrich.
Okay. You make your way to the temple. It's a little bit more humble than most of the other temples. It's kind of on par with the Shaolin convent. That being said, as you approach, there are a number of men wearing wolf cloaks of different shades, carrying very large hammers and wearing heavy plate armor standing outside blocking the entrances.
I walk up to the Knights of the White Wolf.
Merton walks up, and how do they do the bowing thing, or does he just need a nod?
A nod will suffice.
Merton will go up and nod. The dwarf, wishes to speak with Magnus.
He looks down at you for a moment, sees your wolf cloak, and gives you an almost imperceptible nod, and turns around and marches up to the door and slips inside for a moment. A few minutes pass, and the other white wolves around you don't really acknowledge your existence at all. And after a few minutes, that particular wolf returns, and behind him is the strong-looking individual that you have met before. And his steely blue eyes, the moment he lays eyes on you, Merton, he smirks a bit. But upon seeing your company, his eyebrows raise up. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
I was wondering if you'd be willing to lend some aid in humbling some Sigmarites.
He frowns and says, I assume you're talking about the new high priest of their order.
Yes, it appears he intends for something to happen to the Shalians.
At this, he raises a single eyebrow and says, do you have proof of this? Those are some pretty grave accusations.
Words out of his own damn mouth.
He preached it for all the city to hear.
Well, the ones with money. Like a
Yes.
stupid Sigmarite.
Indeed, the ones with money. And us, because apparently we look like we have money.
Of course I have money, manling.
Well, I don't.
He pauses for a moment and nods to two of the knights around him who sort of step past you guys and are defending the lower part of the stair to make sure no one walks into the conversation. And he crosses his arms and says, I take it you realize that the situation's getting a bit out of hand over there.
Indeed.
Yeah, they're fucking things up right well.
He nods and says, then surely you can understand why the church wishes for us to remain cautious in these matters.
Well,
Yes. Would you
We're
like
not
to know what
asking
he's
you
been
to-
saying inside his temple? It might be nice to know if you haven't heard yet.
He shakes his head and says, honestly, we don't care. As far as I'm concerned, the Sigmarites have been spouting off nonsense as long as I can remember. But that's beside the point. I've sent word to Altdorf and even on to Middenheim when I heard rumor of what this man was doing. I even received a letter faster than I expected, but the news wasn't exactly what I wished to hear. The R. Ulrich demands that we stay out of this, at least for now. We're to wait until they act, and then we act.
Even if they desecrate the temple of Ulrich's
Man.
brother Tal.
He shakes his head slowly and says, I cannot act without proof.
well, I'm not asking you to, charge the gates at the doors of the cathedral now, am I? I'm asking you, lend a few warriors just to be lazy bouts about the Chilean temple.
The Chileans plan to leave the convent by night. Tonight. We only ask that you help us ensure that they make it safely.
Because if they act against you, is that against your orders? I don't think so.
He sighs and rubs one of his temples with his hand and says, "Very well, I will send a few of the White Wolves to guard their grounds to make sure that you are able to move out without incident. I can't promise any more aid further than that."
Well,
My
if
thanks,
everything
mighty
works
warrior.
out, they will attack and, well, we'll have the reason. Merton will grin at him.
He nods and gives a wolfish grin in return and says, "Trust me, as soon as we have something concrete that allows us to get after them, me and my brothers will come to your aid, no questions asked."
I look forward to fighting alongside you.
He nods and steps back inside the Temple of Ulrich.
Well, that went about the best as I could hope.
Perhaps we should warn the priests of Tal if they haven't already heard.
You don't need to worry about them.
Okay.
They were not directly threatened. This divine wrath. Merton rolls his eyes.
It rather angers me that I can't even go to the Morites to help with the Chileans, as it is our duty to defend them.
Would any of the priestesses know about the... what's his name? The guy the witch hunter ranted about.
One Eye,
Yeah, that thing.
the priestesses of Shalia? Or more? Mikhail's trying to get clarification from Merton.
I don't know. Any of them.
The Mora,
Who haven't we asked?
wait, there's something perhaps I can do. Sotek, are the augurs in a different part of the temple from the main Morites?
Not in the city.
Ah, damn it. Can I go to the Temple of Mor to visit the augurs?
Yes, you may go to the Temple of Mor.
I will head to the Temple of Mor hastily.
Do you want us with you, or should we be at the Shalian temple?
It would probably be best if you go to the temple with the elf. I'd have greater chances against a horde of flagellants. Or any other monsters he'd summon.
She sees a horde come in, she'll probably just disappear.
Very well then. I will be swift.
Okay,
Watch
so
your back, Nuln.
so
That is
everyone
fine.
but Mikhail is returning to the Temple of Shalia?
Sotek, question.
Hmm.
This is kind of out of there, but if I paint my bowl red, will it be easier to find when I misthrow it?
I was wondering when this question was going to come up.
Are you pulling a 40k orc reference on me?
No, it was just
No. I understand what he's actually asking, but I can't help but wonder.
The red ones
Not
fly faster.
really. I would like it to happen, but I know that won't happen. The reference is real, but so would he like to collect the thing that costs 7 shillings.
I'll think about it.
See, I honestly thought you had forgotten about that idea.
My knee-jerk reaction is no, but we'll see. In any event, Mikhail, you go to the Temple of Sigmar and the rest...
Or more.
Right, more. And the rest return to the Shalian Convent, correct?
Yep.
I could go to the try and speak with the Sigmite augurs, but I don't think that would go over as well.
Probably not.
You return to the temple, if I may say this, with the GM's permission,
Yep.
and notice that the elf is looking rather more worried than she ought to be.
Lovely.
Merton gets even more worried.
Before Shalian events happen, let me deal with the Morite.
Okay.
As you approach, the two blackguard that defend the large gate that leads into the temple proper cross their halberds, denying you entry.
Is there a reason for this?
They're silent, but it doesn't take long for you to hear a familiar figure approaching.
Sigmund?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, he
Well.
waited at the gate for you.
Lovely.
No, he just heard you were coming. Well, let me pull up his model. Do. Sigmund. There you are.
I'll be right back, Sotek.
Okay.
This is going to be a pleasant conversation. Holy shit.
He comes marching out of the garden and says, "And exactly what are you doing here?"
I wish to consult with the augurs.
At this, he cocks his head and says, "Oh, then you haven't heard."
No. Heard what?
He steps forward with a pretty nasty grin on his face and pokes you very hard in the chest with one of his wonderfully high quality gloved fingers and says, "You have been ousted from the Church of Mor here in Nuln. You are a heretic."
Very well then, I will take my leave.
He seems disappointed by your lack of reaction. And as you're leaving, he calls out, "If you ever come on our grounds again, we will execute you on sight."
I will keep it in mind.
He scowls at you and stomps back into the temple proper. I don't know why I keep saying prior.
Oh, that was pleasant.
You're thinking of the word priory.
I head back to the Temple of Shalia. Do I arrive before Shalian stuff happens, or...?
No, like, they'll be able to discuss, but we're waiting on Colt for a moment.
Yeah, I get. See, it's almost as if I saw this coming.
Well, I was going to say, I got the message in as you would over at the other temples.
Oh, lovely.
I was like...
Everyone enjoying this session so far?
Yeah.
This one's almost done.
Hey, we won't be attacked by rat ogres. Hopefully.
Lovely.
Don't say that. I haven't told you what I've heard yet.
Oh, surely.
If y'all enjoyed... I figured this has been very different from what I've put y'all through so far.
Yeah.
Well, Val was right. He got himself kicked out of the temple.
Do you like the new villain?
Which one?
Yeah, good question.
Well, I guess technically Sigmund is a new villain for me. He was just more of an antagonist before.
No, I was referring more to Gunther, but yes.
He seems to have taken a back seat to Sigmund in some ways.
Well,
Despite the fact that he's there sort of shouting from the pulpit.
I was really hoping that Bao would use his public speaking and do a tete-a-tete against his little speech in the grounds with
I'm
the
back.
execution.
What did I miss?
I did not trust my fellowship against his.
Okay, hold on. Everybody pause for a moment. Alright, so, Dwarf and Meriton, you both arrive back in the Shawling Convent, and you see the elf is looking rather nervous. Val, I'll let you know when you get back.
Okay.
What's going on, Elf?
Vivandro takes a deep breath. Every so often I hear strange scratching sounds that do not match the priestesses.
What do you mean?
So the priestesses scratch?
When they're moving things. But these don't sound like that.
Okay.
The priestesses seem to be going about their work, oblivious to anything the elf might be talking about.
What? I do not understand.
I hear strange noises, Dwarf.
Coming from the priestesses or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Have you found out?
No.
Have
I
you
can only hear them.
investigated?
Yes, I can only hear them every so often, but there aren't many places to look.
Merton looks at the priestess standing right next to us. Have
Oh.
you heard these things?
Hold on a second.
She's not there.
Aww.
Have you asked?
No, I haven't. They're busy.
Well,
Mikhail, you stumble into this very intellectual conversation about this point.
and Dwarf is in a huff and moves.
Vivandro remains by the entrance.
Oi,
that
lass.
would've
The elderly woman turns to you, and she seems to give you a semi-dangerous look for using the word lass, but lets it go.
You can just call her woman.
The Elgi
It's about as offensive.
has been hearing some strange sounds coming about. Have you heard anything?
She frowns and shakes her head, says, "No, but we have been rather occupied with getting everything prepared for the move."
Can I throw a perception check?
Can I
Sure.
see if she's lying?
Yes,
No.
she's not lying.
Okay.
Mikael, you don't hear anything strange.
Do you have a basement? Or cellar, or anything of that sort?
She sort of glances at the other sister. She goes, "Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it a cellar, but we do have a room where we keep certain artifacts."
Underground?
May I see it, please?
At this, she sort of looks nervously at the matriarch, who seems to see this cry for help and starts heading all of your directions.
I put my hand on the dwarf. Master Dwarf, allow me. Because apparently I've heard the dwarf's interrogation. Matriarch, is your vault underground?
She frowns and says, "No, nothing we have went underground. This was a settlement built quite some time ago by human hands. We don't have any sort of underground piece of it."
Lass, I'm asking this because when I hear about scratching sounds and weird noises, and after all the knowledge I have gained that your city seems to have, some issues with some, intelligent rats, I would like to investigate if you would let me.
At this, she scoffs a bit and she says, "You're talking about the Skaven."
Dagaraki.
Skaven. Same thing.
She nods slowly and says, "Ah, I had heard rumors, but I, quite frankly, did not believe them."
They were responsible for the poor quarter.
Were they?
Yes,
yeah.
Manling.
Yes, didn't we tell you this?
Merton's mind is opened.
Just I turned to stare at Merton and I was like, did you not see the rat that the elf and he tried to kill?
What's the thing in the sewers that you blocked with your bodies? I couldn't almost didn't see the bomb when it came.
I have thought these things before.
She shakes her head and says, "We'll be ready to open it in just a few minutes. Please be patient. There are relics in there. We have to be very careful when moving out."
Understood.
That are
but
still there.
Is it off over here to this in the side room?
She nods.
We will stand guard.
I will actually take out my axe.
As,
I've
as
had my
will I.
greatsword ready.
And my
I've
shield.
had my greatsword ready since I had been.
Axe and shield, and I look at the dwarf. I give a knowing look to the dwarf.
Matriarch, I have a question.
She nods.
Can we actually fight back if things jump out to kill us? I'm not quite certain about the temple's sanctuary thing.
At this, she has a very rich laughter for a moment. She says, "Yes, you may fight if something terrible should somehow appear here in our sanctuary. It's me and my sisters who are forbidden from raising arms."
Oh, good. Didn't want any divine wrath on me.
Worry not. This former priest of Moor will not let anything happen to you.
She nods, and she looks around for a moment, frowning, but shrugs her shoulders and goes into the other room to make some further preparations.
Merton will make a perception check to hear, or even to touch the ground and try to feel vibrations in the stone.
Okay?
Can I throw a perception check too?
Sure.
The stone is cold.
Mikhail, it's quiet on all fronts.
This is Warhang.
Warwick, same thing.
How are the fires doing?
They're blazing all right.
Can
It is getting very close to dark. It is likely the sisters will reinforce them.
Merton. Watch
Yes?
the sisters, please. Just keep an eye on them.
Okay. What are those smudges in that room?
Oh, you mean the floor?
Yeah, there's something
Smudges?
covering over a pattern.
Ignore that.
Yeah, floor texture. Nothing
Yeah,
major.
just ignore that.
All right. I saw you moving stuff around and thought, is there
It
something
it's
covering
like
the
hay
floor?
or something. It's like hay or something.
It's hay over. Just don't worry about it. That's the long story short.
So Mikhail's going to try something that may not work, but he's going to try and channel a blessing into his axe.
Okay.
Nope. Okay.
Nope. All right. The sisters continue making their preparations. They run into a bit of an unexpected. You hear some consternation coming from the side room that they're in. And it seems like there's a
Merton
bit
will
of a
approach.
holdup.
He's watching them.
Okay, do you want to go in and find out what's going on?
Is there something you need help with?
The matriarch turns. She says, sadly, yes. We actually have a bit of a store of treasure that we keep beneath this statue here, but the mechanism to move it aside seems to not be working, and I was hoping that maybe we
can
could
we do
receive
this?
some aid.
Sure, Merton will try. What kind of check is it?
Best call over the
don't.
door.
No, you two don't hear it. You two are too busy guarding that door.
Merton, you need to go over and tell them that you need them.
Meriton doesn't have to do anything he don't want to do.
If you want them, that is.
Meriton, would you like to try and spring it open?
Merton wants to look at it first to figure it out.
She shows you that there used to be some sort of, like, piece of it that they would mess with, and it would cause some pretty clever cogs to turn that would likely slide the statue a little bit backwards, revealing some sort of alcove beneath it. But for some reason, it's not working right. And if someone were to shove it hard enough, though it would require no small feat of strength, it would probably force the wheels to turn, therefore revealing the alcove.
Merton will tap the priestess and put a finger over his mouth and point out towards the room and try to mouth the word dwarf and point at the broken bit of the statue that isn't working anymore.
She nods, concerned at your silence, and she mutters something to her sisters, who all sort of come shuffling away from that particular room. And she walks into the side room and says, I believe your friend may have found something. Me and my sisters will make our preparations here.
I look at the dwarf and have my axe. Evangel.
What check do I need to make on this thing, Sotek?
Make a... Just make a perception check.
Yeah, great.
Evangel will back up into the main hall and then shout, Priest,
Yes.
you called.
Dwarf, it appears, based on looking at it, you can tell this was designed by a clever human, but a human nonetheless. And it really is just kind of worn from old age. It's not surprising to you that it's broken.
I don't
It
hear
picked an
any-
inconvenient time, but it's no surprise.
I don't hear anything coming from below.
Nope.
Can we roll perception checks to see if we hear scratching noises the elf described?
Sure.
Success.
Okay. Let me check something really quick.
Fao, you did call me a moment ago, didn't you?
Yes, because I heard the consternation, the dwarf got walking over, and something about underground. So I called you over because I have a bad feeling.
Thanks. I was a bit confused when I called back and then you said yes.
Over here. Watch the dwarf.
Dwarf, you hear nothing. Mikhail,
Martin
you
will
don't hear
go-
anything.
Will kind of, he'll shout, something's coming, and he will go to the Shalian priest in the other room, pull out his sword and shield, and
Everybody
protect
freeze.
the door just in case they come through there.
Everybody freeze.
Okay.
You're not allowed to move at this point. It's too late now. Suddenly, all of you hear the sound of a door shattering. And you hear a very high-pitched chittering sound, like a lot of rats.
Shit.
Lovely.
Takaraki!
Roll initiative.
Roll initiative.
Hey.
Should I wait until you have that thing up?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I keep mine?
Is the thing up?
Hold on. I've got to do all my thingamajiggers. There we go. Now it's up.
Do I have to reroll mine?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
63.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, you don't. No,
Okay.
you don't.
Yeah.
I got it. Well, what'd you get, Mikhail?
43.
And where's the L? There you are. What'd you get?
63.
Of course, I'm the furthest away.
You always will be. Get used to it.
No, I mean like I'm the furthest away from the battle, and
Oh.
I'm the slowest.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in.
Y'all fell for my clever trick.
Yeah.
Well, don't feel too proud. It was Merton.
I wasn't leaving the front. I thought someone needed to watch the entrance.
Hey, Mikhail's in the room with the priestesses.
Oh, wonderful.
I hadn't thought to move
Okay,
Merton where
as
he
the
said
door
was going.
shatters down, the first thing you hear are the barks of these horrendous creatures, and you recognize, Mikhail, you're the only one close enough to see them. You recognize these horrid abominations from being at least cousins to a very nasty one that you met
Rat
a
wolves.
long time ago. And they, Vivandrel, you get to go first.
That's something to do. Hold on. I'm doing things. I will turn around. I will measure my distance. Because I believe I have to.
Yeah, sure.
Shit, what's my movement 5? So I can go 45 feet in a half action.
Yes.
About there.
Before this starts, I have to go use the restroom real quickly.
Have at it.
And I will then... I believe I'm now too close to charge.
That is correct.
But
Because you have
that's
to
full
be at
action anyway,
least...
so. But that's a full action anyway, so... I will move to block. I'll move it to contact.
Okay. Meriton, it's your turn.
Movement is movement characteristics times 2 times 3 for feet, correct?
So your movement characteristic is in yards, right? And
I thought
then...
it's each square is 2 yards. Or 1 meter? How does this go?
Right, so for every movement characteristic you have is a yard that you can... or is 3 yards, that's right. And then you can move twice that.
Alright, so I can move 24 then?
Sure.
Can I get in front of that priestess?
Yes.
Can we yell at the priestesses to get back?
No. They have to wait for their turn.
Oh.
Well, you can yell.
Come at me,
you can
stupid
yell.
rats!
You can yell,
and
surely, but they
Merton
can't
will-
do anything. until-
Get out of the way! Get back.
Speaking of the rats, it is now the rat wolf's turn. One of them comes charging past the elf. Elf, roll an opportunity attack.
Is that a weapon skill or
Yep.
something
Yeah,
special?
it's a regular attack.
Sure.
Okay, roll damage.
Got him. Oh, shit.
Ooh, roll to hit again.
Got him.
Right, roll damage. 1d10.
That is an 11 on that roll.
Well, it's 17 plus your strength bonus.
Alright, so 17 plus strength bonus is 21.
24. Yeah, 21.
21.
Christ, I'd love for it to be 24, Phil.
I
think
don't
that's
know why I
allowed
said
at the
4, I
moment.
meant 21.
Okay, as the rat wolf forces its way past the door to go scurrying after one of the priestesses, the elf, in a very dexterous move, sends her greatsword arcing over her head and splits it straight down the center. Just cuts it into 2 pretty even halves. and it lets out a horrific yelp sound and keeps dragging itself towards her before it finally drags out enough of its entrails that it just bleeds out to death. The other one will go gnashing for your throat, Vivandrel.
Yeah.
And he hits you.
Dodge time.
Oh yeah, you have dodge blow now, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Isn't that a shame?
Fortune point.
Okay.
I should probably throw dodge blow instead of agility, but yay.
Why do you have a
Do you have
bonus
plus
dodge?
10 to dodge blow?
As a matter of fact, yes.
How?
I have no idea, but I've got it.
Oh, I know what you did. You do not have that. You do not have plus 10 to it. Here, I'll fix that real quick. Because if I don't, I'll forget.
What did I do?
So, on your advanced skills, the reason it only gives you 3 circles instead of 4 circles is because the first circle is assuming that you take it. Because otherwise you wouldn't write it.
The
So all
first
of your-
circle is half, the second is taken, the third is plus 2.
No. Advanced skills, you can't use them unless you have them.
Oh, right.
So all of your things should be on the first square. Like, watch, I'll roll it for you so... See, it doesn't have your thing. So you want to keep it on the first circle. The second circle is plus 10%, and the last circle is plus 20%. But I fixed it. We can talk about it later. But I have repaired it for now. So you do not, in fact, dodge.
I was so certain I had a skill which gave me a plus 10. I'm trying to think what that is.
You might have had a talent, but I can't think of what it would be.
Talent.
I will glance at your sheet really quick. No, you wouldn't have anything that would do that.
Fair enough.
That being said, he only does, he hits you on your left arm for 7 damage.
You said it was going for the throat, and then it hit.
Well, you managed to flail. Good job.
Right.
Let's see, who is next? Let's see, Meriton already went, so it's Mikhail, unless it's these guys. Oh, no, it's these guys.
Sorry, how much damage?
Outcome,
Do I not get
7
my
to your
second
arm.
half action? Or
One at a time, please.
Oh, I did not realize you had a half action left.
because I moved a half action 24 to get to there,
Good point.
and
What
then
is
I
your other
figured
half
the
action?
thing wolfed.
Go.
I will go to kind of block so they can't run through to the priestesses.
How
Fair
much did it hit me for, sorry?
7
7.
on your left arm.
So, left arm, let's take 5, so 2.
Okay, Meriton, as you press yourself besides the elf, you see that the room has a number of Skaven and also very large rats behind the remaining rat wolf. And behind them all is a Skaven wielding a whip who seems to be very much in charge of what's going on. And now the rats surge forward. First giant rat goes lunging for Meriton and hits.
Parry. Success with shield.
Right. Another one comes after you. He misses. Actually, no, wait, no, he hits. He hits. You do not have dodge blow, correct?
Correct.
He hits you for 8 damage on your body.
Alright.
Then
That's
another
3 ones.
giant rat comes running for Elf. He misses horrendously. And the last one just sort of squeals and flails around the back trying to get an opening. Then some various Skaven press forward. But they realize they're not exactly in the best position at the moment. But the Packmaster behind them comes up, cracking his whip, and he doesn't do too well in his command check. They don't seem terribly thrilled about the idea of shoving their way through. Mikhail, you're up.
I move. I don't think I'm in range to charge.
Oh wait, nope, I am. Never mind.
I charge the rat fighting Merton.
Okay.
Can I shove it back so that I'm also helping with the elf?
That would require just a strength check, and you probably wouldn't do much damage to it.
So it would cancel out my attack.
Yes, you cannot attack it and try to hurl it back.
Okay, then I will swing with my axe.
Okay.
It's a charge attack.
Okay, roll damage.
That is 6.
Alright, you cut a pretty good cleft into it, but it's still definitely alive.
Yeah, I yell at the priestesses to get back.
Morik, you're up.
So, question, can I do, because I don't want rats pouring out of this statue behind me if I move back. Can I do the strength check to open it and see if anything pops out at me as like a half action, or is that a full action?
I would point out that's a good way to get something to jump out at you.
I will allow that as a half action.
I want to make sure that nothing's going to come up behind me and kill everyone.
I don't really see how it would be able to move the statue if you don't, is all I'm going to say to that.
You give the statue a solid shove, and as it rolls back, you see some various chests and stuff, but it's not a very deep hole, and it's pretty undisturbed.
Okay, good. Alright, other action.
I would try running instead of a normal move.
Well, he already used a half action.
Yeah, I already used.
He will hustle as best he can.
There. Next.
Alright, the priestess's turn. The matriarch shouts for her priestesses to evacuate, and they all begin hustling out of the room as quickly as they can. Pressing past each other, but keeping it in an orderly fashion. But the matriarch herself comes into the room.
Clear.
Master Dwarf, see them to the white wolves.
Can we see... Can we listen to Sotek, please?
The matriarch comes into the room herself, and she immediately approaches behind Merton. Oops, not the door. Make that part of the damn map. That way I don't accidentally grab it. There we go. She approaches behind Merton, and... Merton, you heal 6 wounds.
Thank you.
She seems very concentrated on something. The Vandrel, you're up.
How many are in contact with me?
3.
One or... Are any of them surrounded or...?
You are surrounded by 1, so you're at -10.
Side note, am I touching the... am I close enough to the elf to touch her?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. That'll come into play on my turn. Just go on.
Okay. We'll do an aim strike on the wolf rat.
Okay.
Is it a wolf rat or a rat wolf?
It is a rat wolf.
So there's a distinction.
Not really.
Right.
There is no such thing as a wolf rat.
I was so sure there was.
Well, sorry.
Unless you're in the Avatar world. No.
In any event, roll your attack.
Aim strike on the wolf rat.
Okay.
Because I've just invented it. I don't like rat
Alright,
wolf.
roll damage.
That's an 8.
Roll one more.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry.
You're not using a flail.
Your sweet impact.
You're not using
Yeah,
a flail.
that's-
You get impact every round.
I'll fortune point one of them if I may.
Okay. The 3, I imagine.
Probably. Oh, that'll do. 12.
12. Alright, your sword cleaves pretty heavily into its chest and sends it snarling off for a moment, but it rallies and seems pretty pissed off. Merton.
Swift attack.
Okay. The wounded rat or the other one?
The wounded one.
Okay, you hit. Roll damage.
7.
7. You run it through.
Next attack on the other rat.
Okay. Well, I can't argue with that.
12.
12. You bring your... you still have a sword, right?
Yes.
Too many weapon switches with you, group. You bring the sword arcing down, and it spears into the rat, impaling it on the ground, and it wiggles for a bit before it dies off.
The way is clear, priest.
Rat's turn. This
That'll-
giant rat is going to leap in the gap and attack... Not that one, this one. And attack, Mikhail. It misses horrendously and actually spills out past you into the next room.
Damn
Horribly.
it.
Horribly.
that
It's
provoke?
it's dazed.
Wait, does that mean we get like an attack of opportunity?
No, but it's not going
Oh.
to have an action next turn.
Okay.
Then come the slaves.
Yay.
This clan rat comes running forward and slashes at you, and he misses. This one pushes in, squeezing against one another as they're trying to get away from the whips behind them. And he
These clan rats are
swings.
slaves.
These are whatever clan rats technically.
Okay.
Well, slaves technically, clan rats stat-wise.
Okay.
He also misses.
Okay.
The giant rat trying to sink its fangs into Vivandro's foot hits.
Dodge blow. Please do this one this time.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
That being said, he does a whopping 4 damage to your leg.
you're
So,
good.
another... well, no, toughness bonus of 3, no armor there, so I take 1.
No.
The rat wolf also hits you.
Oh, yippee. I thought that thing was dead after it was run through.
No, that was a
No,
giant rat.
the one in front of you is still alive.
Right.
And he does 8 damage to your right arm.
That will be 4 damage then.
Okay, and then the Packmaster is going to step forward and he's going to crack his whip at Mikhail, and he misses.
Okay.
Speaking of Mikhail, it's your turn.
I will grab the elf and try and cast the Blessing of Speed.
Noted.
So it goes off.
All right, Elf
You have
gets
+5 agility and +1 movement for the next 10 rounds.
there
Because
you go.
because a minute's 10 rounds, correct?
That's no, a minute is 6 rounds.
I thought every round was 6 seconds.
No, every round is 10 seconds.
Okay, fair enough. So that's 6 rounds. So you
Okay.
dodge on a 65.
Nice. You still have a half action.
I will swing at the whatever thing is that is closest to me.
Slave. Okay.
Can he hit the dazed one?
No.
No, that's a little too
Can,
far.
can I move forward to block the doorway?
You could force yourself forward a bit. Yes.
And can I still swing, or does that count as a
No,
half action?
that's gonna count
Okay.
because you're literally having to defend yourself as you press forward.
Mikhail, Merton, get the one behind me.
Morik.
There's a rat here for you, Morik.
You can move
Okay.
5 times your speed if you hustle.
I move 5 times my speed.
All right. It is now the priestess's turn. They continue to evacuate the area. They are running out as quickly as they can.
No, I don't want them to leave the temple. That's bad.
Stay within the temple. Don't know what's outside.
I will think about whether or not they consider that's a great idea. And the matriarch starts whispering to herself, yada 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 yada, generating power. Let's see if that goes off.
As a side note, since I'm actually casting spells, what does channeling do for me?
Channeling gets you plus your magic characteristic.
Fair enough.
If you pull a successful channel check, but it counts as a half action.
Okay.
She presses forward, and she walks up behind the elf and lightly presses a hand on your back, and she heals you for 9 wounds.
Back to full.
The Vandal.
Yeah. Time to finish off this damn wolf rat. We'll call that name strike.
Okay. No.
Bugger.
Merton.
Let's see. That should barely reach, correct? 18 feet to the pack master with the whip.
Yeah, you're in range.
I will with my sword and ask Mork to take care of that rat. Pull up my whip, grin at the rat, and say, "So you like vips then?" And I will attack the pack master.
This will get interesting.
Hits.
All right, you do hit him. See, it's an entangling weapon.
I'll fortune point that one.
Is the whip armor piercing?
No, I don't have that yet.
Okay.
It's fast, but that won't matter apparently. So it will do
It will matter against him.
8 points of damage. It's fast.
Yeah, he does not parry it. Oh, well, technically it's a blast skill weapon. I'm probably just going to make that a weapon skill. Eventually. I'll talk about that later. Alright, so that does... So what's your strength?
My strength is 4, and I have strike mighty blow. No, wait, it's not melee, so it's strength bonus plus -4. Does that make it strike mighty or the mighty blow work, or?
No, because it would have to be a melee attack for that.
All right, then it's 7.
You're thinking mighty shot is for range.
Oh, I have that too.
Well, then there you go. Alright, so you get +5, so you're actually going to get a net of +1. So you do 8 damage.
Yes.
Okay, which he'll
8
feel
damage
that.
to the right leg.
Yeah, he'll feel that big time.
I knew that would come in handy sometime.
From 11. Alright, yeah, it definitely bites into him. And then, let's see, for the snaring part, let's see, he makes an agility check, which he passes, so he manages to slip free of it. Alright,
Redraws the whip.
Alright, it's now the rat's turn. That giant rat is recovering its senses. The wolf rat... God damn it, now he's got me saying it. Will hit
It's a
the
better
Vandal.
word. Dodge blow.
Okay, you have 65 now.
Let's just watch me roll a 66. Fucking hell.
I think you have one more fortune point today.
No,
I don't think I do.
Okay, oh, I know what I'll do. As the elf tries
I've known
to...
you.
As the elf tries to dodge aside from the rat wolf, she bumps slams, because the rat wolf's weight is also on her, into Mikhail, and both of you spill out of the doorway.
Ah, damn it. Onto Merton.
He gets pushed back.
Ah, lovely.
Also, Vivandril, you take 11 damage to your left leg.
Ouch. These clothes are
Then,
new, you know?
this slave is going to slash at the priestess and miss horrendously. The packmaster is going to step forward and snap his whip at the priestess. He misses. And this giant rat is going to come out and attack Vivandril because he's already got a taste for you. And he misses.
My turn.
Yes.
Can I shove past into the doorway in front of the priestess to guard her? Because
take a
there's
strength check.
There's no one in my way, really.
Take a strength check.
Ugh. I will fortune point that. Nope.
You're able to push to Vivandril's side, but you're not able to put yourself between the priestess and the slave attacking her.
Do I still have a half action?
Yes.
Can I use that half action to move?
Not in front of him.
Can I swing at him?
Yes.
I will swing at him. And yell at the priestess to stay behind me.
Okay, roll damage.
That
Nice.
is a 12.
Okay, you step forward, and as it sort of looms over the priestess to deal a killing blow, you step forward and, using the techniques Morik taught you, sink your axe deep into its chest, and it lets out kind of a weird rasping noise and then collapses over.
So now that it's dead, can I, step over its
No,
body?
because your turn's done.
Damn.
Morik.
More
Been-
roars and attacks.
It would have been cinematic.
Alright, you're squishing a rat. Roll damage. Yeah, it's squished.
Yay.
You don't even use your weapon, you just stomp on it. There's a resounding snap. Vivandril. Or actually, wait, the priestess. The priestess She's going to reach for Vivandrel again. Okay, she channels successfully. Oh yeah, it goes off. Vivandrel, she will... Oh, that wasn't as good. She'll heal you for 3 wounds.
Ow.
Better than nothing.
Speaking of which, it's your turn.
So it is. Am I still on the floor, or...?
Well, sort of. No, you're up. You're wrestling with a rat wolf a bit, but you're up.
Well, let's try and kill it then. Aim strike.
Okay.
Got him.
Roll damage. Okay.
Call that a 12.
As you're stumbling to get up and this rat wolf is looming over you, jaws snapping at your face, you manage to wrench your greatsword to the side beneath it and just cut into it deep. And it lets out a horrible yelp and falls to the side and struggles a bit before falling still. And you're suddenly very, very happy that you're using a sword instead of an axe, because that maneuver probably would not have been doable.
No, it would have been even cooler with the axe, because you'd have to sort of smack it underneath it and then lift it into the air on the axe blade.
Meritain, you're up.
I will aim and attack the plague. What's his face?
Packmaster.
Succeeds.
Okay. Yep, you get him. Roll damage.
Woohoo!
Alright, he does not dodge out of it, though.
So he takes 2 damages and is entangled.
Well, he won't take any damage. But,
Alright.
yeah, he's entangled and only during his turn can he try and get out of it. Speaking of which, it is his turn, and he's going to try a agility check to wriggle free, and he fails, so he's still entangled. This giant rat is going to launch itself at Mikhail. Miss. This slave is going to swing at Vivandrel. Hit.
I'd love if this stopped happening. Dodge blow.
Nice.
Finally.
You dodge aside. The next one will swing at Mikhail and hit.
Nope.
And this last one is going to push himself up and scrabble away a bit, but he's not going to get through yet. And this one's also going to push his way up. Mikhail.
I will swing at the Skaven.
Specific, but okay.
The one that's fighting me. As a side note, how many rounds has it been since I blessed Vivandrel?
3.
Okay. Hits.
Did you aim?
Yep.
Okay.
Whoa.
Roll to hit.
Ah.
Yeah, good enough. As he launches forward, you bring your axe whirling around and do a very, very impressive decapitation as he's still midair. And its body goes down with a pretty loud thud. Morik.
There's no way I can get into combat with any of these.
No, there's no
Watch
way.
the priestesses.
I take out my crossbow.
Okay.
Is no one gonna guard the priestesses in case
Can
someone
I
comes through the front
fire?
door?
You can
You're
fire.
dealing with 2 people above 6 feet tall.
You can. It's not the easiest shot, but you can try and aim for someone further back.
Yeah, I'll
Actually,
try for the entangled.
You
get
get a plus 20% if you aim at the entangled Packmaster,
That's what I was gonna do.
because he's ensnared. Why that gives plus 20% blast skills beyond me, but it does say that. So there
He
you go.
stopped. He can't move, so he's an easy target, I guess.
If you say
Well,
so.
they can't really
You
move
attempted
anyway.
to use a roll command looking for the value of a selected token, but no tokens are selected. Interesting. I don't know
Oh.
what that is.
That's a problem command. Just roll a D100 and compare it against your blasting skill. The plus 20 will cancel out with the minus 20 for the difficulty of the shot.
That's my elastic skill.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Alright, Vivandrel. Oh wait, no,
Um,
Priestess.
Yes.
She passes her channeling check. Oh yeah, she gets that spell off big time. Vivandrel, she heals 7 wounds on you.
That's 5 plus 7, 12.
You know you can just type +7, right?
That didn't work for me last time, in the last session.
No.
Which is
In
one
any
more,
event-
so I was having to count.
It's your turn.
Yes. Who's actually still alive?
There's
A
a
bunch of
slave
skin.
rat right in front of
There's
you,
4
a
guys
giant rat
left,
to your
or
side,
5
another
guys
slave
left.
rat, a
One
further
at a
back
time,
slave
please.
rat, and a packmaster.
There's 5 guys. Can't you see them?
I can see shapes. I see where I.
You can always zoom in, you know.
Yeah, I am zoomed in. Thank you so much. We'll go for the slave rat right in front.
Okay.
Sort of move up there. Was I in base contact then, or?
Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to
Yeah,
move.
Alright. Just did it for the heck of it. Aim strike.
Hit.
That will
We
hit.
hit.
Roll damage.
11.
An 11. Okay. You step forward, and with a broad swing of your sword, you cleave straight through one of his arms, and blood goes everywhere, and it screeches horribly before you plant a stab through its chest and bear it down to the ground. Meriton.
I
proud.
will make an intimidate check to try to weaken the morale of the people, brandishing the whip above my head and pointing at them. You are next.
Your whip's a little bit busy at the moment, but you can go ahead and do the intimidate part.
Can you yank the whip so that he falls flat on his ass?
He's already kind of on the ground.
Oh, okay.
Fortune pointing that. My last fortune point. Definitely using it.
Uh,
Oh, come on.
oh, okay. That's quite the shift.
It's almost
Yeah.
like me with that tree.
So, Meriton raises his sword in his other hand, the one not occupied with holding the whip, and lets out a loud battle cry. And the slaves... Oh, yeah, they're not... No. The slaves, who have had about enough and are very keenly aware of the fact that their slave driver at the moment is very deoccupied, both of them turn right around and go fleeing back towards the wall. Not you. Go fleeing back towards the wall and manage to stuff themselves into this small hole.
Do I get to swing at them as they flee?
You can swing at one of them.
Oh yeah, the one that was in contact with me.
Yeah.
No.
No.
It doesn't count as a name, does it?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Alright, and both of them, force themselves into a small tunnel that's been dug into the floor near the back of the room.
Don't let him escape.
Yeah, they're gone.
Too late, dwarf. Maybe
Bit
you want to go in
preoccupied
after
right
them?
now as I kick at the rat.
Merton will delay to ready the whip if the guy gets free.
Okay, speaking of which, he does not get free. And the giant rat is not doing very well. Mikhail.
I will try and squish the rat. Nope.
Yeah, it's too fast for you. Morik.
Reload and fire.
Okay,
Is it reloading a full action though?
that is correct. Crossbows
Never
are full action.
Actually, yeah, I'll switch. I'll get my axe and stuff, and I will
Can
move.
someone go check on the priestess?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
we-
going
yeah,
to
I was-
go
I was
do.
just say- I was saying
That's
we-
what I'm doing.
Speaking of which, at this point, the priestess, feeling pretty confident in the situation, runs into the main hall area to go check on her sisters who have remained within the building. Evandrel.
Where is this entangled thing?
He is right in front of you.
Do not
He-
kill it. I need it alive.
I will turn around and just stare at Mikhail briefly.
Yeah. Merton shrugs.
Merton.
It could be useful. And he will jingle the
No.
manacles he has.
Priest, we can use its body just as well.
I'm
Priest,
not.
bounty hunter.
I'm not.
Now I'm doing it. Bounty hunter, we can use the body just as easily.
Well, there are others who might be able to use more than the body, and it would be good.
Yes,
Yep.
or it could escape.
Not really.
Evangel, attack something.
Yeah, I'm attacking it. I've moved into contact, so it's a regular strike.
Okay, you get plus 20 because he's entangled.
Yay.
Nope. He
Okay.
manages to... Meriton pulls heavily on the whip, and he manages to dodge aside. Meriton.
I'll go forward, and I will lock manacles on it.
Okay. Hit's turn. It's... No, it's not getting out of that. The giant rat, completely oblivious to what's going on around it, attacks Mikhail again and misses. Mikhail?
I squish the rat. Nope, no, I don't squish the rat.
He's a slippery little bastard. Morin?
Run and shout.
Yeah, I'll just run and get to the front door.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, you push your way past the sisters. The matriarch goes to comfort her sisters and calm everyone down. Evangel.
I've got Sis. He will glare at the elf.
If you think you can do anything to move with that. But fine.
You know, you could help with the other rat. That's trying to eat one of your compatriots.
That's
It's
what
not
I'm
really
doing.
doing much,
Attack.
but I just can't hit it because it's a slippery bastard.
Is this plus 10 or plus 20 for surround?
Plus 10 for surround. Yeah,
Not-
that'll hit. Roll damage? Oh, yeah.
That's a 13.
As it lunges for Mikhail once more, a sword comes arcing down and impales it to the floor.
I was hoping that I could just kick it into the wall. That might do the trick as well.
Yeah, well, he
Kick it
said
into my axe, so I like as I swing at it.
any of
No.
those options should have been said before I started talking about it.
I say this is my kill, pal.
But you didn't want to do a baseball pitch?
No, we don't play baseball.
All right, and with that, the fight is technically over, though there is still a survivor.
Mert
Any
will
par-
take out his 10 feet of rope to tie it up even more, and then throw the net over it. Is there a sack in this room that looks empty?
put it in one of the jars.
A jar will work. If I
Yeah,
can
put it in the-
ask
There-
a priestess to use one.
You find a sack.
Alright, I will put it in the sack.
Take that to the...
It tries it in defense. It does try very valiantly to bite off your fingers, though it seems mostly horrendously terrified. And there's a weird, acrid stench in the room.
You said that priest warned of divine wrath on this place.
Yep, I think there are some people who would be very interested in this Wrath of Sigmas.
I think the Ulrich
You take
would love
that
this.
thing to the Temple
Yeah,
of Ulrich.
Ulrich,
Take
yeah.
that thing to the Temple of Ulrich, and you have everything you need to accuse the man of heresy. Divine wrath, Skaven attack.
Yep.
Consulting with the ruinous powers. We'll have his head by the end of the day.
I don't think it would be that simple.
You'd be surprised.
It's not him, so they probably won't be able to actually do anything, but it would be a nice reminder that they might want to be a little more proactive than this defensiveness.
Can I take a look outside, Sotek, and see if anyone was waiting for the priestesses to come running out to slaughter them?
Yes.
I will do so.
Yeah.
As you step outside, you notice that all seems quiet.
Like, too quiet, or just
It's a
fine?
little suspiciously quiet.
Perception
Can I
checks.
do a perception?
Sure.
There we go.
You look around, and it's not, something's not right.
Okay.
It's almost as if there should be a lot of people around, but for some reason there's no one around.
It's a good thing. Can I throw one?
If you go outside, yes.
I will stand in the doorway and throw one.
Okay.
No.
It's a bit too quiet out here. I'm
I
not
have a-
for liking it.
Oh, that's a good enough roll. Mikhail, you do have a very foreboding sense that something awaits the lot of you.
I have a feeling this
bugger.
wasn't the only attack. Brace yourselves.
This is why I didn't want the priestesses going outside.
Indeed.
Marathon, get up here.
Just 1 second, Matriarch. I have a guest in your closet. Mind if we put it in one of those jugs so that it won't get away? I think that it would be very interesting to show it to some of the more recalcitrant people in the city. Well, not the people, but there are some who would be nice to know that this thing was here.
Mark will turn to Mikhail and go plug whatever hole those things crawled in out of.
Understood.
Or we'll be dealing with them at our backs before you know it.
Sotek, can I plug the hole?
You can throw a bunch of random shit in it. Yep.
Okay. Do I need a roll check for that or no?
No. The priestess, the matriarch comes in. She points to the various things that she would recommend you use. There seems to be a notable amount of artifacts in here. She's very keen on not being touched.
I very diligently touch only the things she points at.
That being said, you do manage to get some very, very heavy stuff into the hole. And Meriton, she does find... she tells you should probably settle with the sack.
Alright, I was just thinking even more secure might have been nice.
But the rat man is very,
snout.
very well bound.
Tie its snout so I can't chew out of anything.
Good idea, Mark. Merton will undo the sack enough to tentatively and carefully keep his fingers away from the gnashing teeth, and bind the thing, shove hands in its own mouth.
Take an agility check.
Alright. Just punch it. Just punch it in the head until it's out. Ugh.
Dan, you were faster. Alright.
It's a Skaven. Just punch it.
It is successfully bound, and you ruined my fun.
Jesus, man. Why didn't you bind that to begin with?
Alright, and as y'all are busy in there, Dwarf, you see a small army of armored figures approaching the temple.
Get to the doors now!
I sprint over to the doors and get ready to ready my shield next to the dwarf.
Get back and get to my left and right. Someone, Merton, get to your advantage point.
Martin, you've got the shield up front.
Behind me.
Merton has a bow.
Mikhail, not in front of me.
Why are you carrying a shield? Fine.
The sisters, back further up into the temple,
Axe and shield are ready.
whispering very frighteningly. The matriarch drags the Skaven into the main room and not so lightly throws him in next to one of the braziers. And she steps up behind the lot of you and says, please fall back here. It'll probably be easier to hold.
As long as I'm at the apex.
And as you all back up, in they come. They're all way too big. Well, I have to resize everyone for this map. This was not exactly where they were originally going to meet you. As they all come marching in, you realize that they're not particularly hostile, though they're very on edge, and they are all wearing the colors of the Nuln Guard. And you hear something very large outside that lets off some sort of high-pitched screech, but you can't tell what it is as the rest of these men come pouring in.
Is there a problem?
As you... Merton, get to the front, you bugger, so they know who's talking. Really? You're gonna hide behind the matriarch?
I have a bow.
I don't think I've ever heard manlier words. As the guard, the Nulnite guard file in, many of them are carrying swords and halberds, and they're readying for battle, and no small amount of crossbows are aimed in y'all's direction. A man in a pretty strong-looking middle-aged man pushes his way through to the front, and he's wearing pretty ornate armor. It's not the richest thing in the world, but he definitely is a man of station. And behind him is a more elderly, bald figure that has a very sinister look to him. 1 second. All of you swear you've seen this smaller man before, but you can't quite put your finger on it.
Describe him to us, Sotek.
Can I throw a magical sense check to see if it's our friendly neighborhood wizard?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Describe him to us, Sotek.
He's aged in years, though it's likely that his apparent age has more to do with the lifestyle he's led, as opposed to his more natural age. He has a lot of very telling scars. There's one near his mouth, there's one near his eye. He looks like he's been around a lot, and he definitely has the look of not necessarily the most trustworthy man.
If you're coming here to do harm, you best think twice.
The two men pause, and the man in the more ornate armor looks down at the dwarf and he says, I don't know what it is you lot think you're doing here, but I received word that the Temple of Shalya was under attack.
Oh, by whom?
He narrows and he says, I heard there were vengeful heretics attempting to take the temple, and when I walk in, I see 4 armed warriors standing before me.
Oh yeah, we're here defending against the attack that came that you were too slow for.
The more what's the word I'm looking for? The more sinister man next to him says, and exactly what were you defending against?
This! Burton will walk over to the other room and drag back a corpse of one of the rat men that died
Or
and toss
run
it in
out
front of them.
the one in that sack.
But not the live one, no.
No, drag a corpse back. We'll leave that
Yeah,
one
drag
in
a
the sack
corpse.
for now.
Yeah, he drags a corpse over and tosses it in front of Morik.
Alright, you
There
hurl
you go.
down you hurl down a slave corpse, and the two men look down at it for a moment, and the man in the more ornate armor seems reasonably confused. And he looks to the smaller man, and he sort of glares up at a lot of you, and his eyes focus on Merton for a long moment, and then he starts to smile and he goes, I know your face, don't I? Or rather, I should say I know the back of your head better.
And I know yours, Victor.
He smiles and says, oh, you remember me, that's sweet. That being said, am I to believe that beastmen just appeared and attacked this temple out of nowhere? Conjuring out of thin air?
No, they crawled up out of the ground, like is their wont, you daft Zaki.
Matriarch, would you care to explain the situation?
She steps forward and she seems pretty pale at this escalating situation. She nods and says, I can ascertain what they're saying is true. We were attacked and they did defend us. The smaller man grumbles a little bit, and the captain of the guard, if you haven't figured out that's who he is, looks down at Victor and frowns, and he looks up and says, I am Captain Eckhart, and it seems to me that this situation requires a little bit more investigating.
I do not
Clearly,
think
the
so.
information I was fed was not mostly accurate.
Captain, follow me if you will. I will show you where they entered from.
And only the captain. And Morik will stand there firmly.
He nods and waves nonchalantly at his men,
I
and
lead him into the vault and carefully start pulling aside the stuff that I've stacked in there. This is the hole they entered from.
he looks down into it for a moment and sits up and nods and says, very well, I've seen enough, and starts heading back out towards the front.
I carefully put all the stuff back. And then
As he returns to his men, he turns to a lot of you and says, I suppose I should be thanking you for your duties here, though I do question your timely arrivals. I thank you for your service provided to the city.
I've been
And I
here since the
question
morning.
your timely
Yes.
arrival as well. Who
I mean-
who gave you the idea that we were under attack anyway?
He glares and says, that's none of your concern, citizen.
Actually, it is a bit of my concern, seeing that this place was threatened of being attacked. It was attacked, and no one left this place when it was attacked. So, yeah, I want to know whom.
He sort of frowns and he says, "And who threatened to attack this place?" Before you're able to talk, the matriarch grips your shoulder very, very tightly.
Though, the thing is, you have a lot of men, yeah? That takes time to rally up to come. So, and we have only been fighting them for maybe less than a minute since the fight started.
Several.
Obviously, you heard about it before the things came out of the wall. That is concerning.
It is concerning to whoever told you, first of all. Had no knowledge of this in advance, so that is concerning. Manling.
He glares around the temple for a long moment, and his eyes turn on Victor, and all of you can tell that Victor's gears are turning very, very quickly in his head. He steps forward. He steps close to the captain and starts whispering some things in his ear. The captain nods a few times and stands
Captain,
up.
I have something for you. Merton pulls out the bounty on Victor from Middenheim and hands it to the captain.
The captain reaches forward and takes a look at it for a moment and looks at Victor and then looks back at it, and he hands it back to you and he says, "I am aware this man has a troubled past, but he's proven quite valuable to me and my regiment since arriving here. Although I understand that he may have caused you issue in the past, I would have you realize that any bounties that may be residing on him from other, less informed places will not hold any weight here, and if you decide to pursue them further, I can guarantee you will find yourself placed in a cell immediately."
As long as you are there, I was just making sure.
He nods, and he looks at the four of you and says, "Very well. I will be escorting the sisters safely to their convent outside of the city, because I assume that it is where you're going, matriarch?" And she nods.
Do you wish for us to accompany you, matriarch, or shall we leave this to the guard?
She shakes her head. She says, "No, I've known Eckhart for some time. I trust him."
Very well. I bow respectfully.
She nods.
Morik
As
will grumble very loudly about this.
She nods to each of you and she says, "I appreciate your help, truly. If you weren't here, it could have been rather bad."
Worry not. I would do
Eckhart
it again in a
nods.
heartbeat.
Eckhart nods and says, "Very well. I will be sure to inform the High Priest of Sigmar that such abominations are wandering about beneath the city. It'd be wise that he's warned of it." He nods to the lot of you, and as he turns, he says, "Though I cannot exactly let you all leave just yet. I would have more details of this incident."
Of course.
He nods and waves at his guard and says, "Take them into custody, but don't take their weapons."
Matriarch,
Morik will glare at any guard that comes near him.
Captain.
They keep a vague distance.
Merton was talking to the matriarch.
Captain,
Merton
What?
wants to whisper to the matriarch.
for fuck's sake, I'm busy here.
What, Vivandrel?
What authority is given to you to arrest members of the Imperial Army?
He frowns and says, "I don't follow."
We're contracted to the Black Wolves Regiment. What authority do you have to take us into custody? We committed no crime?
He gets a rather ugly sneer on his face at the mention of the Black Wolves and says, that explains that if you're so prone to finding trouble." He nods to Victor and says, "Very well. You're free to go, but note, I'll be keeping an eye on you. All of you."
Captain, if you wish more details, I will gladly give them to you.
He nods and says, "Then stay behind. Give your details to my man here, Victor, and he'll be sure they're relayed to me. But if you don't mind, I'd rather get the sisters to safety immediately."
Of course. Victor, shall we take this outside? I'd rather not trouble the sisters with more details if they attack.
The rest of the guards sort of flood into the temple to assist the sisters in carrying out their various supplies.
Vivandril will turn to Merton and the dwarf and say, as loudly as she can while whispering, "Get that sack to the Temple of Ulrich immediately."
Yeah, I
Matriarch,
go
can
and
I
grab
get
it.
a signed note that this thing was kind of found attacking you at the temple?
She nods and very quickly signs it and very, very urgently pushes you lot to leave immediately.
All right, Merton
I
grabs
pick up
sack
the
and
sack.
leaves.
Yep.
Actually, Mort can do that. He can carry it.
Yep.
I walk
Right.
through
As you all pass the captain of the guard, he glances at you and says, "Wait, what is that?"
None of your concern. Walk out.
Property of the Imperial Army, Captain. We'll be on our way.
As you all step outside, you find your path blocked by a rather terrifying beast. A strange hybrid of griffin and lion.
Cool.
It seems
Of Griffin
not...
and Lion.
Yeah,
Surely of
it's-
Eagle and
This
Lion.
suddenly makes more
Eagle and
happy.
lion, yeah.
Yes.
It is...
It's a Griffin.
You hear the... it's not a griffin, it's a demigriff. But the captain of the guard comes stomping out after you, and he says, if you want to make it past... Oh, God, where's my notes? Sorry, I forgot this damn thing's name. If you want to get past Razorbeak, you're going to need to answer my question, Master Dwarf.
Merton will turn to the guard, or to the captain, and he doesn't really have any way to get out of this, does he?
Sotek, can I throw a charm animal check on the demigriff?
You can throw a charm check. It's really not competent. You can throw it on it or the or the captain,
Why can't I throw a charm animal on the demigriff?
because charm animal is not a thing.
It is.
Animal care is a thing.
I'm
There's
fairly
a-
certain charm animal's a thing.
What?
Yeah, talent, charm animal.
Hold on a second.
It's
Charm
under the
animal
scout.
skill, basic, fellowship.
Oh wow, I have never seen that before because nobody in the prior campaign used it. Very well. If you have it, then fire away. Actually, it's basic, so you can try.
Well, he has it, so.
Yeah, I have it. And it's
I don't know
advanced.
how I've never seen that one. I have never seen that used
Well,
before.
well, it's a talent, so
Well, it's a skill.
No, it's a skill.
it's under the
Underneath
talent
charm.
section of the. It's under the scout. It's under the talent section of the scout class.
Yeah, well, that's a goof up on their part. Anyway, roll it.
Okay.
It's a fellowship.
Shit.
Yeah, it doesn't like you. It lets out a pretty loud screech, and it doesn't swipe at you with its claws, but it's looking pretty aggressive.
Can I throw a charm check on it?
Now that I know Charm Animal exists, no.
Nah, damn.
That had to go against us.
First,
Fine.
lack of /DM.
That's up to you, Merton. I
Wow.
cannot give you future predicting powers.
I was going to say we better get out. We need
No,
a
I
way of
wanted
getting
to
out.
know if Merton knew that that was a terrible idea from his conversation before with Johan.
You have the clues. I cannot put them together for you.
Well, we've tried everything else. We need a reason for.
Can I throw a charm check on the captain?
Yes, you may.
Ah, damn.
Damn it!
What do you say?
We were asked partly by the Temple of Ulrich to keep an eye on them, and they wished any information as to the possible attackers, and as such, we're bringing them one of the bodies.
You might get away with this.
It is a body.
He frowns for a moment and says, "I've seen a myriad of bodies in there, but that one seems awfully well prepared."
That's because
How can he see it? It's in a sack.
Yeah, it's in the sack.
Yeah.
That's what he means, though.
And it's well tied up, so I don't think it's doing very much.
Do
Yeah,
you want
it
it
doesn't-
to be shown to the entire populace and cause a panic if there is anyone out there?
Yeah.
That is not what we would want.
Roll the fellowship check. It can either be gossip or charm.
Fellowship.
Ah,
Gossip.
There you go.
Because I have that.
He pauses for a long moment and then nods and says, "Very well. And he whistles, and his rather immense beast sulks off a little bit and allows you to pass.
I bow for the captain and say, "Hey, farewell, captain." As we turn to
Victor is looking at you expectantly, Mikhail.
leave. And then I turn and I give the details of the attack and how they flooded out the tunnel in the side room to Victor.
Victor seems to make far too many notes on a small notepad he has, but at least pretends to get your story.
Can I make a perception check to see what he's actually writing?
No.
Oh, damn. I can't read upside down?
You can't. No, not in the dark.
You can't read through paper.
All right, you all advance out into the evening with your spoils.
So we go to the Temple of Ulrich.
And that's where we're calling the session.
Okay.
You're welcome, guys. Remember that we were contracted as members of the Imperial Army.
Technically, you're a mercenary band, but yes.
What did I
You're
say?
just a very, very well-respected mercenary band within Nuln.